Welcome, I'm Paul. This is Dave, the platypus on my neck. He's kind of a mystery. Best not to talk about him. Today I have 140 Glitch in the Matrix and Paranormal Stories for you. This is my monthly compilation. I'm also doing something different this time. There'll be the normal version you've always known, but also a second one that'll be dimmer. Maybe just use a background that's dark or something, so people can sleep easier. I've been told that the brighter images I use and the text and all that, it can create issues with the screen brightness from the TV or monitor or whatever they're using, and that'll wake them up. So, just an idea. I'll have two versions this time. The same stories, but just different visual format. And both versions will always be ad-free during the video. Okay, let's get into it. Case file number 2588, written by Tacklebox. Not today, Barbie. Not today. When I was about 7 or 8, I had this Barbie head thing that was meant to do its hair or something. It sat on one of my dressers near my closet, and I had it facing away from me, and I low-key was creeped out by it. One night I hear heavy footsteps. I assume it's my mom checking on me being asleep. I then start to hear heavy breathing, definitely not my mom. I open my eyes. The fucking doll was in my face. Doll eyes just staring at me. I close them, then turn away pretending to be asleep. I heard heavy footsteps shortly later. I was scared crapless. I finally fell asleep, and when I woke, the Barbie head was facing towards me. The next day, I put it in the garage cause nope. And a couple weeks later, it ended up back on the same location it was before. I asked my parents if they put it back in my room, and they said no, and had no idea it was in the garage. I then locked it in an old dog cage, and it stayed there till we moved out, and I threw it away. You may be thinking you were little, you could have been dreaming. No way. I'm a light sleeper. I wake up at the slightest noise or light, all of it. I was definitely awake, and I cannot tell you how or why that happened. Yeah, when you go down this route, Chucky always terrified me as a kid, so nope indeed. Case file number 2589, written by Noble Sir, Trapped Between Ticks. When I was in middle school, cell phones weren't widespread yet, and I also didn't carry a watch, so I would often do things without knowing the time. I used to walk a mile or so to a bus stop, and I was usually the only kid that rode the bus at this time. Our school started at staggered times, and I was the only middle schooler who rode this bus at this particular time. I would leave my house at 6:50 and get to the bus stop by 7:20ish. I had gone with a watch before, so I knew the timing. And the bus would always arrive by 7:35, so I always had a bit of extra time. On this particular day, it was the dead of winter and it was overcast out, so it was quite dark. I left the house at the same time I always did. My family was doing the same things at the same time they always were, and there were no indications of anything being weird. I swear, I got to the bus stop and time froze for a long time. Everything about my walk was normal, but while waiting on the usual busy street for my bus, no cars drove by, no pedestrians walked by, and my bus didn't come for what felt like hours. The sky did get a little brighter as the day went on, but something felt really weird. I swear I stood there for hours, before suddenly, things returned to normal, and there were cars driving by, and a few people walked by. My bus pulled up, and I walked on feeling very strange. I looked at the time. It said 7:33 a.m. Case file number 2590, written by Voicing Spy. Control-Alt-Delete. A few years ago, one of my online friends got a new PC. I know this happened, not just because I remember her posting excitedly about it on Facebook, but because I literally connected to it remotely to help her set things up. I saw her specs, helped her configure some stuff, and even remember thinking how nice of an upgrade it was compared to the old laptop she used to complain about. We don't really talk consistently anymore, but we still message each other occasionally to catch up. About 6 months ago was the last time we spoke, until just the other day, when I reached out and asked if she wanted to play some Minecraft with me. She joined me, and we played for a bit like we used to together. Nowadays, I'm really into VR chat, so I asked if she wanted to try it out with me and some of my other friends sometime. She said she couldn't. Her laptop is like 10 years old and can't run it. I was confused, so I said, "Wait, didn't you get a new PC a while back?" And she just said, "No, I never did." I thought she was messing with me at first, but no, she genuinely acted like it never happened. I even went back to try to find the Facebook post she made about it, and it's gone. No pictures, no comments, no sign it was ever there. The only thing I could find is a post about her new desk, which she got at the same time as her new PC. But I remember her set it up. I remember what the post said. I remember checking her specs myself, and now nothing. I'm honestly extremely confused regarding the whole situation. So too would I be. You were probably in a different universe. Enjoy it. Case file number 2591, written by Bab Mr. Bab. 3 orange lights, 1 terrified porch dweller. I was out living with a friend in Battleground for a few months. One night I was home alone, standing on the back porch, when all of a sudden a triangle formation of 3 orange lights appears in the sky. I'm just sitting there looking at it like, what the hell is that? I go inside and grab a pair of binoculars, no telescope, and look at it. Still can't make out anything but orange balls. Then all of a sudden some of the balls split up, and now there's 6. At this point I'm kinda freaking out, still watching though. 3 of them reform back into the triangle. The other 3 lower themselves and form a line under the triangle. One starts slowly falling towards the ground, all the way behind the tree line. One starts moving right and falls, and the other moves left and falls. After that, the triangle stays together but starts rising and rising. They get really high in the sky super fast, then just go away in order. The top point of the triangle disappeared, then the bottom left, then the bottom right. I think I have videos somewhere on my phone, but I couldn't find them. I went on some website that shows UFO sightings, and sure enough, there were 11 in that exact area I was in. Still don't know what it was. Was it aliens? No one knows what it is, or maybe some say it's some kind of military exercise or flares. I don't think so. I don't either. Case file number 2592, written by Infinite Grant. The Nighty of Stairs. One night, I'd gone to the toilet in the dark, with the only light being the dim light from my laptop being on in the bedroom across the hall. As I'm looking back, what looks like my daughter comes from the direction of her room in a light-colored nightie. Head down, so her dark hair covered her face. Just stood at the top of my stairs and stopped moving. Just stood there a while. She's sleepwalking, I thought, which my son has also done. I called her name to try and get her to go back to her room. Totally non-responsive, much like my son would be. And I thought the whole thing was kinda cute. To help me guide her back to bed better, I turned the light on. And with that, she wasn't there at all. There was nothing. I was very freaked out and told my wife, and put it down to my mind playing tricks on me. A few weeks later, my wife and I went out and the kids were babysat by friends. When we saw them the following morning, we asked our kids if they slept okay. My son then said, well, it was quite scary, as it was a woman who looked like our sister. And she was in a white nightie, and she just was standing there at the top of the stairs, and never moved or said anything. Very similar physical description, and it or she did the same thing as what I thought I saw. In the exact same part of the house. And as he's only 7, we hadn't told him anything about the sighting, so he didn't even know I had seen something very much like that. Case file number 2593, written by Click Click Bam. The night I became her husband. I was at a dueling piano bar with my girl for a night of laughing. This girl my age, and who I figured was her mom, kept looking at me. The night went on and they eventually came up to me, and apologized for the staring and had decided to explain to me why. The old lady told me her daughter had taken her out to this piano bar tonight to celebrate her now deceased husband's birthday. That I was a perfect match and looked exactly like her husband and was the same age for when they met decades ago. They asked me my name and age, and when I told them, they both started crying, as I had the same name as the husband and was the same age as when they met. They kept saying they wished they had a picture with them to show me the resemblance. The old lady and the daughter asked me to please take a picture with them so they could document this and to have a pic to show the rest of the family, as nobody would believe this happened. They were pretty emotional about this happening, and the old lady almost pulled some tears out of me when she asked me to hug her, because it was like she was going back in time and was given the chance to hug her husband once again. The daughter, to her, was like seeing her father in his prime, and they were both blown away. I couldn't say no to the pic and hug, etc. The whole thing was very strange and really got me thinking about life. I'm a tad emotional right now, thinking about this. Hey, I don't blame you at all. That is beautiful. You know, you have glitches where time can reverse, or you're caught in a time vortex or portal, all kinds of weird things. But sometimes, it's really the human impact that matters. Maybe not sometimes, all the time. That's what really matters. The universe itself can glitch out, but if no one's there to appreciate it, or be terrified by it sometimes, then it doesn't matter. We are what matters. Case file number 2594, written by Anonymous. The wrong way at the right time. I live in a house that has a driveway that is actually a sort of alley that goes from one major street to another, with another alley and driveway crossing it, perpendicularly. Imagine a board with 4 quadrants, like a 4-square playing surface. If I'm driving, leaving my house going north, towards a perpendicular alley, I can't see anything coming from the right on the perp alley because of a giant barn thing. Anyway, my house is on the south road. I always get in my car, drive north, cross the perpendicular alley without slowing. This is because no one ever drives on it, and then go out on the north major road. I never slow down, and I've never seen another car use it besides mine or my housemates. It just so happens that the one time I'm in my car and about to cross the perpendicular alley, a car pulls in from the north road and is heading towards me, going the wrong way, mind you. I've never seen this before. Naturally, I slow down because I'm like, hey, I'll just turn left on the perpendicular alley and go out onto the west street instead of going straight, like I usually do at full speed. Suddenly, once I slow down, a car comes flying from the right on the perpendicular road, at the exact same time I would have been crossing it had I not slowed down for the first time ever. I would have been T-boned. To this day, I still cannot believe the luck that a car just so happened to turn in the wrong way, which caused me to slow down, at the same time a car just so happened to be coming down the perpendicular alley where I couldn't see it at all. Every single day now, I slow down and slowly creep through the intersection with the perpendicular alley, just in case. Well, this was a classic guardian angel glitch, but it's just funny how many times I had to say perpendicular. It's a fun word though. Case file number 2595, written by Lebowski Achiever 12. The left turn denied by the universe. I was about 17 and learning to drive. Mom and I had just been to the grocery store and running a few errands. It was almost dark out and we were heading home. Was first in line at a left stoplight at a large intersection. The turn arrow light turned green, and I just sat there. It was a very odd sensation. I knew the light was green and needed to pull through, but couldn't. It's like all motivation to move was gone, almost like when you're staring off into space, but I was fully conscious that the light had changed, and turning was what I was supposed to be doing. Mom didn't say a word either, just stared at the light. About 5 seconds later, a full-size Suburban came barreling through. The speed limit on the road was 45, but he had been going 65, 75. The car shook hard when he passed us. After he ran the light, I turned like normal, and Mom and I both kind of woke up. Afterward, we both described the same feeling coming over us at the light. If we hadn't been both tranced out or whatever have you, the Suburban would have struck us broadside. A Suburban versus a Saturn at 60 or 70 miles per hour wouldn't have been pretty. Mom would have been probably ended on impact, and I highly doubt I would have survived as well. We still talk about it every now and then, just a weird experience, and about subconsciously seeing and hearing the truck. Yes, that is possible. However, the way the intersection was laid out meant I didn't see that vehicle. The lanes facing me were downhill slightly, but I wasn't stopped far enough forward to see over the small incline. I didn't see the truck until it crested the hill, and that speed, it was almost like in the middle of the intersection before it really registered that it was there. Another car-based guardian angel, but this time inducing by a trance to save you. Can our guardian angels do that? Interface with our minds directly, without our permission, obviously for, positive benefit. It's not out of malice, but still. Kinda creepy that they could do that. Or was it indeed your subconscious picking up on it and trancing you out? With your mom too. Case file number 2596, written by Middle Earth. The sock gremlins are evolving. Okay, so this year, 2 weird things have happened. A duplicate of a t-shirt turned up in the laundry. My son was helping with the laundry when he began freaking out over a t-shirt. I was asking him what was wrong when I realized that the t-shirt I was currently folding was identical to the one that he was wearing. We have only ever seen this t-shirt once on sale, which was when we first purchased it. Where did the second one come from? On to today, and I'm putting away the dishes up away in the kitchen cupboards. I come across one distinctive mug, then the second one of the pair, and then a third one. A third mug that matches the first one. I remember buying these mugs many years ago, and I bought one of each type, the colored one and the blue one. These were the only 2 options available, as it celebrated an event many years ago. They haven't been made nor on sale since. There's not enough space in the cupboard to fit all the mugs, as now I have too many mugs. Where did the third mug come from? It's like your place, your apartment, your house is a hotspot for DOP activity, but you're on the receiving end. I like to equate it to a black hole versus white hole. Some places, some people perhaps, are bound as a black hole where things are sucked in and vanish forever. Other people are white holes where things are evacuated into their presence or their place. I don't know if it's bound to people or areas, but yeah. One way or another, there's a combination of these usually. But some people are just one or the other. For me, I'm just black hole, things vanish and never come back. I'd rather be a white hole, but you can't decide. Case file number 2597, written by Crafty Orca 135. The Lavatory Lurker. I'm in my room with the door shut, and I hear the toilet light go on, and the door shut. I figure out that my aunt is in there. The toilet flushes and I hear my auntie goes downstairs, then comes back up again and goes to the toilet. The light goes on and the door shuts. At this point I'm thinking she must have the weakest bladder in existence. Then 10 minutes pass. I go out to see if she's still in there and the door is still shut. She's still in there and I'm thinking it's a long job, so I sit and wait for her to leave. Then 15 minutes pass and she's still in there. I'm thinking she's obviously got a bad stomach or something and just wait. Then she comes into my room and I'm like, "Are you okay? You've been in the toilet for the last 20 minutes. She says she's been downstairs for the last 20 minutes and that she never went to the toilet the second time. The door is still shut and I didn't hear anyone come out. I heard someone come up the stairs and go back into the toilet, and yet no one ever went the second time." Case file number 2598, written by Yippee Yeti. My smartphone outsmarted fate. I'm convinced that my phone disappeared to save my life or something. I was with a friend of mine and we were both in my car, about to drive off to our destination. I put my phone into my phone holder, the kind that's on the dash for GPS, and was chit-chatting as I got ready to roll out. Removed my e-brake and went to look for my phone, which was not in its holder anymore. My friend and I started looking for it between the seats and everything. Couldn't find it. I was about to go inside and look for it there, thinking that I was just tired or something. But I checked the holder again, and my phone was suddenly there, except it was upside down. I know my friend wasn't pulling a joke on me, because for one, he's a horrible liar, and for two, he was actively looking for it with me. On our way to our destination, we were very nearly in a nasty T-bone collision. If we were just a little bit earlier, we would have been hit. It felt like divine intervention. Of a sort. Case file number 2599, written by Mercury Waxing. The Man at Every Mile Marker. My dad is driving back from visiting his father in North Carolina. We live about 12 hours away, and he plans on driving straight through. When he pulls over at the first rest stop, a guy walks up and asks for a ride. Dad turns him down. 2 hours later, he sees the same guy hitchhiking on the side of the road. He drives past. Dad stops at a rest stop for coffee. The man is there and asks for a ride as far as you're going, but Dad still says no. Sees the man hitchhiking again on the road. Dad's car starts to have trouble and he pulls off the highway. And at the end of the ramp, yep, that guy again. He offers to help with the car and together they get it running again. Dad offers him a ride and this time, the man doesn't talk and they drive for a few hours. Next thing, Dad wakes up in the hospital. The doctor says he passed out at the wheel, and witnesses saw his passenger take over the wheel, pull the car over. When they stopped to help though, the passenger wasn't there. Honestly, the most amazing thing about the story is that your dad didn't seem to react much to seeing this guy again and again and again. I mean, even if he had a ride of his own, how was he always ahead of him? You know, you can always say portals and stuff, but this feels more like a guardian experience. A lot of those today. Case file number 2600, written by Gekins. Smoke without fire, dreams without sleep. I had some weird dream after my father died. He was crazy about fire safety. No blocking of doors and windows, no locking doors at night. Always checking fire alarms before leaving the home alone for a weekend or longer. My mother and sisters had left for summer vacation, and I was home alone for a few weeks. One night, I had this crazy dream about a huge ship rolling down my neighborhood, filling everything with smoke. I could hear my father's voice in a megaphone going, "You are not prepared," repeatedly. I fought my way through the smoke in the house and managed to get out. Then I woke up. It was like 8 a.m. and I remember just laying in my bed for a while, all confused before getting up. It was a beautiful day outside. I walked over to my computer and started browsing. After like 20 minutes, all the fire alarms in my house went off, and it went on for what felt like at least 10 minutes, because I managed to check every room in our house, and find the keys to permanently lock doors and check them before it stopped. No fires, no smoke. And these were not carbon dioxide alarms. They have definitively not malfunctioned like this before or after. I did, however, realize that that time I had no clue where all the fire extinguishers in my house were, and also realized that one that used to be on the wall outside my bedroom was missing. I also checked the dates on all of them. If it was a message of some sort, I've got you covered, Pops. It probably was. Your dad is always looking out. Case file number 2601, written by Acceptable Win 7474. Daniel, my brother. I'm an electrician, and I worked with my brother and the new guy who we can call Daniel. Daniel was downstairs cleaning, and this was at the end of the day. We wanted to get the heck out of the job site. I was in bedroom 1, and my brother was in master bedroom. Then I heard footsteps going down. I assumed my brother was done on what he was doing. I was working on putting a light fixture up, till I heard my brother calling for me, master bedroom. I found it weird, because I just heard footsteps going down. And yes, it was just me, Daniel, and my brother on the job site. Then I went to master bedroom and saw my brother. Was my mind playing tricks on me? I heard footsteps going downstairs, and I know it couldn't have been Daniel's because he was downstairs. And even if it was him going upstairs, he would have said something. And plus, he told me he didn't go upstairs after we had lunch, and he promised and seemed serious. Also, you can tell the difference between footsteps coming up and going down. It 100% sounded like it was downstairs. But when I walked into the room, my brother was there, and he told me to look on how he was installing an outlet. Something I've been known how to do, so I found it weird. Then he just stopped, froze in time. I thought he was waiting for me to give him something, and I said, plate, right? And still didn't say anything. I thought he was messing around, but he stood there. It felt like a minute, no face expression, nothing. But whatever. So I assumed he needed a plate for the outlet, the one he was installing. And then I went downstairs. Daniel told me, "Are you done up there?" And I said, "Just one more light fixture." and he, my brother, is doing one last outlet. Then he said, "Really? I thought he was done 10 minutes ago." And assuming this guy was new, he didn't know, so I said, "Ha, not yet, almost, he's just doing an outlet." Then he gave me a look. "What do you mean? He's outside, putting stuff in his van." Then I went outside to surely see my brother there. How was that possible? He was just upstairs. And then I asked him, "Did you already do that outlet?" He said, "What outlet?" I said, "The one upstairs you had me look at you do." He said, "I don't know what you're talking about." And after that, I didn't want to look like a fool, so I just started to clean up. Kinda was creeped out though. Had Daniel come upstairs with me to clean up, but just wanted someone there with me. Then when I was done doing the light fixture, I wanted to see if the outlet was done, and to my surprise, nothing was touched. And I could have swore he already stripped the wire, and had the wire already hooked up to the outlet. And when I left, he was screwing in the outlet till he completely stopped. Then I cleaned up and had to ask him again, "Did you not want to do that outlet in the master bedroom, by the window?" And he told me, "I didn't even get to the outlets today." And I asked, "Well, the one you were gonna install, did you just take that outlet off?" He once again said, "I didn't, nor have I even did any type of outlets today," which was true. I then told him what I experienced, and he laughed and just said, "You need more sleep." My brother isn't the type of person to mess around with me, especially how confused and how I was making me go crazy. I can't explain what happened, even though there should be many things to explain what happened. Am I the only one who's going crazy? I'm extremely paranoid right now, and I can't sleep. I've been looking around my room in bed, waiting for something or someone to pop up. One suggestion was a mimic, which is scary. But last night, when I made this post, I experienced something. I slept on the floor on the air mattress, and my body was in the position facing the door. And there's a crack under the door. This is to go outside in the hallway. I live in an apartment complex. While I was scrolling through my phone, I saw footsteps, but it didn't seem normal. They were quiet and moving way too fast. And outside my door, there is a wall to the right, so it's hard to keep going back and forth that quickly without having to stop due to the wall being there. And I didn't hear any type of footsteps. My fan was on, so I decided to turn it off, and it was completely silent. The footsteps stopped, but after a couple minutes, they returned. Keep in mind, I saw the shadows of the footsteps. There was someone there. Now, after a couple minutes, they returned, but it was more normal this time. Every time my neighbor comes up the stairs or near my door, I can always hear their footsteps. This time I didn't. It was completely quiet. I decided to ignore it and just face the other side and fall asleep. Now today, I decided to go to work. The whole day, nothing happened, and I read some post about how there might have been a gas leak. I decided to bring that up to the plumber on site. He checked everywhere and nothing seemed odd, but I got some information I wanted to say. The contractor told me this project or property had been on the market for a while. It was a 2-floor old house. The previous homeowner had a hard time selling the house. I found it off because it was in a good part of New York, but the houses in the area are old, but very expensive and big. But this house was only $400K, which in New York is nothing, comparing them to houses that were easily $1 million or more. Starting to really think this house has something sinister. Yeah, a mimic would be terrifying. The shadows under the door, that's creepy too, but to directly interact with something that isn't supposed to be there, now, maybe it could have been some time-related glitch, that's possible too. This is one of those stories which could be a glitch or supernatural, I'm not certain either way. A kind of time loop or echo or something like that. Or if it was a mimic or doppelganger, whew, that is definitely more terrifying. Because you're directly interacting, and your brother, by how you reacted and everything, seemed to be relatively normal, so if it was an imposter, anything that can be an imposter, but then make you believe they're really your brother or your friend or whoever it would be, that's just, no thank you. Case file number 2602, written by Freelance Schill. The Pig, the Battery, and the Almonds. From ages 2 to 6, corroborated by my parents, had recurring nearly nightly dreams of an anthropomorphic pig. Dreams were normally some sort of altercation of varying intensity, sword fight, board game, etc. The very last dream I ever had, the pig came into the house with an old mobster-style Tommy gun, and in the dream, I woke up my parents and my dad shoved the pig into the oven. Then we opened the oven and there were bowls of oatmeal, which we ate, and then went back to sleep. That was the final dream. Once it died in the dream, it never came back. One time I was playing with Legos on the floor of my bedroom, and a big C-cell Duracell battery comes flying from the adjacent room across the hall and almost hits me in the head. Sister was dead asleep. I woke her up, and Mom was cooking in the kitchen. No one else in the house. Almonds used to randomly appear in my sister's bed and shoes, like she'd wake up, there would be almonds in her bedsheet and inside her shoes in the closet. This continued happening after changing all the sheets multiple times, hiding all the almonds in the house, etc. Sister doesn't sleepwalk or anything. At my grandparents' house in rural Virginia, 2 incidents. One night, I'm watching Star Wars in my room and my parents walk in and ask me to turn it down. I tell them it's already super low, but my mom complains that she can hear the special effect noises. A few minutes pass and they come back into my room and ask me if I'm hearing this noise. They tell me to mute the TV. After a few seconds, I hear this noise that I really can't describe. It was the sound of something passing over the house repeatedly, making this grinding, screeching sound. It continued for several minutes, but was absolutely horrifying. Second incident was at the same house. My dad and I were on the dock fishing. House is on an inlet of the Chesapeake Bay at dusk. We hear this noise that sounded like bottle rockets shooting over our heads about 50 to 75 feet. We're just looking up hearing this noise, but absolutely nothing to be seen anywhere. Yeah, that pig dream was really weird. Why did it turn into oatmeal? I wonder what the rationale of your subconscious was for producing that. Case file number 2603, written by Anonymous. Pizza, passcodes, and phantom chairs. I used to work at a nursing home. The people there were either somatic, psychogeriatric, mostly Alzheimer's, or living in one of the independent homes. One time during my night shift, I went out on one of my rounds to inspect an alarm on the 3rd floor. This is standard procedure and is usually nothing, just old people tripping their bed sensor, indicating they got out of bed at night. There were 4 departments per floor, each department housing 8 rooms and people. And the way they were built was like in sets of 2 with 3 sets of elevators, 1 for each side and 1 big in the middle. The elevator room was not accessible for the old people with Alzheimer's, and were separated by 2 heavy big doors which required a pass to open. So I make my way to one of the departments and exit the elevator, and use my passkey to open the department to investigate the bed alarm that went off there. As soon as I arrived, I could clearly see who it was since the room was next to the elevator, and opened up compared to the other closed ones. And well, people with dementia are not known for their stealth abilities. I went inside to reassure the woman who woke up that everything was fine, and reset her bed alarm while she went to sleep. I was in there for maybe 2 minutes with the door open. As soon as I left the room, I saw 2 heavy chairs who were at the end of the hallway, now blocking the door to the elevator that I just went through, which was on the opposite side of the hallway where I just saw the chairs before. How did these get there? Someone must have moved them there, right? So someone else must be awake. So I checked all the rooms. They were all closed up, people lying in bed. No bed alarms went off on my phone. Nothing. So at this point, I'm like, holy crap. No one else is awake and could have moved the chairs. How the fuck did they get there? The old people couldn't have moved them in the span of 2 minutes stealthily, let alone move them that fast if they could move them at all without tripping the bed sensors. And then sneakily went back to bed to trick me. They have dementia anyway and are incapable of doing so. So at this point, I was noping the fuck out of there and went back to my colleagues. I thought maybe my colleagues pulled a prank on me or something. I don't know how they would have got in and left again without me noticing the heavy doors opening, but at this point I thought this must have been the only viable explanation. I mean, they were the only other people who would have had access to do this. So I come in and tell them they are very funny trying to scare me like that. And they had a nice try, but I wasn't impressed. After all, I'm a man of science, and the supernatural is preposterous. They both look at each other and go, "No, we were sitting here eating pizza all this time. But we had other colleagues who also had a weird story like yours." At this point, my heart sinks into my chest. Still not really sure what just happened. I've never been able to deduce how the chairs got there. Other weird crap went on in that building, but I could always explain it away. Not this one. I don't believe in ghosts or the supernatural, but if I did have a weird unexplainable experience, it was this one. And it definitely made me go, what the fluck? Case file number 2604, written by Hassan Fusig, just a friend of your father's. So my grandfather was CIA, environmental coverage or something. Moved around Central and South America a lot. Eventually, he settles for a bit in Guatemala and has 3 kids, youngest being my mom. My uncle was the middle child. He was an early teen when living in Guat, but got into scuffles every now and again. Back in the day, you couldn't go out at night because you would get robbed or even worse. So he's out on the side road alone, one night, and gets jumped by a bunch of guys. They beat him up a bit and are leaving. Out of nowhere, this guy comes, speaks to them in Spanish, but a weird accent, and they leave. Simple. This guy says he's Czech and a friend of your father's and just looking out. So that happens. The family moves a couple years later. After Guatemala's big earthquake, they move to Hawaii, where my uncle is swimming in the ocean and gets caught in a riptide. He gets pulled out pretty far, all alone. Then he sees some guy come swimming out to save his butt. This guy saves him from drowning, and my uncle notices it's the same Czech guy from a couple years back. My uncle confronts him about the encounter, but it gets brushed off. Anyways, many years later, my grandfather gets an award at the White House, and this Czech guy comes up and greets my uncle. Small talk, just says hey, and asks how all is going. But no one ever saw him after that, or knew who he was. Just weird that he was always in the right place at the right time. Yeah, someone contracted this guy to protect your grandfather. The question, of course, is, was it just the government? Was he that important? Or was it a guardian angel? I honestly don't know. Or even more cool, maybe guardian angels use the CIA. They have spy agents working for them. Case file number 2605, written by Shaky Guy. A classroom mystery wrapped in a blink. I've always experienced tiny glitches every once in a while, but they were always just tiny, or things that aren't really worth thinking too hard about. Like swearing you've been in the exact same position, doing the exact same thing again, with the same surroundings and the same strangers in the same place. But it also feels like the first time you've been there. I think those are the only kinds of glitches that have happened to me. Even though it's happened a lot, there's this one experience that always stuck with me. It was a normal day, and my teacher called out to me to ask a question. We ended up talking longer than expected. But when we were finally done, she said a few words and turned away to leave. I watched her walk away for a bit, but then, one blink, and suddenly she's back in front of me. She also said the same thing she did before, then turned away again and walked off like the first time. I swear she didn't run back to me because I would have noticed. It was like she just teleported right in front of me again. After she repeated herself, she walked away the same way as before. Case file number 2606, written by Angry Manatee. The elevator that lied. Years ago, I lived on the 44th floor of a huge condo building. The view was incredible, but the elevators were always a pain. One day I was with my boyfriend coming back from the store. We got into the elevator with another woman who got off on the 10th floor. I distinctly remember glancing at the floor number as she got off. Then the elevator definitely went up for the same period of time it usually does to reach my floor. I'd lived there for years at this point and was accustomed to its rhythms. I felt the sensations in my body of movement clear as day, It eventually came to a stop and opened the doors again, and we got off and got all the way to my door. To be clear, every floor layout is the same, so we went to the northeast corner as usual, only to realize when my key wouldn't work that we were still on the 10th floor, not the 44th. We were dumbstruck. If it had just been me, I would have written it off, but we were both 100% convinced the elevator moved upwards at a significant distance. After stopping at the 10th floor, it did not stand still, and it did not go up and back down again, it just went up. We talked about it for ages and went around in circles, but there's no answer. Elevators, if you know, you know. Gotta get a shirt made of that. Case file number 2607, written by, well then what? The Greek Barkening. In 2010, I chaperoned for my son's grade 9 class on a trip to Greece. One of the students was a girl named Tasha, and her mom was also a chaperone. The night before we flew home, we were staying in the city of Piraeus. It was a warm night and we had some free time, so a group of us took a short walk to the beach. Some of the kids started playing around on some monkey bars at the beach while the adults watched. When one of the many street dogs of Greece showed up and started barking at Tasha, her reaction was a bit strange. She jumped down from the monkey bars and gave the dog a big hug. And the dog started jumping around like they do in those YouTube videos, where a dog is reunited with a vet who has been overseas for months or years. Anyway, the dog followed us back to the hotel, and no matter how much we yelled at it and tried to chase it away, it wouldn't leave us alone. At one point, Tasha got the dog to sit and stay, but it wasn't long before the dog came running up to us again. It tried to follow us into the hotel, and the front desk staff said it tried to sneak in several times during the night. The staff were familiar with the street dogs in the area, but hadn't seen this one before. The next morning, the dog was waiting outside and jumped all over Tasha when it saw her, and when we got on our tour bus to head to the airport, it tried to follow Tasha on, and then chased the bus for several blocks as we moved through city traffic, with Tasha leaning against her mom's shoulder and crying quietly. When I got the chance to speak with Tasha's mom later in the day, she was clearly shaken. She said the stray dog was identical to Tasha's dog at home, and they had to have the dog put down a few days before the trip. Their dog had been particularly attached to Tasha and followed her everywhere. She also told me that the dog in Greece was so much like their old dog that she had actually begun to wonder if it really was their dog, even though she'd seen their dog die back home. One of these sad stories, huh? Yeah, damn. But only sad to a point. The dog's spirit remains. Or perhaps it embodies another dog, similar to the one Tasha had. Case file number 2608, written by Joey Too Cool 11. Caught between reality and ranch sauce. I was going to Wingstop to get something to eat after I got off from work. As I was driving, I saw a man and who I presumed to be his wife. They looked to be about early to mid-40s. So as I was driving, I noticed that they almost looked like they were standing perfectly still, not even a single breath. But I was farther away, so I couldn't tell if they were standing still or if it was some kind of illusion from where I was. But as I was driving closer to where they weren't moving at all, and people were just walking past them as if they were normally still. However, they were frozen like they were in a video game. Then a man who was jogging was then walking towards them, and so at the point I'm slowing down to see what's up. So as he was approaching them, he tapped them. After that, they started walking toward the direction of the street, but before they even stepped off the curb, they froze again. I'm just continuing going to get my food, not paying mind to it anymore. But mind you, this was closer to my side of town. I went on the other side of town to get it because there's no Wingstops near where I live. So as I'm going back home, they're on the other side of the street now. But once again, they were frozen. I was so weirded out by this, I just sped off and didn't even pay any mind to it at all. They were dressed like they carry themselves great, so I highly doubt it was drugs. But I'll leave it up to you guys to decide what it was. Yeah, a localized time effect. These do happen. They are trippy indeed. One was very trippy. It was in a restaurant. I remember that one vividly from a long time ago, probably 2 years now. Year and a half. Just a guy frozen in the restaurant. I think it was his girlfriend that saw it. Or he was moving slower than he should have. But then it reset right back to normal. No one noticed anything. Besides his girlfriend. Case file number 2609, written by Free Hugs. A hill, a door, and a reason to never babysit again. When I was about 9 or so, my parents left with the rest of the family to go to the grocery store, leaving me and my 13-year-old stepsister behind because we didn't want to go. We lived in a 2-story house built into the side of a hill, so from the upstairs front door, it appeared to be a 1-story house, but the house extended down into the ground. So if you were downstairs, there was a porch that led outside from the living room, and opposite of that was a large wooden door that led to the cellar, which is completely underground, hence being built into the side of the hill. The 2 small dogs began barking, wanting to go outside. So we both went to the back door to let the dogs outside. We open the door, and both dogs walk out into the patio. And a second or two later, we hear a very loud bang from the cellar door behind us. Turning horrified, we see the door fly open and slam against the wall, while violently shaking on the hinges, as if a grown man had hauled off and kicked it as hard as possible from the inside. The door swung open, slams against the wall, and the ambient light from the room we are in exposes that there is nothing behind the door. We looked at each other, confirming we are not crazy, and sprinted out of the house and waited on the curb for our parents to get home. They checked the house and find nothing missing or anything out of the ordinary. To this day, 15 years later, our parents still think we made it all up to scare the other siblings, and don't believe us. The house has never really struck me as haunted, and I have only ever had this experience and one other, in my 20+ years of living and visiting the house. But this is my what the actual fluck moment that I still have no possible explanation for. Case file number 2610, written by What Had Happened Was. The fog knew before the family did. My aunt, with whom I wasn't close, was sick with cancer. I saw her on holidays, occasionally at a family birthday or barbecue, but that was about it. Her daughter and I attended the same college with a few years' worth of overlap. Again, not close, but we did run into each other now and again on campus. I knew her mother was sick, but it definitely didn't consume my thoughts. Not to be insensitive, it just was what it was. Anyway, one night, I have an incredibly vivid dream. I'm standing in front of said aunt, and I'm upset and crying. The room around me could be described as foggy nothingness. I knew I was somewhere, but the details of this place were as though someone smudged the background. It simply existed. So I'm crying, and said aunt looks at me, smiles, and hugs me. I'm not sure if it was spoken or understood, but my comprehension of what was happening was along the lines of, "Everything is okay now. You don't have to worry or be sad." I awake to my alarm going off, as I had an early work shift. I remember acknowledging that I'd had the dream, but didn't give it too much thought getting ready and going to work. A few hours later, and I'm on a quick break. My phone rings, it's my cousin calling. She wanted to let me know that her mom passed away at about 4 that same morning. My jaw dropped, and I still cannot explain any of it. I cannot bring myself to tell said cousin. It's been years. Case file number 2611, written by The Dude 1451. Not a snowball, not a star, just pure mystery. About 9 years ago, my family and another family we are friends with were at our cabin in Wisconsin for New Year's weekend. It was 9 p.m., and me, 9 years old, my sister, 6 years old, my family friend's daughter and her friend, both in high school, were all down at the lake edge, sitting in the snow, relaxing after all the sledding we did. While the parents were up in the cabin talking and drinking, we were all in a clearing. But to the left and right of us were woods. My sister was looking up at the stars while I was sitting near her looking into the woods, and the family friend's daughter and her friend were sitting away from us talking about something. It was then that I noticed a snowball come out of the woods towards me and my sister. I had never been more scared in my life. After all, who is in the woods at night throwing a snowball at some kids? However, after 2 seconds, I realized it's not a snowball. It's a softly glowing sphere, and it's not falling to the ground. It just keeps floating through the air, directly over me and my sister, and then back into the woods on the opposite side of the clearing we were in. I was completely speechless and said nothing. But then my sister exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, I just saw a shooting star." Since we were looking up at the sky and the orb flew over her, she thought it was a shooting star. She was too little to realize that the orb was far too big to be a shooting star, but she now knows it wasn't a shooting star. The family friend turned and said something like, "Oh man, you're so lucky. I haven't ever seen one before." Completely oblivious to what had just happened. I was still in shock about everything, so I just sat there quietly, not saying a word. I later told my parents, who didn't believe me until a few years later, because they thought I was just being imaginative, which I would have probably thought too, had my sister not also seen it. Yeah, people attribute this to ball lightning or spiritual orbs. Maybe they're connected in some way. One way or another, they do emit a lot of energy. Case file number 2612, written by Sad Ghoster 87. 7 stars and 1 apology. Quite a few years ago, I would walk home from middle school, sometimes when it was getting dark. When the stars began to appear in the sky, I would sometimes look up at the sky and think, "God, if you exist, can you make a star appear there?" It never happened. One night, when I was walking home from an event at which there had been major emotions and questions about what direction I was going to go socially, I asked again, and there a star appeared. A fluke, my atheist mind told me, so I asked again, and it happened again and again. It was a total of about 7 or 8 times that I asked with my mind, and a star appeared at the exact spot I was looking. I was then washed with this feeling of gratitude, like I had been given a service that I did not deserve, given faith where I should have had it on my own. I mumbled out the word, "sorry," in the dark street. Nobody near me, nobody who could have heard me. I have believed in a God since that night. This is a sweet little story, and even though I'm still agnostic, personally I lean more towards simulation theory. Who knows? That's the only thing I can truly say. Who knows? With all the amazing stories I've read, that's the only thing I can clearly say. Case file number 2613, written by Van Landay, Peeing Under Pressure. When I was 17, I worked evenings at a restaurant on the beach in Northeast Florida. I lived about an hour's drive north and got home at about 2 a.m. one Saturday night. We lived on a small lake, no neighbors nearby, really rural. So I parked my car in the driveway, and I had to pee so bad I just went in the bushes. So I'm standing there, admiring the stars since there's no light pollution. It's a warm, windy night. I grabbed some stuff to take inside, and I'm walking up to the front door when I notice the front of the house lighting up. It's fluorescent light, bright. Our porch had a roof and these bamboo drapes on either side. I notice the wind has stopped. It's dead silent, except for a low hum, and it's gone from warm to hot. I spin around, no headlights, no cars, and whatever the light is directly above me. I even notice the shadows of the trees. They're being cast with light from directly above. I stand there dumbfounded for about a minute when the light rapidly, fades is the best way to put it. Like whatever it was just went straight up. A few seconds later, the wind comes roaring back and it's cool again. I bolted inside, freaked out, tried to rationalize it, and never came up with a good explanation. Later that summer we had a hurricane, and I-10 was shut down for military transport from Tyndall Air Force Base to Ellington Air Force Base. This was never reported. We saw it because we were at an exit that was closed trying to go east to Jacksonville. There was a convoy of Humvees and flatbed with something weird shaped covered on it. I don't know if the two incidents were related, but it's a weird coincidence. To this day, I think 2 things. 1, the Air Force has some cool toy we don't know about. 2, those aliens were totally watching me pee in those bushes and just swooped down to scope that out. I mean, how often do they see us pee? We're mostly in the bathrooms. It was mostly kind of fascinating to them. You might be onto something. They would want to study us completely, no? Case file number 2614, written by Ada Skinner. From Stage 4 to Stage Forever. I was 13 when he passed away in our family home. He had been diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer and died 6 months later while I was at school. The night he died, I had an incredibly vivid dream. The way my house is built, there is 3 bedrooms on the second floor separated by a loft. In my dream, the light in the loft turned on, and I could see the loft's yellow light filtering under the door. Curious, I stood up and entered the loft, only to be met by my father. He was in a black shirt with black pajama pants, and he opened his arms, gesturing for me to come closer. He gave me a hug, pressing my head to his chest, and said he was sorry that he had to go. Then I was pulled from my dream and woke up in a panic, only to find someone standing over me as I slept. I can still remember the glinting of the light from my window on their eyes, and how solid this figure was. I screamed, and my mother bolted into my room. She's still convinced it was my father coming to say goodbye to me. Since then, I've heard odd things in the house. My father had a very characteristic sneeze 3 times in a row every time, followed by him blowing his nose. I've heard his sneeze, I've heard footsteps in their bedroom when I was the only one there. One time, someone opened my door early in the morning, and I heard his voice tell me to get up and get ready for school. Another time, I'd been doing my hair in my bathroom. From the angle I was at, I could see the loft in the reflection of my mirror, which is where he used to do his work. I felt something behind me and glanced into the mirror and saw him sitting at his desk. It was only a brief moment, and I did a double take only to find his computer chair empty. After my father died, my mom cleared out all his stuff from her room as it was too painful to look at. My father was an interesting man. Every night he would wear breathe right strips to bed, which he kept in a box on his nightstand. Well, his nightstand was the first thing she cleaned out, putting all of his things in a box in the closet. A few days after she did that, she woke up and found a breathe right strip on his now empty nightstand. It was neatly laid out. She also received an email from him weeks after he passed, which is incredibly eerie. It was something about how he loved her, but it was dated before he died. Since then, I've moved out and lived in a few different apartments. I still have odd experiences, but I try not to jump to conclusions. I live alone. I'll come home to open cabinets. Pictures of him that I keep around the house will be on the floor, or around the living room in odd places, or facing downwards. It's always a specific picture, too. It's one of him and I on Christmas Day, 98. I was 5. The cabinets constantly being opened has been happening since my first apartment. I initially wrote it off as sleepwalking, until it happened while I was at work. Now I'll often sleep at my boyfriend's, and I'll still come home to open cabinets. A father's love is eternal. Case file number 2615, written by Moxie Toxie. From deep dish to deep space. Back when I was 16, we lived in the countryside. One night, my parents asked me and my foster sister to pick up some pizza from in town, which was 30 minutes away. The ride there was uneventful, but in the way back, things got weird. They had recently built an off-ramp to get onto the highway, in the other side of the woods near our house, but no one used it. We're coming around this curb. No other cars in sight, and me and my sister are chatting with one another. We see 2 bright lights shining towards us at tree level, and I make the joke of it looking like the headlights in the second Harry Potter movie. She's laughing with me, and then we start to get nervous because it's just hovering there. She goes, "Really though, what the fluck is that?" We get closer, and it's triangular in shape, and just hovering at the top of the trees. The light is shining down on us. My poor heart is racing, and I just step on the gas, and she's flipping out, looking behind us and repeating, "What the fluck is that?" I probably went 100 miles per hour the rest of the way, dashed inside, and told the story to our parents. My dad told me it was probably just a tower with lights, but I couldn't believe him. The next day I drove past the same spot and looked to see if there was a tower, and there wasn't. A few nights later, we drive past it and the lights are gone. So, fluck that. I concur with your assessment. As cool as UFOs are, I don't really want to be abducted. Case file number 2616, written by Tamriel Savage, Whispers, Sage, and Ancestors. When I was about 20 years old, I lived in an apartment with my now ex-wife, dating at the time. She had very substantial paranormal experiences at her work and was terrified even at our apartment after a week or so of it going on at work. She kept telling me that it followed her home. Now I believe in ghosts and the paranormal, but for some reason I was skeptical of it following her home, and I kept reassuring her that she was just scared from whatever was happening at her work. One day I was home alone and was on my way to the back door to let the dog out when I heard a voice whisper my name. It was so quiet. I sat there in silence. Even my dog, who would normally have been excited to get out of the door, just stopped and stood there, listening with me. In the total silence, in a plain-as-day voice of a man at normal conversational volume, I heard my name called out. The dog and I ran outside. It gets a little weirder from here. I went inside after about 10 minutes and grabbed some sage that my girlfriend had bought and lit it, and waved smoke around the room like I had seen people do on TV. Didn't seem to do anything as far as I could tell, and I honestly felt a little silly. It's necessary to mention at this point that my mother's side of the family is very heavily Native American. I sat on the couch and I just sort of thought really hard with my eyes closed about my ancestors and asking them for help to get whatever this was out of the apartment. As I'm doing this, I kept hearing the linoleum in the kitchen creak and pop like crappy flooring does when you walk on it. I eventually could see visions of about 5 or 6 men sitting around a campfire, but they all looked exactly like me. One of them stood up and walked toward me, and I just got a sense that I was understood. I opened my eyes, and nothing out of the ordinary ever happened to us in that apartment again, and my girlfriend never experienced anything at work after that. Ancestral protectors. Very cool. Case file number 2617, written by Anonymous. A family secret buried in the shallows. About 12 years ago, my grandmother disappeared. She struggled her whole life with mental health issues, and when her doctor retired, her new doctor refused to refill all of her heavy-duty meds. She tried to go to rehab, but they couldn't help her. Not the kind of substance problem they could treat. The story goes that my grandmother went back to get ready for bed, came out, and she was gone. She wrote in her diary every day, and that day she wrote what looked like an ending note. She could only have been gone for half an hour. They found her glasses, slippers, hearing aids, all lined up on a railing on a bridge maybe half a mile away. The stream below was shallow, and there was no point of impact in the stream bed. It was too short a distance to do much more than break an ankle. Nobody was ever found. They did search the river stream, lakes, and fields. The part that bothers me most is that my parents left the country shortly after, and my grandfather married another woman and then died a few months later. The police found nothing. They hired a psychic, and she said that she saw 2 older men helping her to the other side, and that she was laid to rest peacefully by them. I have no idea if my family helped her escape, or if she really did somehow manage to walk in her pajamas and haul her overweight body with fibromyalgia all the way over a waist-high railing, and throw herself off all within a short period of time. She moved slow and downtrodden. It's truly a mystery. My parents swear they had nothing to do with it, but they sure got the hell out of Dodge fast. My grandfather never confessed to anything. They were also deeply religious, and an ending seems like an absolute out-of-character act, even as disturbed as she was. Yeah, and to help her move along, let's just say that, in that kind of way, to toss her off a bridge, that doesn't seem, kind. I don't know. But it is weird that her body was never found anywhere. Case file number 2618, written by King Diesel. Noises, nerves, and narrow misses. Buddy had an apartment. We used to hear noises, pounding, knocking, coming from a wall in the bathroom. At first it was surprising, but eventually it happened so often that we barely noticed it. One night, there were 3 of us in the apartment. We were all in the living room. We heard a pounding sound significantly louder than it had previously been, and it caught our attention. My buddy, whose apartment it was, got up to go and investigate the bathroom. He was standing at the bathroom door, about to walk in, when he noticed one of the burners on the stove in the kitchen was on. He shut it off and came back to the living room. At this point, we were all talking about what just happened, and trying to scare each other and psych each other out. Eventually, we convinced our buddy to take the hit to his security deposit, and let us take a hammer to the wall in the bathroom where we heard the sounds. At this point, we thought some sort of animal was maybe nesting in the wall somehow. We put a big hole in the drywall, between 2 of the 2x4s in the wall. We found nothing. Eventually, my buddy moved out of the apartment. But a few years after he moved out, I was talking to another buddy of mine, whose dad had bought the building the apartment is in. We started exchanging stories, and it turns out his dad was remodeling the apartment my buddy used to live in, and during the remodeling process, they found human remains inside the wall, 1 segment over from where he put a hole in the wall. Damn, you almost found it, but of course, remains on their own can't make noise. So it was the echo of the person that was lingering behind, bound to those remains, most likely. And of course, whatever traumatic event occurred for someone to end them and stuff them in a wall. It's crazy. Case file number 2619, written by Andrei Vlasov, The Possession of Crib Boy Jamie. I was on a mission trip in 8th grade. We had a new kid with us who was on his first trip. We always do a little harmless hazing to the new kids. So we took him, we'll call him Jamie, and put him in the baby crib in the room we were crashing in. And then we put a whole bunch of box springs and mattresses on top. Now, he was a rather small kid, so he actually had plenty of room, and he was incapable of removing the stack of box springs and mattresses. He was being a good sport about it and just said, "Fluck it," after he couldn't get out, and went to sleep. Well, about 30 minutes later, he wakes all of us up with this absolutely horrid screeching sound and banging on the crib. We all freaked out and called out his name. He just laid back down and passed out, so we assumed it was a dream. Sometime later that night, he does the same thing and screams, "Get out of my head!" Except this time, he manages to lift all of the box springs and mattresses off the top of the crib and throw them. He climbed out and was unresponsive. He went and jumped into what was his bed, now was just a slat of wood, and just belly flopped on it. He then says, "Guys, where's my bed?" And he was now officially awake. He remembered none of it. We were all so freaked the fluck out, no one slept that night, and we removed the crib from the room the following day. I really don't want to know what was possessing him. Terrifying. Case file number 2620, written by Magic Spa, Flirting with the Paranormal. I was in a small supermarket with a friend. He was known for his ability to approach a young woman at the mall and get to know them, swap numbers, get to date, etc. When I tried it, it got me nowhere, but this guy had a silver tongue. Anyway, we're in the store, the entry aisle, and I see a young woman walking towards us. I can picture her now. She was slightly tanned, dark eyes, had dark neck-length hair, was pretty cute, dressed modernly, and looking directly at my friend. We watched as she walked up the aisle, past us, and round the halfway break in the aisle. She turned into the center aisle, basically, out of our line of sight. I asked my friend, "Dude, who was that? She was looking right at you. Why didn't you say anything?" He replied, "What? She wasn't looking at me, she was checking you out. I thought you knew her and I didn't want to interrupt." Well, let's find her. She seems interested in one of us, whoever she is. We quickly turned the corner and looked down the next aisle. She wasn't there. Nor the next one, nor the next one. She wasn't at the checkouts either, nor at the back of the store. And the only other place she could have been was in the staff area. But we knew the employees of the store and she wasn't one of them. In fact, we'd never seen her about the town before, nor again since. And we knew the regulars in the town pretty well. To top it all, when we were discussing what we saw, we disagreed on whom she was looking at. My pal said that if she had been gazing at him, he'd have said something to her, and I believe him. He was quite the opportunist. He swore she was looking at me and thought he was doing me a favor by keeping his yap shut, in case it was some friend or relative of mine. Also, it turned out we disagreed on her description. I saw a tallish lady with dark neck-length hair, slightly tanned, looking at him, whereas he saw a blonde, light-haired lady of average height looking straight at me. I've told this story before, and it is common knowledge in town that the mall was built partly on top of an old graveyard. More than one person I've told to has spookily suggested it was a spirit toying with us for our sleazy attitudes towards young women. That's kind of funny. You're getting pranked by spirits for your debauchery nature. Oh man. Hey, spirits with a sense of humor, not bad. Case file number 2621, written by Juicy Gargoyle. A face flash-forwarded. I was going through my morning routine, listening to an audiobook, drinking coffee, and setting up to do my makeup. I'd already washed and prepped my face, so I was ready to begin. I looked in the mirror, and my heart stopped. Staring back at me was myself, but I was old. I'm in my 30s right now, but at that moment, I looked to be about 60. My eyelids were hooded and droopy, with wrinkles on my forehead and around my eyes and mouth. I blinked. Nothing changed. I just stood there, staring at my reflection in disbelief for at least 10 seconds. It wasn't until I looked away, then back at the mirror, that my reflection snapped back to normal. I was back to looking like my 30-year-old self. What made it even weirder is that I had just finished my skincare routine in the same mirror minutes before, and everything looked completely normal. And it lasted long enough that I got a good, solid look at myself, which makes me doubt this was just a trick of the eye. What in the world happened? Was it a glitch in the Matrix? A flash forward? One day, when I'm actually that age, maybe I'll look in the mirror and see my younger self looking back. That would be a treat. Case file number 2622, written by Pepilou, Midnight in Bucharest. This happened in Bucharest in the mid-2000s, and it's my go-to weird glitch in the Matrix story that I cannot explain. It's 11 p.m. on a Friday. I'm driving home, and I get a call from my best friend. It's someone else on the line telling me my friend is extremely drunk, acting like an idiot in a bar, and asking if it's possible to come and get him as people are calling the cops and he doesn't want to leave. I go to the old town center. I see my buddy with 3 of his university buddies outside the bar, and they're completely wasted. There's a police car parked in front of me, but it's traffic police, so the cops are just watching me collect these messes and struggle to get them in the car. One of them throws up on the sidewalk. I'm stressed, as earlier that day, I'd already gotten a ticket. I did a small mistake in the Victorial roundabout during rush hour. I'm being specific as this place will come up later. And the cop decided to make an example out of me, and it really scared me a bit. So I managed to get them in the car, and the moment I start the car, the cops block me. They check me for alcohol, make me blow in the tester, check my papers, and one of the cops is really trying to give me a ticket for anything. He's now saying I'm not supposed to be on this specific road or something like that. It's bullcrap. He just wants to burn me. But the other cop comes and tells him to let me go because I had already gotten a traffic ticket that day, and apparently they couldn't give me 2 tickets for minor traffic violations in 24 hours, which is a rule I've never heard of before or since then. This was mildly weird, but not the glitch in the Matrix stuff. Anyway, I drive them to the opposite part of town where they lived in the student complex. No more incidents. It's now about 12:15 a.m., and I'm driving home. I get to Piazza Victoriei, which is the absolute central point of the city. It's a huge square that's a roundabout from which every main boulevard of the city starts. Each exit from the square and roundabout is a huge 6-lane boulevard, and each boulevard takes you to a different neighborhood. Each boulevard is very unique looking, and it's very well marked, so it's almost impossible for someone who lives in the city to take the wrong exit in its place. It's also 12:30 a.m. by now, and it's completely empty, so zero traffic or anything that could distract me to make me take the wrong exit. I enter the roundabout. I see my exit, and I take it like I've previously done hundreds of times. I get on the boulevard, but I immediately know this is not my boulevard. It's a completely different one that takes me in a very wrong direction. The only option I have is to turn around to the square. I say, okay, that's weird, but okay, I've had a very long day. Was in university and I also worked. The 2 police encounters, both very stressful. Almost 2 tickets, the whole commotion with the drunk friends. I turn around, go back in the roundabout, drive until my next exit, take my exit, and I'm on the other boulevard again. Same thing as the first time. I say, okay, I'm a complete dumbbutt for doing this. I need to focus now. Turn around, get into the roundabout, drive until my exit, take my exit. I'm focused now on all the details, but nope, I'm on the other boulevard again. Now I start to get annoyed at myself. I start screaming in the car out of frustration. I turn around, get into the roundabout, drive slowly. I get to my exit slowly. I take my exit slowly, staying focused and sharp and clear. And I'm on the other boulevard again. This is freaking me out by now, as you can imagine. 2 hours I spent there, doing the same thing, and I haven't seen one person or one car in that time, which is another strange thing from that night. I don't believe there's ever been 2 hours in that place without a car passing. This is literally the epicenter of traffic in a city with 2+ million people. I was having a breakdown. I was almost crying from anger at the end, screaming my lungs out every time it happened. And then I finally got my exit and I found myself on my street, and in 5 minutes I was home, and the clock said 2:40 a.m. I simply cannot explain it. It's like the Enterprise on TNG, sometimes they get stuck in a causal loop, but this was just a space loop, so you weren't reset in time every time your car blew up or something like that. You just couldn't escape that specific location. It's like a Mobius strip, 4th dimensional prison of sorts, where no matter what direction you go, how you travel, you always end up right back where you started. There's actually a theory that the whole universe is in this configuration, so even if you could travel at millions of times the speed of light and you went to the very edge, well, you'd keep going beyond the observable universe and eventually you would loop back around right to where you started. Case file number 2623, written by Arthur Sampson. Budgeting across the multiverse. Robbing from the rich, giving to the poor. A tale as old as time itself, but with a new twist. What if you're stealing from yourself to give to yourself? Okay, so follow me on this one. Recently, I have fallen on hard times. Blah blah blah. Food stamps, we call it EBT in Colorado. Went grocery shopping at a local Kroger, and I was shopping for the cheapest pack of tortillas I could find. I was about to buy 3 10-packs of the Kroger brand. They were in my shopping cart and everything. However, I put them back because I saw 3 30-packs of tortillas that were the same type and size that were currently discontinued for the same price as the 3 10-packs. So I put the 3 10-packs back on the shelf, grabbed the 3 30-packs, bought them along with the rest of my groceries, and went home. And I'm sure you can see where I'm going with this. I know I put the 3 10-packs back onto the shelf and only bought the 3 30-packs because I currently do not have the budget for both. And guess what I found in the freezer in addition to the 3 30-packs, about an hour after I got home and put away all the groceries. I know for a fact I had everything situated in the freezer properly, but my uncle informed me the freezer door kept popping open, so I investigated. Again, I know for a fact I had everything organized in the freezer properly, because if it wasn't, my OCD would keep screaming at me until it was. So take a guess as to what I found in addition to the 3 30-packs of tortillas. That's right. You guessed it. The same 3 10-packs of tortillas I did not buy. The same ones I clearly remember putting back on the shelf. Somewhere else in the multiverse, another version of myself that is better off at the moment, is cursing under his breath because he just lost 3 packs of tortillas somewhere else and had no idea where they went, and now has to go back to the store to buy more. It's like the Robin Hood of the multiverse, spelled with 2 B's, and not 1. But I digress. Cheers. Well, it's not theft, obviously, because you didn't will it. I mean, unless you try, like you were thinking, come on, give me those tortillas from myself in another universe. I wonder if you can do that. Best we don't engage with that mindset where we start stealing from each other willfully from different universes. Would you rob from yourself in a different universe? I mean, you would never know for sure, but would you do it? Take a little bit? I don't know. I shouldn't. We definitely shouldn't. Case file number 2624, written by Arthur's Bane. Fire Lookout, Star Blackout. I reside in a city close to the Canadian Rockies in the province of Alberta. Our Forestry Service fire lookouts are human-run, far more dependable than computers, and this is according to their studies. The year was 1980, and my good friend was manning a lookout. I went out to visit him and spent a week bringing my own food, etc. I drove on a forestry road and was glad I had my truck. He met me, knowing roughly my ETA. On the third night, the lookout, equipped with a tower and large cabin all decked out, was where I stayed. In the middle of the night, I was awakened and the cabin was filled with a light. It wasn't irritating, but you could feel it. My friend was already up. I asked what was going on, and he told me that his friends were back and that we should step outside. Looking up, I had to take a moment to do a reality adjustment. I asked, "What am I looking at?" He said, "It's the underbelly of a ship." After a long pause, I said, "You mean a ship from..." He jumped in and said, "A bloody UFO." It was a calm and clear summer night. The ship blocked out the starfield, and the forest was silent. It made no sound. Then it began to move slowly down the valley. No sound of engines. He went on to radio the next tower, letting that person know their friend was on the way. It was a few 100 feet above the ground, and as it moved further, I could perceive a triangular shape. I still think about this, and when we get together, it always comes up. All we can do is wonder, really. Well, my takeaway is that he called them his friends, presumably because they've been there before, multiple times. Creepy. They have a fascination with your friend. Case file number 2625, written by Carla. Horseradish and the Matrix. My husband and I decided to have roast beef sandwiches for dinner. We had the deli and rolls delivered, but forgot horseradish sauce. I asked him to include potato chips and French onion dip in the second delivery, and he obliged. After waiting a half hour for the second delivery, we were ready to eat dinner around 10 p.m. at night. This is normal for us as we are older kids out of the house and are night owls. I'm standing in the kitchen and he's sitting in a kitchen chair. I take the horseradish potato chips and dip from the delivery bag. I open the container. My husband said something to me. I looked at him, then back down at the dip. The plastic lid was off, and the thin plastic that's under the plastic lid was opened. It had a rip like it split the thin plastic cover. I asked my husband, "Did I open that? I don't remember opening it." He replied, "You must have." I was kind of tired, so maybe I did open it. I then looked at the dip, and it looked like less than there should be. I told him that, "Nah, it just settled like chips do and stuff." I was a little leery, but I scooped some to dip my chips in and put the container back in the refrigerator. The next morning, before I went to sleep, we sleep during the day. My job is night shift, so I keep the same habits even on days off. I ate some leftovers. I took the dip out of the refrigerator. When I took the plastic lid off the dip and the thin plastic was completely sealed, I ran to get my husband. We looked in the refrigerator in case maybe we had been sent two. But I know only one was put away. There was not a second dip. I opened the thin plastic cover and it ripped, looking just like the rip from last night. Inside the dip was filled almost to the top. We were both flabbergasted. I told him, "Glitch in the Matrix." He replied, "Or time travel." Glitch in the time travel matrix? We have no explanation really. If just one of us this happened to, maybe we could have discounted it to tiredness, but both of us experienced the same thing? Really weird. Yeah, it's like a localized time reset on the object. There's been a few of these, like items repairing themselves fully after being shattered. There's no way to glue them back together, they were perfectly repaired, stuff like that. But just for food, which I prefer. Case file number 2626, written by TWY Stead F8. When change becomes a fortune. About a week ago, I was looking for the title of my car so I could sell it. I have a wooden cigar box on my dresser where I sometimes stash cash, collectible coins, and other assorted doodads. When I was searching everywhere in the house for this car title, I looked in that cigar box multiple times and nothing of note was in there. Certainly not a car title, and certainly not any spending cash. I never did find it and had to spend $300 on a credit card to replace all my vehicle titles, which had gone missing. I would be cash broke until I sold this car. I had been short on pocket cash for a while, so a few days after this, I retrieved a gallon Ziploc bag of loose change that had been in my dresser for a very long time. I asked my boyfriend to take it back to his bank to trade it in for paper bills. The coins were originally in a growler, a 2-quart glass beer bottle, but probably 2 years ago, I transferred the coins into a bag for the Coinstar machine in case I got in a pinch. And there the bag sat, untouched, not even looked at for 2 years. Now keep in mind, the biggest coin you can drop into a growler is a quarter. My boyfriend got back from the bank and was totally shaken. He said he was devastated. His bank has a free, self-serve coin machine. He said that while he was pouring the coins in, he started noticing that there were solid, silver 50-cent pieces getting sucked into the machine. He stopped and rescued 7 of them, but there is no way to know how many went down into the machine. A theoretical roll of 50-cent pieces holds 20. The pieces are collectible and range from $8 to $40 each, depending on the year and the mint. But of course, the machine would only count them as 50 cents each. He asked the teller if they could retrieve the coins, but they said the machine was contracted by a third party, so they have no access. What is really weird about this is that I have no idea why or how those silver pieces would have been in the bag. My boyfriend is a coin expert and had given me many antique and collectible coins in the past, but there's no explanation as to why I would have put any of them in a bag meant for the Coinstar machine. Another few days later, I sold the car and went to put the cash in my cigar box. When I opened it up, right on top was $570 in cash, in the same box I had looked in several times a week earlier. I cannot even figure out which part of the story is the most improbable, but it sure seems like the universe was trying to give me some extra cash and would not take no for an answer. Very kind universe. Case file number 2627, written by Migrated Wolf. The Monochrome Basement. When I was younger, about 9, I had an unfinished part of the basement. I used to play a lot with my brother and my best friend there. One day, we decided to play a prank on my brother and hide in the unfinished part of the basement as he was coming down the stairs and try to scare him while he persuaded my aunt to give him some ice cream. So we ran to the opposite ends of the basement. I hid behind a wall in the corner near a pipe and tried to be as quiet as possible. After about 2 to 3 minutes, I didn't hear any noise. In fact, I remembered being way too quiet in a house with 3 kids and an adult cleaning upstairs. So I check around the corner and the room is fucking insanely gray. It's hard to explain, but everything had lost color where earlier it had been broad daylight shining in the windows and was really weirding me out. As I step out from behind the corner, I see someone crawling into the crawl space under the stairs, someone who also looked very gray and was moving quite slow. Before I go on, I should mention, my friend who was over that day used to have parents who smoked, and he, as a result, smelled terrible. I decided to follow who I, at the time, thought was my friend into the crawl space under the stairs. As I entered, I saw nothing. A few boxes that were always there, still without color, still way too quiet. I start to get really terrified and yell out loud as a nervous attempt at a joke to calm myself down. "Friend's name? I know you're here. Stop messing with me. I can smell you." To which I hear an offended, "Hey!" come from above me. I get out from under the stairs and walk out of the unfinished part of the room to find my brother and my friend sitting on the top of the stairs eating ice cream together at the top. They were laughing and talking, saying they thought I was waiting for them, so they didn't come down, just to see how long I'd stay down there. My aunt was also vacuuming, and the color was all back to normal as soon as I left that part of the room. I told them to get out, close the door, and refused to go back down. I was terrified, and I still have no idea what happened to this day. The part that still weirds me out is that I was hiding right near the door too. I walked right past it as I went to the crawl space. There was no way my friend or my brother could have snuck past me without me seeing or at least hearing them. They seemed terrified when I told them what happened too. Case file number 2628, written by Mercury Sulfide. The Illusion of Escape. This happened a few years ago, when I was still in university. It was nighttime, just after my Russian language club meeting, and my dad came to pick me up from campus since I can't drive. We decided to grab some pizza on the way home, so we headed towards Pizza Hut. There was road construction along our usual route, and we were forced to take a detour through a suburb. It was a large neighborhood, and we ended up driving for quite a while, unable to find the way out. We went in circles a few times. Eventually, we drove up a street with a slight incline. From the top, both of us saw what looked like traffic lights, cars, and at the top, a gas station straight ahead. Finally, an exit. As we continued forward and descended the hill, we lost sight of the traffic lights. When we exited the neighborhood, we were shocked to find no traffic lights, no gas station, and no signs of anything remotely like that. There wasn't even anything nearby that could have been mistaken for it, just a dark, empty field, and the neighborhood behind us. It was such a bizarre experience. My dad and I still talk about it to this day. Yeah, so this happens a few times. In the past, I've read stories where people go into towns that don't even exist, and they even interact with people there, like in gas stations, which come up often. But I'm glad that you and your dad talk about it. Often in these stories, people just freak out and just shut down. They go mentally catatonic and they can't talk about it with other people, even with the people that they experienced it with. So that's unfortunate, but glad you're not in that camp. Case file number 2629, written by Nix Nivis. My Tuesday routine turns into an existential crisis. So I've had this EV for a couple of years that I use for my daily commute. Out of the 5 cars I've owned, this is one of the only 2 with a wiper on the rear window. But they seem to have cut some corners building the thing, and I always thought they installed a second wiper fluid tank in the trunk to avoid having to run a fluid line from the front to the very back. I vividly remember regularly filling up the rear tank multiple times over the years. It was always a bit tedious, removing the carpeting and pouring into the generously sized but tricky to reach opening of a tank in the lower right-hand corner of the trunk. I also clearly remember how the front wipers running dry didn't automatically mean the rear wiper would be empty too, and vice versa. So one day, both tanks are empty. As I was unloading groceries from the trunk anyway, I decided to take care of it right then. I emptied the whole trunk, pulled out the carpeting, and got ready to refill the rear tank first. Only, there was no tank. Not hidden, not relocated, it just didn't exist. Not only that, but a friend of mine who's a car mechanic told me he's never ever heard of a car with a separate wiper fluid tank for the rear. Not once, not ever. What really struck me was the absolute certainty with which I started this whole thing. I didn't hesitate. There wasn't a shadow of a doubt in my mind. I was fully expecting this to be a normal Tuesday, refilling the rear wiper fluid tank, something I'd done so many times before. But that tank never existed, and I was completely baffled. To wrap this up, I did some digging and learned that false memories are a real psychological phenomenon. They're often described as vivid memories of a specific moment, but with no memory of anything that came before or after it. And yeah, that kinda checks out. I honestly can't remember walking to or from the car in any of these supposed refill moments. But maybe that's just because it was too mundane to hold on to. To be fair, our other car does have a weird layout with the starter battery in the trunk. I double-checked that and it's true. So maybe my mind somehow blended the 2 cars and filled in the blanks with something that never actually happened? You know, doubting your own memory is fine, and it is true. There are psychological effects where, when we remember a memory, we are altering it slightly. And if you compound that over many cycles, yeah, your memories can be altered completely. Like redrawing an image that you describe to someone else, who describes it to someone else, and so on and so on. Eventually, it's nothing like the original. Or, you know, that game where you speak into one ear and when it gets back to you, it's something completely different. But this is so specific over so many different memories, not just a single instance of you refilling the wiper fluid in the trunk, but multiple times. For me at least, that pushes more into the multiverse territory. Case file number 2630, written by Nether Crystal, the 317 Omen. My family lives in the middle of nowhere in Kentucky, and our house is surrounded by forest and mountains. In high school, I invited a bunch of my friends over on Halloween to camp out at the pond behind our house. My mom is a great storyteller, and she came with us to tell us horror stories. It was dark outside, and we were in my kitchen loading up on snacks to take back with us. It was a long walk in the dark to the pond, so we wanted to make sure we had plenty. I turned to my friend and asked her what time it was. She pulled out her Nokia phone, and as we looked at it, it flashed 3:17 across the screen. We thought maybe we were just seeing things, so we showed it to my mom to confirm. As soon as my mom looked at it, it died. She couldn't get it to turn back on. "Everybody remember that time," my mom taunted, trying to scare us even more. "Something is going to happen at that time." We headed up to the pond to sit around the campfire and continue to tell stories. Let me just say, there's no feeling quite like being scared to death with your back facing the dark woods and not knowing what's out there. Every crackle of the fire sounds like something getting closer and closer. We had been out there for a couple of hours when all of a sudden, my friend's dead cell phone started ringing. There was no service out there, by the way. And when we checked our watches, we saw it was 3:17 a.m. Then we heard a sound like a car crashing into something and started to freak out even more. We started running through the dark woods back to my house, expecting to see a horrible accident. When my house came into view, we couldn't see anything. My stepdad had been at our house asleep, and the sound had awoken him, and he met us outside. My parents told us to get in the house while they drove down the road to make sure everything was okay. They never found anything, and we never heard about any accidents happening nearby. A phantom ghostly sound is indeed terrifying, but the fact your stepdad heard it too, in the house, well, that's even creepier. There definitely was something that produced the sound. Case file number 2631, written by Whoozy B33, The Book That Found Us. Earlier this week, my husband decided he wanted to get a second-hand Goosebumps book for nostalgia. We both grew up with them, so I thought it was a cute idea. He searched for one on a local second-hand app and found the exact title he wanted. Since he wouldn't be home for the next day, he chose to have it delivered to a pickup point. Importantly, he never gave the seller our home address. The book was being sent from the northwest of the country and arrived the next day by post. Everything was fine, but the next day, Wednesday, he got a message from a delivery company saying he had a package out for delivery. He had no idea what it could be. I assumed it was some sort of scam and told him to ignore it. But he copied the tracking number into the official delivery company website, and sure enough, there was a real package on its way to him. Later that day, we found it in our mailbox, and it was the exact same Goosebumps book he ordered. Which is already weird. There are hundreds of Goosebumps books, but this second copy came from a completely different part of the country, and it was sent by a second-hand bookshop he's never heard of. He's never visited their website, never created an account, never been charged, and never got any kind of email confirmation. There was nothing to indicate he had interacted with them in any way. Even stranger, nobody else knew which specific Goosebumps book he wanted except the original seller, who didn't have his address. Case file number 2632, written by Annie B. 25. Books, Backpacks, and Yellow Mist. When I was in college, I was attending a study session with 3 other friends in the basement of the library. We had to leave early for a sorority function, We grabbed our books and backpacks, but didn't put everything together until we were out in the hallway so we didn't disturb the other students. As we were putting everything away, the ground started shaking, and we looked around. I saw this yellow gaseous figure running and gliding down the bookshelves, knocking a few books down, and knocking down those loose papers from bulletin boards like it was being blown from wind. As it started approaching us, we ran back into the classroom. Everyone looked up at us annoyed for disrupting the session. We asked if anyone had felt the ground shake and they said no. We hesitantly walked back into the hallway and everything was back in place. There were no books on the ground and the papers were back on the bulletin board. We discussed what we all saw, and my friends say they all saw a yellow gaseous figure knocking stuff down, but I can only be sure of what I saw. I know at least one friend saw something because she said, "What was that thing?" And then that's when I said something about the yellow gaseous figure, and everyone agreed that's what they saw. This kind of reminds me of the scene in Ghostbusters, in the library. Why do ghosts like books? Case file number 2633, written by I, Pretty Fish. Men in suits, kids in shock. Westfall UFO sighting. One day I was talking to my dad's ex's grandmother, and she started talking about the school we used to play in on weekends. In the 60s, an unidentified craft was seen flying over a primary school, watched by both students and teachers alike. Several students chased after the aircraft, which landed in a field-like place nearby. One student was never seen again. One was declared insane, and another seemingly disappeared after speaking to the military. Air Force and Army personnel were on the scene of the landing within minutes. Men in suits came to the school and ordered students and teachers to be silent about what they'd seen. They even made teachers sign gag orders. Parents were told to tell their children they had seen nothing if anyone asked, and to this day it's played off as weather balloons. There's even a documentary about it. After hearing this, I went and spoke to some locals. They backed up everything and added that people had been threatened into silence. Apparently, weird sightings are extremely common around the area, including large groups of stars suddenly flocking together and heading in the same direction simultaneously. I love a good classic UFO story. If UFOs are here, and they can be detected by us, then you can be sure the government knows about it. They wouldn't want that getting out. Just say it's weather balloons, or gas pockets, whatever. Case file number 2634, written by Backling23, UFOs and the State Patrol. Several years ago, I was in my backyard with my dad, uncle, and grandpa. It was a summer night, and we had a bonfire going, probably 10 p.m. If you look out from my backyard, there's some woods to the left, and a house whose backyard touches mine to the middle right. Anyway, this glowing orange thing comes out from behind the woods. It looked like an airplane, but much brighter for being so far away. It was moving steadily in a straight line, then stopped above the other house and shot upward out of sight. As soon as it disappeared, another came out, then two more, one more, three in a triangle, and two more. Okay, we were petrified. We live right by a smaller airport, so we called to ask if they had any ideas. They didn't. My aunt works for a military contractor, Aerospace Engineering Division. We asked if she had any ideas. Nope. Both of those calls were made on my uncle's phone. He got a call a few days later from the State Highway Patrol asking about what he saw and telling him not to worry. Scares the crap out of me to this day. Case file number 2635, written by Objective Emu, 7542. The sunglasses that everyone saw, except me. I own two pairs of sunglasses, one black and one brown. I found both on the ground, the black pair in a subway station and the brown pair on a hiking trail. About a month ago, I went to the beach with my partner and two friends. I brought the black sunglasses and wore them all day. Afterward, we went to a bar. When we were leaving for the day, I couldn't find the sunglasses and mentioned it. In the end, I shrugged it off. After all, I had found them on the ground in the first place. But my friend said, "Oh no, you lost your Burberry sunglasses? I'd die." My other friend chimed in. "Yeah, seriously, how much did those cost anyway?" I explained that I'd found them and hadn't even realized they were Burberry. My partner laughed and said the brand name was printed clearly on them. I figured I'd just never noticed before, and suddenly, I felt kind of bad about losing them. One friend joked that I didn't seem like a Burberry sunglasses kind of person, and said she'd been surprised to see me wearing them. All three of them remembered me wearing sunglasses with the Burberry logo that day. I forgot about the whole thing until today. While going through my backpack, I found the black sunglasses in a weird pocket I don't usually use. I was relieved and immediately checked for the Burberry logo. There was no branding at all. I took them to my partner and asked if these were the ones he meant. He said no. Those weren't the sunglasses I'd worn to the beach. I showed him the brown ones too, but he shook his head again. According to him, it had been a different pair of black sunglasses with Burberry clearly written on them. Here's the strangest part. I moved to this country 2 years ago. I didn't bring any sunglasses with me, and I haven't bought any here either. The black and brown pairs I found are the only ones I've ever owned or worn. So I have absolutely no idea where this alleged pair of designer sunglasses came from, or where they went. Case file number 2636, written by Pryor Huckleberry, 47. One mom's weird resume. Happened to my mom. Her experience started in North Carolina and continued when we moved to Nevada. I asked her about the first memory she recalled. She said her first memory was in North Carolina. She was driving and saw two giant figures, about 12 feet or so, in a residential neighborhood. When they made it across, they instantly became two giant deers, too big to be real deers. She feels that they knew she saw them. When my mom goes through airport security, she always sets off the scans. Each time has been a different part of her body, even if she flies back-to-back days. Last night, she dreamt or remembered an alien figure that was terrifying looking, face to face with her. That's all she remembers. But she says this thing looked familiar, subconsciously to her. Adding this extra story from my mom in case they tie in. When my mom was about 15 or 16 and lived in Nevada, she experienced an extraterrestrial experience. She was in her house one day when her mom wasn't home with her two siblings. She saw weird lights out of the kitchen window and joked to her siblings that it was aliens. She made sure to state that the lights were definitely not ordinary. The light moved close, and it was about 2 houses down. My mom, with terrible survival instincts, decided to go check it out with her very protective collie. She saw what she can only describe as a flying saucer. She says her dog initially started growling and barking at this UFO they saw. But then she says the dog started whimpering and ran off, leaving her, which was abnormal. She ran after that. Her dog went missing less than a week after. She saw a reporter on the news a year after asking about recounts of UFO sightings. She sent in her story. The reporter replied and said multiple other people sent in similar reports around the same time frame in the same area. I always do love a good UFO story, and honestly, it seems that they interface with our minds more than we'd like to think about. I think that's the most terrifying thing. Anything messing with my mind, be it a drug or a government experiment, MK Ultra and so on, or aliens, nope. Leave my mind alone. Do what you want with my body, just not my mind. Case file number 2637, written by Catatatat, 2606. Telepathy runs in the family. My mom and I, and often Grandma, have always had a very odd telekinesis type thing going on. You know, where I'd be picking up the phone to call Grammy, and she'd say, "Hey doll," before I even dialed the number because she had been calling me. This stuff happened all the time with the three of us. One night, I'm running late past curfew in high school, coming back from a boyfriend's house. My mom called me like 6 times, and I was trying to ignore it because I thought she'd called to scold me. Finally, I hit a red light and answer her call, and she says, "What route are you taking home?" I was confused because it was like 1 a.m. and I told her the route and she said, "I just had a dream. Pull over right now." I pull over, and she describes this dream that there was a crazy car accident along the route I usually drive, and it woke her from her slumber, and she said she knew it was probably silly, but to just drive slow and be careful. I said okay. Not 3 minutes later, I cruised around a bend, and sure enough, the entire 8 lanes of traffic were shut down, and 3 ambulances and 4 fire engines were controlling a massive auto accident and fire with like 7 cars. I don't know what the 3 of us had between us, but whatever ESP exists in the world has always fascinated me to no end. Well, yeah, understandable given your experiences. Wow. Case file number 2638, written by Anonymous. One strange sentence changed everything. When I was 12 years old, my cat died at the ripe old age of 19 and a half. Her name was Nala, and she was the first pet I'd ever owned. I was heartbroken, and it still makes me tear up to think about her several years later. We knew that when the time was ready, we would get another cat, but we had some requirements first. We wanted 2 cats, adopted and rescued from a shelter, not shop or bred. Maybe siblings? They had to come together, that was all. We searched so many different adoption sites, but we couldn't find any 2 cats that we wanted to adopt. There were a few possibilities here and there, but none really stuck out. By this time, it was about February, and my birthday is St. Patrick's Day. Finally, we found a brother and a sister needing a home. The problem was, they were from Arkansas, and they would need to be shipped by bus to somewhere close by to my hometown. When we found this out, my parents said no, or so I thought. I was devastated. The day was March 7th. My sister and a few of her college friends would be coming home for spring break the next day. I remember it clearly. I was sitting on the couch with my mom, watching TV, when all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I said it. "Tomorrow, I'm going to have a cat sitting on my lap." My mom said nothing, but looked slightly startled, which I didn't notice at the time, but looking back, she was definitely freaked out. March 8th. I was sitting at my desk doing my homework when my dad, who had just returned home with my sister and her friends, said, "Come say hi to aforementioned sister and co." When I came in, there were the 2 cats I had dreamed of sitting in my living room. I was ecstatic and couldn't be happier, and of course I did indeed later have a cat sitting on me, until she got up 17 seconds later to sniff her new litter box. To this day, I have absolutely no idea why I said that I'd have a cat sitting on me. I later reminded my mom about it, and she replied, "You knew about the surprise all along, didn't you?" I swear I had no clue about the cats arriving whatsoever. Case file number 2639, written by Zen56 AOL 95. Gray before it was cool. I think I saw an alien once during the 88 or 89th school year, 3rd grade for me, actually in my school. I had never seen any depictions of greys at that point. I was at school for an after-school art class in the cafeteria at Julius Marks Elementary School and left the cafeteria to go to the bathroom. I turned a corner to go to the bathroom and felt like someone was watching me, so I turned and looked. Standing in the doorway of the class next door to mine, silhouetted against the light, was someone not human-shaped. They were no more than 4 feet tall, very skinny with a disproportionately large, egg-shaped head, and they had long, thin arms and legs for their size. Like a child, but not proportioned like any human. I was a brave kid, especially when I was on my own and didn't have to look out for someone else. I didn't scare easily. But the whole thing just felt so wrong, so freaking alien, I was terrified. I dashed into the bathroom. I must have used the facilities because I was never one to wet myself, and I didn't need to go anymore. I don't remember anything about when I was in that bathroom. I don't know how I got back to the cafeteria. Crap. I can't remember all, although I remember being very afraid and peeking out. Nothing was there. I ran back to the cafeteria and told everyone what I had just experienced. That's when I learned about aliens and what they were supposed to look like. One of the other kids drew a picture. I'm kinda freaked out that I can remember everything clearly, except what happened in between running for the bathroom and running through the cafeteria door, other than a quick glance to see if it was there. I didn't get the impression that I was gone very long, like not even as long as I must have been gone, at least a full 10 minutes. On the few occasions I have shared this story over the years, I have only gotten two reactions: total disbelief and the assurance that I was just imagining something I'd seen on TV or read about, or total belief and the assurance that I was abducted that day and they erased my memory of all of it. All I can say is that I know for sure that I had never been exposed to any images of greys until that day after my experience. Until that moment, I thought of aliens as being fairly cartoonish in their appearance and green. Remember that I was only about 8 at the time, and it was the 1980s, right before the image of the greys became commonplace in US culture. Also, although I can remember a lot now, I'm fairly certain I could remember more until the past 10 years or so, because I had a good sense of how much time had passed, for one. That's enough for me to be fairly certain that I'm not missing time, and never was in regards to this incident. Also, I've never had another encounter, have never had further signs of possible abduction, and I've never seen a UFO. Case file number 2640, written by Dan Redman. The day Howard disappeared for good. I'm pretty sure that I grew up in a haunted house. Weird things would happen all the time, but there's one phenomenon that I still can't explain to this day. When I was about 10 years old, all the power in the house would go out except for one circuit that was connected to the TV stand. When this happened, the VCR would just keep trying to eject a tape over and over. If a tape was in it, it would eject it, retract it, and repeat indefinitely. Even though it was on the same circuit, you couldn't turn the TV back on. I was alone in the house the first time this happened, and it scared the living crap out of me. The VCR was maddening, so I fought back fear and unplugged it. Eventually, the power came back on its own. When my mom came home, she said she knew about this and was pretty certain we had a prankster spirit, and that she could feel its presence, but it wasn't harmful, and she called it Howard. She said that I could turn the power back on if I pressed the 3 setting of the right rear bumper on the stove. This worked, and I still have no freaking clue how or why. This went on for days or weeks. I can't remember until one day, my mom was doing laundry in the basement and screamed in terror. She came running up the stairs and was completely wrecked. She said that she felt Howard's presence in the basement, and then she felt this terrible, cold darkness, and then he was gone. We never had any more weird hauntings or strange events after that. I wonder what event, or what item, was binding Howard to that area, and why just leave. I don't think it was anything you or your mom did. Case file number 2641, written by Viking1308, The Los Alamos Lie. My parents told me of a story of a couple that they knew when they lived in Albuquerque in the mid-70s. I don't know a bunch of details about the story, but it was loosely like this. My mom and dad were really good friends with one of my mom's coworkers. She was apparently really nice and outgoing and friendly. Her husband was, by all accounts, a complete genius, but he was also very introverted and not that friendly. My dad referred to him as a brilliant a-hole. So my mom's friend and her husband are eating breakfast one morning. She goes out to grab the paper, comes back into the house, and he is sitting at the table with their kitchen knife jabbed into his heart. Dead as a doornail. The same day, the police rule it as a routine ending. Everyone, including my mom's friend, were shocked. I mean, think about it. If you were going to end yourself, you would maybe damage your wrist, whack yourself in the head, not jam a chef's knife through your ribcage into your heart. Very weird. My mom's friend confides in her later that she thinks it may have had something to do with her husband's job. He worked at the Los Alamos National Laboratory, which was a secret to my parents up until that point. He had always said he worked at a pharmaceutical company. Yeah, that is creepy. He definitely had some secrets that they didn't want to get out. Case file number 2642, written by Zesty Close Control 29. The Girl at the Gate. something weird happened to me when I was just a kid, around 8 or 10 years old, sometime between 2008 and 2010. It wasn't terrifying or anything, just strange. I still think about it from time to time, and I've never really been able to explain it. I've searched for years for similar stories, and while I found echoes of it, nothing matches exactly. Not even ChatGPT can give me an answer. That summer, I was staying at my aunt's house, far away from the city. My parents were working, and my aunt and her family were away on holiday. So I was alone during the day. The house is in a quiet area. Back then, there weren't many houses around, and the property had a big fenced yard. The front gate couldn't be opened just as that. It only opened from outside with a key, so we usually just kept the front door of the house open for fresh air. It felt safe. I was inside watching cartoons when I suddenly heard someone right next to the entrance door, like footsteps or movement. That startled me, so I got up to check. When I looked outside, I saw a little girl standing just outside the open door at the top of the stairs. She had very light blonde hair and looked around my age or younger. Normal clothes, nothing unusual about her appearance. I don't remember her face clearly, but I do remember how bright the sun was on hers. She didn't feel scary, seemed just calm and kind of quiet. I asked her who she was and what she was doing there. She told me she was from around the neighborhood. No name or actual details. At the time, I didn't question it, but later I realized that didn't make much sense. I invited her to come inside and watch cartoons or something, but she politely refused. We talked for a few minutes. I wish I remember the exact words. At some point, she said she had to go. I told her goodbye, and she walked away around the side of the house, heading toward the gate. It took me a minute to realize, wait, how is she going to leave if the gate is locked? Again, my parents locked it in a way nobody could get in or out of the house. I ran after her, around to the back of the house where the gate is, but she was already gone. The gate hadn't been opened, it was still locked. There was no way she could have left through it without someone unlocking it or something. One detail that really stuck with me, when we were standing outside talking, a big gust of wind suddenly picked up, and the wind chime above the door started moving and making a sound. It just added to the weird vibe of the moment. Still, I wasn't scared while I was talking to her. That only came later with years, when I started thinking more about it. When my parents and aunt got back later, I told them what happened. No one believed me. They said there were no kids in the area, no visitors, nothing like that. I know what I saw, though, and I know I talked to her. It wasn't a dream or imagination. I was a pretty sharp and grounded kid, and I remember how confused I felt when she was just gone. I still wonder about it. Why did she show up? Why didn't she come in, even though I invited her? Was it because it wasn't my house and the invitation didn't count? Or was there some other reason? I'm not necessarily saying it was paranormal, but it's one of those things that never really added up. Case file number 2443, written by Cheese Ratty. The universe has a new target. Tonight, I went into my closet, and a shirt I bought at Target probably 7 or 8 years ago had the same shirt, but brand new, though wrinkled up, hanging right next to it. Same color, brand, size. I bought more clothes at Target earlier this year, and it was the first time in a lot of years doing that. I don't usually shop there for clothes. I brought both shirts into the living room and showed my wife. I just held them up and she said, "Why do you have 2 of those shirts? Did you get that at Target with your pants?" Because that was the last time I shopped for clothes, several months ago. "No, I thought maybe you picked it up." She said, "No, I haven't bought you any clothes since forever." She never buys me clothes. I'm too picky. So she doesn't and wouldn't pick up a shirt I already have that was fine as it is. I don't even wear it that often. I didn't buy 2 of the same thing ever, unless it's jeans or khakis. I like this shirt, but would not buy a second one ever. I like variety. I would just get a different color, so I didn't accidentally buy it again. I have a great memory and know my stuff very well, especially after years of wearing something. With all of that out of the way, I asked her where it could have come from. She said earlier today she was in my closet putting some things away, and it was on the ground under my dark shirts that were hanging. I asked her to point where, and it was right under where the old shirt was still hanging, like it fell out of the other shirt. We are both just, what the hell? Well, this new shirt fell out of nowhere. The shirt on the left is the original. It was a little more shrunk from washing and a bit more faded, like black clothes do. The pocket and collar is far more stretched out than this brand new version of the shirt, which was wrinkled from being on the floor. And neither of us put it on the floor, but it is like this has never been worn before, or maybe once or twice. Classic DOP, or retrieval item phenomenon. Case file number 2644, written by Retro Futurist. 1 second from never telling this story. I was driving home late at night and stopped at a red light. It was about 2 a.m., so I was the only person at the intersection. The traffic signal turned green, but I didn't hit the gas. Instead, I just sat there idling. I felt an overpowering urge not to move from my spot. This was when I was in my teens, when I, stupidly, took every opportunity to floor it on empty streets. In fact, that was what I had been doing at that very previous intersection up to this one. Just a couple seconds after the light turned green, a cross-traffic car ran red, speeding so fast it was a blur. By the time I heard the other car, it was already in the intersection. If I had accelerated right when the light turned green, the other car would have T-boned me and likely killed me. I never would have had time to react. That urge to just stay where I was made no sense in the moment or even looking back. But you can bet that set me straight on reckless speeding, so I chose to see it as divine intervention in making me a better person. There are so many of these stories at intersections and stoplights where people just don't know why, but they feel like, I can't go yet. Even with a passenger in the car, their friend, their mother, whatever it may be. Is it our own instincts, our subconscious, having this information of speeding cars coming by? Like picking up on subtle reverberations in the air of a car speeding? Or maybe it is a guardian angel and they're really careful around intersections, which makes sense. Case file number 2645, written by Upper Lefty 1. 50 years and one more visit. Dad died at home. We set up a bed out of the television and nursed him in it until he passed. Mom had hung their wedding picture and some other family pictures on the wall besides his bed for him to look at. After he passed, Mom was having a hard time taking care of herself and the house. I ended up moving in with her and started noticing the smell of his cigarettes in the early morning, when he used to wake up and start his day. That's normal, I thought. We did live in here and smoke in this house for a decade. I'm only noticing because the air is still at that time of day. Then the smoke detector started going off in the wee hours. I'd wake up and smell the cigarettes and search the house looking for something on fire. Nothing was. Changed the batteries in the smoke detectors. It kept happening, so I removed the flucking smoke detectors. Could not get that thing to stop going off in the wee hours. Cleaned the carpets, painted, scrubbed the cupboards and baseboards and shelves and books, etc. Kept waking up to the smell of Dad's cigarettes just before sunrise. One morning, instead of waking up to the smell of Dad's cigarettes, I woke to the sound of something crashing or shattering. Wandered through the house and didn't find anything. Later that day, I pulled a chair up at the computer desk that took the place of Dad's sickbed. The wheels of my desk chair crunched over broken glass. I looked under the desk and found Mom and Dad's wedding picture had fallen off the wall and smashed on the floor behind the desk. It was December 31st, their 50th anniversary. Wow. Just wow. Case file number 2646, written by Hudlu. Madrid can wait. Last year, my boyfriend was staying over at my house, and in the morning we woke up and he turned to me and said, "Something really weird happened to me last night." So obviously I asked him what, and he proceeded to explain to me that during the night he'd been in bed and he'd woke up and saw a figure sat at the end of my bed. He couldn't see details of the person, and they were facing away from him, so he couldn't see their face, but he felt like it was a woman. He said he didn't do anything and just watched them, and then they stood up and walked into my bathroom, and that was it. At first I thought he had just a dream, so I didn't really take it that seriously. After that, I got up and walked into my parents' office. My parents work from home, and thought I would tell my dad as he believes in that kind of thing. So I told him everything that my boyfriend just told me, and my dad's face just turned white. His face just dropped. He said to me, "You know, that's really weird because I had a weird experience last night as well." He said he had a weird dream. I can't remember it exactly. Someone with the name Parkinson, which is his mother's maiden name, was in the dream. Then he said something about seeing 3 dark figures, and he had a feeling of danger. He said he then woke up, but kept falling asleep and waking back up with the feeling that somebody was trying to wake him up, as if it was very urgent. Needless to say, we were very freaked out. Thing was, in a few days we were planning to go to Madrid to visit my brother who lives there. My dad said he felt like it was his mom that had come to visit him and possibly warn him. And the reason my boyfriend saw something was that it was my grandma trying to get my attention because she couldn't get dad's, but ended up getting my boyfriend's attention instead. Me, my mom, and dad spent the day freaking out about whether we should travel or not. At the time, it was hard to tell whether we were being ridiculous or not. Part of us felt stupid to be thinking about canceling a trip based on something freaky that happened to us, but we'll never know because we canceled it and decided to go a month later instead. I think my brother was a little gutted, but he understood. My mom is really sensitive, so she was really upset about the whole thing. I told them both that even if we were being ridiculous and overthinking it, we wouldn't enjoy our weekend and would be on the edge waiting for something bad to happen. Honestly reasonable. Why not take the added safety just to be on the safe side? I mean, you both had extraordinary events happen. You might not ignore them. It's unwise to do so. It's not like you never went. It's just a month. That passes quickly enough. Case file number 2647, written by Crack Attack. The night the sky looked back. My uncle, cousin, pops and I went fishing at Lake Pyramid about 2 hours away from Los Angeles a couple years ago. About 2 a.m., we were seeing the stars on a new app back when smartphones just came out, called Stargazer, and we're into all the biggest lights in the sky, such as Saturn and Mars, until we see a star that's too bright. Too bright to be a star, but too still to be a plane or helicopter. We aim the phone at it over the mountain, and nothing comes up on the app. So we call over our pops respectively, and as soon as we pointed at the star with our fingers, it flew away at a speed unlike anything I've ever experienced, gone in 2 seconds right over and away into the midnight horizon. When the star had been present for an unknown amount of hours in that position. We all stayed quiet for about 5 minutes, and we were all mocked when we reported it back home. But what still gets me thinking is the fact that it left when I pointed at it, like it must have been watching us all night at the lake. Very Who Watches the Watchers vibes. Case file number 2648, written by Anonymous. Stall number 5 was never occupied. There was this one time when I was in grade 10. I was in my school's public bathroom doing my business. I was the only one in the bathroom, eerily silent. As I was finishing up, I heard the bathroom violently swinging open with a ton of force and somebody walking in. Startled the hell out of me because I was getting used to the dead silence. This person marched into the bathroom, went in the stall to my right, and then aggressively locked it, followed by pure silence again. It sounded like someone was having a really bad day, as they were doing everything in a very noisy and exaggerated fashion. I leaned over to get one last piece of toilet paper and caught a quick glimpse of this person's shoes from the bottom of the stall. They were standing upward in the stall, not even using the bathroom, facing the stall, not the toilet, completely still, not moving. They had nice shoes though. Looked like running shoes. They weren't any recognizable brands like Nike or any of those. They were just plain white shoes, with purple and pink lines going down each side of the shoe, with pink shoelaces. Looked very strange, not like any shoes I've ever seen. I quickly flushed and left the stall to wash my hands. As I was washing hands, I looked up at myself in the mirror and noticed something mind-boggling behind me. That stall door with the random kid was completely empty. The stall door was wide open and slightly dangling. Literally, I remember loudly gasping and just getting the fuck out. As I ran into the hallway, I saw a group of kids in the hallway talking. I looked at all their shoes, nothing like what I had seen. There was no way in hell this person could have left the stall without making any noise at all. The stall locks made a lot of sound when closing and opening them. I remember spending that whole week staring at other students' shoes, seeing if I could recognize those specific shoes I saw. I never saw anyone with those shoes to this day. Not sure if a ghost, a teleporter, my imagination, or just some kind of kid fucking with me in a really clever way. When I told people that story, everyone had different theories. Some thought I was lying. Imagination or not, scared the fucking crap out of me. Perhaps a kid from a different universe, given your description of the shoes being unlike anything you've ever seen. Shoes from a different universe. Maybe they make them very different over there. Case file number 2649, written by Tree Ant Apple. Jean's Ghostly Blessing. I was really close to these twins. We will call them Jean and Nicole. I met their dad, who lost his battle to cancer in January of 2015. Jean felt like she missed out on closure due to not being present during his passing, and had convinced her God-fearing mother and Nicole to go see the Long Island medium, otherwise known as Teresa. Her mom backed out due to conflicting views, and her sister had done a bunch of substances the night before and didn't feel like making the 50-minute drive. So Jean asked me, her sidekick, to come along, which I happily obliged. I wanted her father to communicate so badly. I wanted some kind of closure for my dear friend. When we got there, we got in line that got massive quick. We handed in our tickets and got our seats. We quietly watched others from all over crowd in and find their seats. The stories that were shared were heartbreaking, but it made me overwhelmingly happy that hurt and broken people were given peace by reconnecting with the loved ones that had passed. It was so beautiful and an experience. I bawled like a baby the entire time, but when Teresa got to our section, she passed us up. Jean's vibe was instantly killed with her teary eyes. She looked at me and said, "Let's get out of here and miss the rush." I nodded and we headed out. As we speedwalked through the corridor, we heard someone shouting, "Wait, stop, before you leave." We turned to see a younger girl, about 17 maybe, and she asked, "Who died drowning or with fluid in their lungs?" We immediately looked at each other, eyes opened wide because Jean's father sadly choked up on blood and passed away. "My dad," Jean replied, already getting choked up. The girl told us that he felt guilty for leaving them because they were too young and he loves them very much. It was so sad, but so amazing that Jean was getting this moment. It was surreal. The young girl looked over to me and asked if I had someone with me that passed with messed up hands. I was thinking, what the fuck, no? Then Jean chimes in, "My grandma." What gets me is this part. I knew Jean. We were extremely close. I knew her so well I could immediately tell the differences between twins with ease, but this I didn't know. Her grandma had gotten her hands caught in an old machine during a war. Can't remember which. I didn't know this about Jean. We never really talked about her grandparents, but this complete stranger knew. I'm convinced she was a young medium, coming to better understand her gift. What a blessing that day was, and it has forever changed my life. You know, I watch a show, well, I did a long time ago, called The Mentalist, and it's all about this guy, basically a Sherlock Holmes take. Anyways, he's a mentalist, someone who kind of grifted as being a medium, but he was just very observant, picking up on cues, body language, past history, whatever you can look up online too now. There are instances like this where it just wouldn't be public knowledge, right? Maybe it was. Maybe there was some sort of Google option for past parents and what happened to them. I mean, it is possible it's a scam. But I like to entertain the idea that it wasn't. And I mean, there are instances of stories where I think That's so incredible. There's no way they could have picked up that information any other way besides connecting to the beyond or whatever realm has this information. It certainly is more beautiful. Case file number 2650, written by Secrets from a Girl. Lost in the city, found in my hometown. I have a pair of earrings that I love. A few weeks ago, I came home late at night, still wearing both earrings, and went straight to bed. The next day, I woke up with just one earring. The other one was missing. I searched every corner of my apartment, but I couldn't find it. I thought it might have fallen under my bed, so I removed the entire bed frame, but still, no earring. Fast forward to last weekend. I visited my parents, who live 500 miles away. My dad handed me something and said I'd probably lost it the last time I visited. The last time I was in my hometown was at Christmas. He handed me that earring. He found it under my bed in my childhood bedroom. How is it possible that something disappeared in one place and reappears 500 miles away? I am now happily reunited with my jewelry, although a little confused. Case file number 2651, written by Fine Shite. 2 tennis bracelets and 2 years. My mom gifted me a tennis bracelet during my junior year of high school. I wore it every day, and I vividly remember it being on my wrist on the car ride to school. School ended, I got into the car, and the bracelet was no longer on my wrist. I was so sad, but the next year for my birthday, my mom gifted me another one. I lost it again. Again, I wore it every day, and I vividly remember my bracelet being on my wrist on the car ride to work, and my shift ended, and it was not on my wrist. I don't know if you guys believe in manifestation, but I prayed and spoke into existence that I would find my bracelets. Months go by, and after work, I check the mail, and I step on something, hear a crunch, and see something shiny. It's my tennis bracelet on the sidewalk below my mailbox, and it's broken into 3 pieces. I was so confused. I ran inside and told my mom, and she took it to get it fixed for me. This is 2023, by the way. Fast forward to 2 weeks ago. My mom tells me she got my tennis bracelets fixed. She tells me she found my bracelet near the mailbox, broken in pieces. I was confused and said, "What do you mean you found it? I told you I found it there." She says, "I know, I found your other one." I was literally flabbergasted. I asked her when she found it, and she said 2024? She shows me 2 tennis bracelets, and I don't even know how to explain how my bracelets got there. Why did they show up in the same place, and why were they broken into 3 pieces? A lot of cases of DOP today. Case file number 2652, written by Imaginary Direction 1. Lockers in the Liminal. I'm 22 now, but this incident has stayed with me so clearly that I remember it better than most things in my life. This happened when I was around 17. I wasn't intoxicated or dreaming. I was completely aware and conscious during the whole event. I went to visit my aunt's house with my mom. She lives in an old government apartment building, the kind that has 5 to 6 floors with identical old concrete walls and staircases. Her flat was on the 3rd floor. At one point, I decided to go downstairs to watch newborn puppies. After watching them, when I started climbing back up, I remember passing floor after floor, but nothing looked familiar. There were no markings or floor numbers, not even apartment gates, just the same repeating walls and stairs. It felt like I had climbed a lot more than just 3 floors. And then suddenly, I reached the top of the staircase, and everything changed. Instead of the usual floors and doors, I saw what looked like a school corridor. Not the school corridor we have in Indian high schools. It was a long hallway lined with lockers, just like the ones you see in American high school movies. It was brightly lit and completely unfamiliar. And there were kids inside who felt like they were not Indian, going about it like it was totally normal. I just stood there on the staircase, shocked, staring, wondering what these kids were doing here and why this old building had something that looked so clean and good. I remember very clearly a young black girl looked at me from inside the corridor and waved or said hi. She smiled like I was supposed to be there. I didn't respond, I was just frozen. Then I slowly turned around and walked back down the stairs. As I climbed down, the same old staircases returned, the usual old walls and layout. And as soon as I passed one more level down, I was suddenly at the familiar third floor again. Everything was back to normal. Out of confusion, I went back up again, and this time was just a fourth floor apartment. No corridor, no lockers, no students, no black girl that waved at me. I even asked my aunt later if there was any school nearby or if the building had any sort of renovated section. She had no idea what I was talking about and said there was nothing like that. She assumed I was daydreaming, but I know I wasn't. This wasn't a dream. It felt way too real. The lighting, the walls, the girl, the way she noticed me, all of it was vivid. I still remember every detail. I've had dreams, I've had hallucinations. This was not one of them. This felt like I slipped into another version of reality for a few minutes. I have no explanation for it, but it happened. And I haven't forgotten it ever since. I didn't have the courage to discuss this with someone before, fearing they would declare me crazy. Yet that is a very common fear to have, and one that I understand completely. Before this channel, I don't think I ever talked about my disappearing tennis balls. Well, at the time it was just one, then later on another. And that's a relatively tiny glitch. People would just say, oh, it got lost, it rolled under the grass or wherever, because I lost it outside. It blended into the grass is what they would say, or something like that. But no. Trust in yourself and your own senses. Yeah, our senses aren't perfect, but in this case, they do tell you enough to know it was real. Case file number 2653, written by Desperate Hell. The movie, The Snack, and the Missing Time. My sister and I were watching a Korean horror movie at night. The movie was 2 hours and 36 minutes long, but its pacing was really slow. After watching for 56 minutes, we decided to stop and go to sleep because I had college the next day and needed to wake up early. We were watching on Prime, so our progress was saved. The next night, after I was almost done with my studies, around 3:21 a.m., my sister suggested we continue the movie. Since I needed a break, I thought an hour wouldn't hurt, and then I could start studying again. I know the time was exactly 3:21 a.m. because right after I started the movie, I texted my girlfriend a link to a song I recently discovered, thinking she would love it. So, we're now watching the movie. We have snacks and everything, and the movie actually gets really interesting. We're so deep into it. I remember us going back 10 seconds 3 times, so 30 seconds total. The movie ends, and so do our snacks. We're talking about the movie as I walk out of bed to grab my phone. It was charging. I looked at the time. It was 6:31 a.m. I was like, bro, what? I asked my sister, what time do you think it should be? She replied, I don't know, 4:45? Nope, it's 6:31 now. She was as dumbfounded as I was. I was literally so confused because I had never experienced something so weird. Maybe we started late? Nope. I texted my girlfriend, remember? And I have the text timestamp. Maybe the movie was longer and we didn't notice. Nope. I checked the settings, and since it was a new day, my screen time on Prime was 1 hour and 36 minutes. Maybe my phone had a glitch, and the starting time was wrong when I saw it. No, my girlfriend sent me a screenshot of the text and went to her at 3:21 a.m. So, there's no possible explanation for how it was 6:31 a.m. The only reason I agreed to watch the movie was because I'd be able to study more afterward. But I couldn't. Not because it was already morning, but because it's not freaking possible. Both my sister and I experienced it. She doesn't want to talk about it. I don't know why, but I'm losing my mind. Yeah, a lot of people shut down after glitches. It's pretty common. They just can't deal with it, so they rather push it aside, pretend it never happened. Case file number 2654, written by STMM09. gone bag, back again. Around 2018, I had a very strange, unexplainable experience. A little backstory. I lived alone in my mother's 4-bedroom home. She was a contractor and would be gone for several months at a time for work. I used to own a small duffel bag that could fit around 3 to 4 days of clothes for traveling. The last time I used the bag was in December 2017 to visit my sister. When returning, I always would stick the bag in my closet after taking everything out. January 2018 rolls around, and I have another trip. Like usual, I go to my closet where I keep my duffel bag. The problem is, this time the bag is not there. My closet is not very big, and I have it set up this way. My starched jeans, about 10 pairs, hang to the right. My big suitcase is held up straight against the wall by the jeans. On top of my suitcase, I would always put my duffel bag. I tore my closet apart, but could not find my bag. This really perplexed me. After returning from my trip, for days I looked around the house. At this time, I couldn't imagine where it could have gone. It was literally nowhere to be found. I would tell everyone who would listen, and even went as far as accusing my sister of stealing it, which made no sense because I definitely brought it back after visiting her. I was trying my hardest to rationalize where it could have been. For months I brought it up to family, coworkers, and clients. I was still freaked out. One day, my mother came back from work and wanted to redo her floors and paint the walls. This felt like the perfect opportunity to find my bag. I was tasked with removing everything from the rooms to the living room. Once the floors were redone and the walls painted, I would then put everything back. There is no way I wouldn't be able to find my bag after dismantling every room, right? Absolutely not the case. My bag was still nowhere to be found. I had given up and just remained freaked out by it. Fast forward to sometime around August 2018. I was asleep and home alone, like usual. I can't remember the time, but maybe around 2 a.m. I heard a crash in my closet, like something fell down. I turned over and looked. I do not have a closet door, and saw that my suitcase had fallen over. At the time, I didn't realize how crazy this is because my suitcase weighs like 7 pounds, maybe, and it's cloth. It was being held in place by my jeans and pressed against the wall. I just rolled back over and told myself I'll deal with it when I wake up. The morning comes, and I feel refreshed and decide to hit the gym before doing anything. I never even looked at my closet or acknowledged it. When I returned from the gym, I told myself I'd straighten my room up. The first place I decided to clean was my closet because of the suitcase that had fallen. Then the craziest thing happens. When I went into my room to start cleaning, I went to pick up my suitcase, and on top of it was my duffel bag that had been missing for months. I cannot explain how this happened or what even happened. I called everyone who I'd talked to about it. Everyone thought I was crazy, of course, because how did it happen? It was really unexplainable. Case file number 2655, written by Alternative Party 5126. A joke punch, but a real impact. My brother bought a VR headset. I was in the living room turning it on. I had the headset on my head, so I couldn't see my surroundings. My brother jokingly yells, "I'm right behind you," and since I know he's joking, I lightly throw a punch behind me to prove he's not there. Except I hit him? I distinctly felt my hand hit him, and I blurred out, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry." I take off the headset immediately, and he's on the other side of the room. He says something like, "What the hell? I'm nowhere near you, no one's near you." And we're both dumbfounded. I could feel exactly where in the swing it felt like I hit something, but nothing was there. He swears he isn't playing a joke on me, and seems just as freaked out. Now we keep making jokes about punching ghosts. I was in the PlayStation home menu, so it wasn't haptic feedback from a game. We don't have a pet that could have gotten that high, and no noise was made. No one else was in the house except my other brother, who was in the bathroom. It felt so real. Case file number 2656, written by Zombie Slayer 13X. The Ring of Barahir. The mysterious event occurred this past winter, but I started wearing the ring in question again recently, which reminded me of how I almost lost it. A decade ago, a family member I'm now estranged from gave me a beautiful heirloom ring. It has a setting similar to Aragorn's Ring of Barahir, and as a Lord of the Rings fan, she gifted it to me. I used to wear it every single day until this event. I live in the city and rely on public transit to get to and from work. I also always wear gloves once the temperature dips low enough. I was sitting in an aisle seat directly across from the back door of the bus. As more people got on and the bus got warmer, I took my gloves off. On cue, like a bad joke, my ring went flying. I heard it ping-pong on the floor and spotted it just in time to watch it roll out of the open door of the bus. It was standing room only, dark as hell outside, and downtown. There was no way I was fighting my way up and out in time or searching the streets in the dark at rush hour, so I made the conscious choice to let it go. The next day, ringless, I went into work. I shared the office with 3 other people. Allison, from another department, came in to drop off a package. I heard her shuffle around somewhere behind me before she said, "Oh, did anybody lose a ring?" I didn't even turn around because I knew where mine was, on the streets downtown somewhere. My 3 other coworkers denied owning the ring, so curiosity piqued, I turned around. I wish someone had photographed the look on my face when I saw her holding the ring I'd lost the night before. Unable to describe how improbable the entire situation was, I simply picked my ring back up and put it on. I told Allison, thanks, and went about my day. I hadn't worn my ring since. It lived in my ring dish out of an inexplicable fear. Nothing like this has ever happened to me, and I doubt it will again. Whatever divine intervention occurred, I'll be forever thankful to have my ring back. We have DOP, very common, but that's more random, or maybe location dependent, but this is specific. Someone went to retrieve your ring for you. Obviously not just a random human, right? Case file number 2657, written by Nix Weaver. But Melanie wasn't home yet. This took place in the 80s in what was, at the time, a fairly rural portion of North Alabama. Now it's been turned into a subdivision. My grandma, my grandpa, and their children, my mom, aunt, and uncle, lived on the same road as a large number of other family members. They didn't have a phone at the time, and my grandpa would drive the truck to work fairly early every morning, so they would often walk down this long road to a family member's house if they needed something. I don't remember why, but on this particular day, they were going to my great-aunt's house. When they were children, my mom and her siblings hated going to my great-aunt's house. She was a kind woman, but the house and my great-aunt's stories of the going-ons in the house terrified them. Stories of the back door opening and closing on its own, or of hearing people or cars in her driveway when no one was there. So my grandmother, my mom, and my aunt had been walking for the better part of the morning. My great-aunt lived all the way at the opposite end of the road, and finally, about noon, they got there. They went up to the door, knocked, and saw the top of a little girl's head peek out from behind the blinds, and heard the door lock. My grandma thought it was my great-aunt's daughter, Melanie. Being the spunky woman she was, my grandmother yells at Melanie to stop playing around and open the damn door. The girl ran away, and she said she could hear her run through the house. My grandma gets to the back door right about the same time the girl does, just in time to see her through the window and hear that door lock. My grandma, unsure of what to do, since Melanie won't open the door and seems to be the only one home, starts to walk back home with her children in tow. All of a sudden, right as they start back home, they see my great-aunt and her daughter coming from the opposite direction. They go back to my great-aunt's house, unlock the door, and find the place deserted. No sign of the little girl. Case file number 2658, written by Velociraptor. I checked that spot 3 times. I come home and grab all my things, like my lunchbox, my phone, a grocery bag, and head inside. I have a work phone and a personal phone I carry with me. After putting everything away, someone else and I wanted to shoot some hoops before it was dark, so we went for about 45 minutes. I remember checking my pockets, and I had not brought either phone with me. I guess I forgot to grab one just in case. We get back to the crib, and I start looking for my personal phone. It has a magnet on the case, and I usually keep it stuck to a safe where I charge it, but it's not there. I walked right up to the area, but nothing. Neither phone was there. So I checked the car, as it has a swivel magnet I mount my phone to in the car. Nope, not there. I checked the seats and floor, nothing. I go back in and ask the other person, who would never mess with me like that, to call my phone. Mind you, we're within earshot of the safe. Nothing, as both stand in silence listening for my distinctive ringtone, and again, nothing. I'm starting to panic because I really hadn't used either phone since I came home last night. So I say, "Come with me to my car and call my phone, please." So we walk to the car and open the door. They call my personal phone, and it starts ringing. And it was in the magnetic mount where I first checked. Weird, right? So we head back in, and I'm relieved to have just one phone back. Perturbed is the only valid word. I try to call my work phone, and I hear it. It's ringing in my room. I step in the doorway and look toward the sound, and it's freaking on the safe where I keep it. What the heck, universe? Yeah, someone's definitely pranking you. A ghost, the universe developers, whatever it may be. Case file number 2659, written by Cheeky Smiles. From Tingles to a Triquetra. About 3 or 4 years ago, I went to a shop that sold crystals, rose quartz, citrines, dog's tooth, spiritual things, etc. I went there once and bought a few crystals, nothing more than just because they were pretty, and I'm interested in maybe the power of them. The second time I went in, I grabbed a crystal and found this aqua-colored piece of blue apatite. As soon as I touched it, I felt tingly, kind of like a faint, cool breeze blew over my hand. It wasn't the environment. We're in the middle of summer in the desert, and the shop didn't have their AC on. The doors were open, and I didn't feel a breeze. I double-checked because they had these feathers hanging up near the door too. I kept it in my hand while wandering, and the feeling crawled up my arm to my head. I asked my sister to hold it for me to see if it was just me. As soon as it dropped into her hand, she got the chills, all the way up my spine, she said. Fascinated, I decided to buy it. We purchased our stuff and left. The whole time I kind of felt shifted, also dizzy. The best way I can describe it is as if someone traced me on paper and tried to align it to the original, but it wasn't perfect. After we came back home, I put the stone on my nightstand and didn't touch it. I wasn't going to mess with it without knowing what I was getting into. Fast forward to the following afternoon. I go to lie down for a nap. Before I go to sleep, I check the time. It's 2:24 p.m. It was like I immediately fell asleep, but at the same time, it felt like the dream started as soon as I closed my eyes. Here is the dream. I turn over in my bed, holding that aqua-colored crystal to the middle of my forehead, eyes still closed. I see sunlight shine through my eyelids and see an oval outline pulse, kind of the shape of my eyes. One oval becomes two. Think of eyes from Buddha statues. The ovals pulsed over the middle of my forehead, and I kind of knew it was a third eye. Then the eyes and oval merged back into a Celtic symbol, a triquetra or trinity knot. Then that started to pulse. Then black. I couldn't see anything. I was aware of my surroundings. I could hear just fine, but I couldn't see. Since I can wake myself up from dreams I don't like, I tensed all my muscles in my body to jerk myself awake when I hear, "Relax." The voice came from over and behind me, and it was distinctly male. I have heard a voice once before that said, "Don't be stupid," once while driving, but I'm unsure if it was the same voice. Either way, I relaxed and tried to calm down. I tried calling out, but everything was slow as molasses. I couldn't move my arms or turn over. I finally was able to, a bit at a time. Then I managed to sit up. I blinked away the grit that I felt in my eyes and made it to my mom's room. I told her what happened, and she replied with, Don't do that if you don't know what you're doing. You could bring something bad back with you. Don't touch them until you learn or take some classes. I didn't disagree with anything she said, and I walked back into my room, and I woke up. This time for real. The clock on my phone said 3:24 p.m. I called my mom because she was at work. I told her about the dream, and she basically was exactly like she was in my Inception dream. I also asked if she heard me calling for her. We sometimes can tell someone is trying to get a hold of us by some weird way. I told her about the time I fell asleep, and she mentioned that she heard someone calling out, but thought it was my sister. My mom asked her. She was dropped off at work by my sister, and my sister said no. I still don't know what happened. I mentioned it to a friend who uses crystals. She had me cleanse it, and afterwards, no freaky feelings whenever I touched it. A kind of cursed crystal, perhaps? Resonating with unstable energy. Case file number 2660, written by Lone Thunder 69, Amp to the Abyss. A few years back, my band and I played a show at a pretty divey bar. I always take my phone out of my pocket and put it on my amp when I play as to avoid restricting movement. Anyway, the show ends, we collect money, have a few more drinks and head home. When I wake up, I look for my phone and I can't find it. I check the pockets of my pants and jacket, nothing. I check my guitar case and the back of my amp. I search the couch, the car, everywhere, not a thing. So all the rooms were bare and clean except for sealed containers and boxes. I call the bar owner to see if I can come look for it, and he tells me that he'll be at the bar in a few hours. So while I'm waiting, I systematically tear apart my entire house. Again, nothing. I reason that if it were there, I would have been able to see it because of my place's barren condition. After a while, I go back to the bar and look for at least 45 minutes, and not a single thing. At this point, I assume that it fell off the amp and someone stole it from the stage. I'm driving home, fuming mad at myself and the thief. When I open my front door and go into the living room, my phone is in the middle of the floor in a completely empty room. This was a small duplex, and I live alone. Again, some entity is trolling us. There's no other explanation. Case file number 2661, written by Fail Tuna. 925 or not 925? That is the question. Today, when I took off my wedding ring, I noticed a small engraving inside, .925. This clearly indicates that the ring is made of sterling silver. The problem is my wedding ring is supposed to be iron, or at least it was until today. I've been married for nearly 2 years now. When I was searching for a wedding ring, I distinctly remember looking at and comparing iron rings. Initially, I wanted a titanium ring, but it was out of my budget. Not wanting a traditional precious metal, I chose iron instead. I take my ring off every day to shower, and I often fidget with it, sliding it on and off throughout the day. In all that time, I've never once noticed the .925 mark. I've seen the scratches and dings, the uneven wear on the pattern, but never the .925 engraving. Curious, I checked the Etsy page where I purchased the ring. I even dug up my email receipt from the purchase, and it confirms the same. A .925 sterling silver ring. I know this is the same ring I've always had. My wife doesn't think it's changed at all, but I'm certain my ring was iron, not silver. Universe switcheroo, but this could be evidence of quantum immortality. Case file number 2662, written by Jax Tastical. If you say that in a different way, it's incorrect. From heartbreak to daybreak. About 3 or 4 years ago, I was staying the weekend at my mom's house. I was out at a birthday party for a friend in a nearby city that Saturday afternoon. Later that night, I called up a guy I really liked at the time and asked if he wanted to hang out. He said yes. So I left the birthday party and drove to his house, which was in the same city as the party. We got some beers and sat out on his patio and had a few drinks. Yes, I had some alcohol, but I still clearly remember the events that unfolded before the odd part happened. About an hour into us hanging out, I began talking to him about my feelings for him, which I had known he wasn't interested in a relationship with, But of course, I let his response upset me nonetheless. I jumped up, grabbed my purse off his chair in the living room, and got into my car to drive back to my mom's. He didn't follow me out, just let me go. And it couldn't have been any later than 1 or 2 a.m. tops. My mom only lived about 20 minutes away, so I found it very odd that I left his house around 1 or 2 a.m., drove straight to my mom's, and pulled up in her driveway, and it was daylight outside. I have no recollection of any time between the moment I drove away from his house to the moment I pulled up at my mom's, but it scares the crap out of me every time I think about it. Yeah, I mean, there are cases where alcohol does reduce memory or even, blackout drunk, as they say. But this doesn't sound like that because you drove home. You were aware of the events leading to the car and then getting back home. Can you drive while intoxicated, which obviously you should never do, but are you able to pass out? Or is it just, you don't really pass out, your memory's just blocked? I don't know, maybe I don't drink at all, actually, so I don't have any information about that. But I guess it sounds like that could be possible. But the other more fun possibility is alien abduction, which, well, more fun? I guess it depends on who you're talking to. Case file number 2663, written by Anonymous. Thousands of cars and an empty desert. I lived in New Mexico most of my life, and as any local can tell you, there are vast areas of uninhabited land. Depending on what part of the state you're in, you can run into large groups of people living off the grid. I'm looking at you, Taos, New Mexico. It doesn't bother me, I think it's a fascinating way to live, but there's no denying that it's unusual. One night, I'm driving home from college to visit my parents, and I'm cutting across State Road 6 to get to the highway. Halfway along, there is this massive gorge and a giant pointy hill. Now I'm no stranger to seeing weird crap in the middle of the night in the desert, but this beat all. I was giving a friend a ride back to our hometown, and as we drove around the corner coming up to the gorge, we saw it. It was a light. A huge light, like a massive stadium light shining on the tall pointy hill. And it was bright. It was about 9 p.m., the sun was down, and you could see the entire valley and hill, clear as day. Then the other freaky thing, there were cars, thousands of them parked like a concert or something, but there were no people. We looked. I slowed down as we were driving through, and we didn't see a single person in or out of the cars, just this huge light, all the cars and the hill. The whole event probably had about a 3-mile radius, and more cars were parked on the other side of the road out of the light. We didn't see a single person the entire drive through. Finally, when we were driving home less than 48 hours later, the area was deserted. There was nothing. We didn't get out to see if there were tire marks, but the whole area was just as lifeless as it always was. To this day, I don't know what was going on. My best guess is it was one of those communities and they were doing some religious stuff. Heck, maybe they and all their cars were raptured into the hill, who knows. It was pretty darn freaky though, and when I think about it, I still kind of think, what the fluck? Understandable reaction, yes. What if it was a different universe, one where aliens made contact with the public, and the government couldn't keep it quiet, and people were gathering like they did in Independence Day on the top of the building, hopefully with a less disastrous end. Case file number 2664, written by XTY-XTBX, The Gulf and the Thing in the Sky. We grew up about 3 or 4 miles from the Gulf of Mexico. My friend's house had easy access to his roof from his window. During the summer nights, we used to just chill on the rooftop and talk with whoever was over his house at night. Well, this particular night, it was probably about 3:30 a.m., and we noticed an odd-looking plane. We knew some planes tend to look like squares at night with their light placement, so we just said, that looks weird, and didn't pay too much attention to it. It was probably about 10,000 to 15,000 feet in the air. It was lower than normal, but still fairly high. Well, it passed over us and continued towards the Gulf of Mexico. 30 to 40 seconds later, I commented about the plane again, and then we saw it just take off. Not anywhere near the speed of a commercial airliner. I mean, this was like spaceship speed. It was out of our sight in about 10 seconds. I've never seen anything move so fast in my life. I'm not one to believe in aliens or something like that, but this event definitely made me more curious. With the uncommon shape and speed, it was just weird. Happened like 6 or 7 years ago. Well, one doesn't have to believe in aliens to believe in UFOs. Those are real. We just don't know what their source is. Maybe it's just the government. That's still interesting. Case file number 2665, written by Maru the Red. The Portal on the Porch. 3 years ago, I was sitting in the living room with my kids. My chair was positioned so I could see all 3 doors into the house, including the one closest to me, right behind my chair. This particular day, my dog was being, well, a dog. I was working on a Reddit comment, and she started to bark to be let in. I was midway through my comment, so I decided she could wait until I was done. She was barking loudly at the door behind me, with only the door separating us at this point. I finished typing, but then decided not to post it. I reached my hand back over my shoulder to let her in. Before I could touch the doorknob, the dog walked into the living room from the opposite end of the house with an absolutely bewildered look on her face. My kid looked at me and said, Mom, how did she get in the house? She was just barking on the porch." Somehow, something teleported this dog into the house. I have absolutely no idea how. No windows or doors were open, and even my child knew she was outside. No one moved, no one let her in. I thought I was losing my mind. You're not. Case file number 2666, written by Starry Shapes. Barking up the wrong tree. Me and my mom were walking our 4 dogs near a local obelisk monument not too far from where we live. There is a rectangular patch of grass with a wooded area surrounding it, part of an old woodland and hills that stretch for quite a long way. It was autumn, but not that cold. We got to the edge of the woods, and the temperature suddenly dropped significantly as we ducked under a tree and entered. A really harsh wind whipped up, which we both commented on. Then it went really still as we walked in. We had been there multiple times, and we noticed that loads of the trees had been torn as if something had flown into the tops of them and broken them in half. Branches and the tops of the trees were bent over and hanging down, freshly broken. When we went around a corner, a whole tree was down with its roots exposed and fresh soil uprooted all around. The dogs were super interested in it and digging at the loose soil. We were really shocked at what a mess it was, how cold, quiet, and eerie it was, and how strange it all felt. We carried on walking, then left the woods, and there was a noticeable temperature difference. Again, we commented on it. The following day, we came back, and everything was different. The tree that had fallen was gone, and there were just brambles there. The broken tops of the trees all seemed to have grown back and scarred over, with lichen and moss on them. Branches that had fallen were nowhere to be seen. It was literally a different experience. The atmosphere felt completely different too. It was such a strange experience that we still talk about it to this day, and I'm so glad it was shared. Case file number 2667, written by AJ Madrid 123. A therapy session with a side of mystery. 2 weeks ago, I had a scheduled appointment with my psychiatrist at 8 in the morning. I arrived 15 minutes early. Normally, she would already be there, but this time she was late. Her small office was in an apartment building. On her door, there was a sign that read, "Knock before you enter," so I did. The door was locked, but shortly afterward, I heard footsteps inside the office. Then the door handle started moving. Then footsteps again, and then the handle started moving again. I assumed that my psychiatrist was inside, but somehow couldn't find the right key to her door. This went on for over 10 minutes, and I was starting to get annoyed. Suddenly, I heard someone coming from behind me, and when I turned around, it was her. She casually greeted me with a, "Good morning." I then assumed that maybe she had just had a visitor or something, but when she opened the door, the room was dark and there was nobody inside. All the windows were closed, and her office was on the 4th floor anyway. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck rising. I've never had a greater WTF moment in my life before. Just so you know, I'm a very skeptical person. I always look for a logical explanation for everything. What bugs me the most is not that it happened, but that I can't figure out what caused it. I didn't mention it to my psychiatrist because I already know what she'll say. That was all in my head. By the way, I don't have any mental illnesses that cause hallucinations whatsoever. I go to therapy because I suffer from depression and separation anxiety. But the most plausible theory is that I just imagined it all. However, it seemed so real. The sound of the footsteps, the door handle moving aggressively a couple centimeters in front of me, and for over 10 minutes. Almost the same thing happened to me as a child, but I never thought much of it. Until now. Case file number 2668, written by Poet Chan. When the World Glitched Twice. I wasn't in the habit of being a difficult kid about school. I loved school and wanted to go all the time. But one morning, I simply refused to get on the bus. I was maybe 7 years old maximum when this happened. My mom refused to drive me, so eventually she got me on the bus much to my protesting. I told her it was going to break down. Lo and behold, it broke down. The only reason she knew that was because in my hysteria, I left my lunchbox, so she had to drive to school to deliver it, where she heard that my bus had been delayed because it broke down. I was a very vindicated 7-year-old that day. I still don't know how I did that. The second instance is less coincidence and more unsettling. Shortly before my mom passed away, we went into this little antique kitsch store by a food place we sometimes visited. I swear on everything I hold dear, I had never seen this store before in my entire life. We were inside, and I finally spoke up, commenting about how this was such a cool place and how bummed I was that it hadn't existed longer. This prompted confused looks from everyone, and the man behind the register told me, "This shop has been here for 42 years. Sure enough, Mom and Dad both remembered the place, and their website even confirmed it. And I, for all my 20 years of my life, at the time, had just entirely never noticed that building? I could tell you all the buildings around it in detail, but not that one. The really weird thing is that that building sticks out like a sore thumb because it has a radically different design and architecture on the front. I'm still really disturbed when I think about that. Well, this is obviously quantum immortality on the second part. The first part, though, doesn't necessarily translate, unless only certain special people have access to quantum immortality, people who have this additional gift of foresight. So maybe quantum immortality is not applied to everyone. I hope it is. That would be kinda unfair if it isn't. Case file number 2669, written by Stickers Are Life. A place we weren't meant to find. When I was young, my parents and I would go on adventures. We would get out a map of our state, Arizona, find a random place, and go there. Most of the time we just ended up in the middle of nowhere, but one time was really bizarre. I think I was around 10 at the time, and completely obsessed with castles and being a princess. We opened up the map, and to my delighted eyes, I saw a place called Castle Hot Springs. We plotted our course on the map, no GPS back then, but like so many of our adventures, we became hopelessly lost. My dad's sense of direction is subpar at best. Here we are in the middle of the desert on a dirt road, not a flat desert but rolling hills of cacti and Palo Verde trees. Now, getting lost in a desert is not exactly the best thing to do, but luckily, we had plenty of water. It wasn't the first time my dad had gotten us lost on a trip. We pulled up on the crest of a rather high hill, and below was a canyon with a stream flowing through it. The way the car was positioned, we couldn't see completely into the canyon. Running streams in the Arizona desert are a novelty, to say the least, so my dad declared we must have arrived at the hot springs. I now know that Castle Hot Springs is an old resort that was abandoned a long time ago, and this place couldn't have possibly been Castle Hot Springs. But my parents and I had no clue. This was way before Google. We got out of the car and started walking down into the canyon. I remember practically prancing down, so excited to see the castle. As we reached the bottom of the canyon, things got weird. Inside the canyon was what looked to be a small town with a spring in the middle. There were newish houses. I think we counted 6 on each side of the stream, complete with concrete driveways and fairly new cars. The place was dead silent, except for the man-made waterfall at the mouth of the stream. I remember being absolutely terrified. Against my begging, my parents decided to get a closer look, ask for directions, that kind of horror movie crap. As we walked into the town, I noticed a really thick layer of green slime covering everything the stream touched, like double dare slime but coagulated. The silence was deafening. No birds, no dogs, no nothing. My dad went up to one of the houses and knocked on the door, waited, and knocked again, but there was no response, as you'd expect. He went to a few more houses and still, no one was to be found. There were cars in driveways, and the curtains were open. He then started looking in the windows, but all he saw was a few pieces of furniture, no people. About that time, we noticed the cave. Not a hugely deep thing, but tall and with enough of an overhang to call it a cave. There was black soot all over the sides of the cave, and we found these weird red candles lying around. Now, I was only 10 at the time, but I knew creepy stuff when I saw it. I wanted the hell out of that place. The sun had started to set, and all I could think of was vampires. We had stumbled upon a town of freaking vampires. As the town got darker, the temperature dropped so suddenly I started to shiver and cry. But really, the worst was yet to come. Cue the bats. It wasn't even completely dusk, and out of some unseen cavern in the cave came hundreds of huge, well, to 10-year-old me anyway, black, screeching bats. Even my parents had had enough, and we all took off running back to the car. I was inconsolable, screaming at my dad to drive faster, which he did. He was just as freaked out as I was at this point. I still have nightmares about this place, and I've never been able to find it on a map. Well, my first instinct is that this was some sort of military testing ground, where they used to construct entire towns to practice in, train in, or even nuke back in the day. But that was a long time ago. Obviously, they're not nuking fake towns anymore, as far as we know. But the green slime maybe was a chemical weapon test or something? There are plenty of instances where towns that don't exist in this reality suddenly appear for people. They cross over into them and then come back. Not via quantum immortality. Their physical bodies are there and they're back here in the real universe to them, where they're from. Perhaps over in that universe, they are still conducting military tests like this. That would be my guess. A crossover to military experiments. Case file number 2670, written by Anonymous. The Seinfeld Paradox. In the late 90s, my grandparents had a pretty large house with 2 living rooms on the top floor. One living room had a fairly modern TV for the time, while the one they used when 1 or 2 of their many grandkids stayed over had this old giant relic that could only be controlled by dials. One day, I decided to watch a VHS tape of Seinfeld episodes they'd recorded on their newer TV. The video started playing, but before sitting down, I wanted to get a drink from the kitchen that divided the living rooms. As I entered the kitchen, I saw the old TV was on, and it was playing the exact same episode of Seinfeld. Confused, I went back to the new TV, hit fast forward on the VCR, and ran back into the kitchen to see the episode running in fast forward on the old TV as well. There's no way the TVs were connected. The old one didn't even have an aerial input, just an antenna. And there's no way it could pick up a direct feed from the VCR, right? Everyone was amazed, but I was the only one who really questioned it. I wish I could have solved the mystery, but alas, they moved before I gained the kind of understanding of technology that might have allowed me to figure it out. Case file number 2671, written by Aw Mangoes, Aunt Betty's 911 Vision. I remember being 7 years old and going with my parents to take my great-great-aunt out for dinner. She was in a nursing home, and we always went to spend time with her. She was 100 at the time and loved Long John Silver's. On our way to the mall to get some Long John Silver's, She started crying and freaking out. She pointed out the window up into the sky and said, "What's that big tower? It's on fire. Someone call 911." She started screaming that something looked like it hit the tower, and that's what started the fire. She even described people jumping out of the tower to get away from the fire. Dad, who was driving, kept asking, "What towers?" She kept pointing out the window, crying, asking why we weren't stopping to help those poor people dying in the tower. We explained that it was just an open field and a small gas station. There was no fire, but she was very adamant about there being a tower on fire. I was so terrified. Mom finally stopped her by saying that she had called the firemen and everything was going to be okay. Aunt Betty then looked around and said, "What are you talking about?" To this day, I'm not sure what was happening. She never had anything like that ever again. While a centenarian first is just in of itself an accomplishment, so really props to her for that, living so long. I intend to beat her, but we'll get to that when we get to it. So yeah, was this a vision of things to come? A very dire vision, indeed. I can't say for sure if it was just the thralls of a dying mind, or if her mind was able to connect to the beyond, which is just, I guess that's a good enough word for the realm of information that exists beyond what is normally available to us. Obviously, she didn't see anything in real life, in her surroundings. It was just a field, as you said, and a gas station. So, was she able to peer into that future of things to come in a different area, too, not just the future of where she was? That would be incredible if it was the case, and it kinda does seem like it, especially in the vivid detail she describes of what was happening to the people jumping out. Whew, that is probably the worst fact about 9/11. Case file number 2672, written by Drifting Raven. A house with a secret past and a matchbox future. When I was around 6 years old, my parents bought a house in the middle of nowhere. It was super cheap, and we were all excited because our family was very poor, so we didn't ask many questions. It was, I think, a 4-bed, 2-bath house with a basement, a barn, and a pond. It was crazy. My dad was into astrophysics, and my mom was in the military, so we weren't a scared or paranoid family, but none of us could be alone in the house. We were constantly creeped out there, so we would go around in pairs. It just gave us the creeps. We spent a few weeks fixing it up, and my mom kept having this dream where she was sitting in the living room, on the couch, and a man came down the hall screaming and whacked her in the stomach with a shotgun. That freaked us out even more. So the first night we stayed in the house, we all slept in the living room floor instead of in our rooms. During the night, my dad woke up because he has sleep apnea. He smelled smoke and realized my bedroom was on fire. He got me and my brother out, and they tried to put out the fire, but they couldn't. That first night, the whole house burned to the ground. The firemen couldn't determine what started it. Then we found out that the previous owners had been dishonest about some things. Apparently, the man who built the house had committed an ending by whacking himself in the stomach over in the living room. A bunch of other crazy stuff had happened to this family. We weren't even really sad that the house burned down because we were so uncomfortable in it. That miasma of negativity from the family that occupied it before and their ending, well, it doesn't go away immediately. There's an echo, an imprint. Case file number 2673, written by Hart. Denver's Cold Floors. Back in Denver, when I was a kid around 1998 to 2006, we moved into our first house. The room next to my parents' master bedroom was always really cold, unusually so. I didn't think much about it then, and just used more blankets. Eventually, I was old enough to move to the basement. Every now and then, I would hear noises. I became very good at distinguishing normal house sounds like floors creaking, in case my parents came to check if I was gaming late as usual. Sometimes, these noises came from my old bedroom. One time, I heard them so clearly that I went upstairs to see what was going on, but there was nothing there, and my parents were asleep. One summer, my mom and I went to Mexico for my US green card application. My dad told us he sometimes felt uneasy while we were gone. He described sounds and said that once, all the dishes started to rattle very loudly, and the cupboard slammed shut. I didn't even know how to respond. Another time, my family from Kansas came to visit, and we were leaving for a day trip. My younger cousin, who was about 9 years old then, and I were going upstairs. I hurried past him as he stopped for water, and I ran outside to wait for him. He came out looking a bit pale, but didn't say why. 2 years ago, he finally told me what happened. He said that on his way out, a kid called to him from my old room. He saw a child and ran to see what was happening, but didn't see the kid again. I still don't know if it was something connected to the house or to my dad. My guess is it's to the house. Case file number 2674, written by Reddit Lurker, blinded in the Kari Forest. This happened about 20 years ago. We were going on a family holiday to a place called Donnelly River, an old mill town in southwestern Australia. I was driving with my sister and a friend, while my parents were in another car just ahead of us. We had been driving for about 4 hours, and were about half an hour away from our destination. It was about 6:30 at night, and we were driving through a Kari forest. It was pitch black, except for our headlights, and we were chatting away, laughing and telling stories. All of a sudden, the car was filled with an electric blue light. This light was coming from every direction at once, like we were literally surrounded by this intense bright blue light, not coming from outside the car but somehow from within the car. In the space of a second, it was all over, and we were left saying, "What the fluck? What the fluck?" We were all freaked out and talked about what it could have been for the remainder of the drive. When we got to the cabin, we unloaded the cars and I told my parents what happened. They both started exclaiming how it had happened to them too. I have no idea what caused it. There was literally nothing out there. It was on a tiny dirt road in the middle of absolutely nowhere. There were no light poles, no buildings, nothing out there. Even today, there are still no phone towers or anything out there. Aliens, yay, with blue light. Case file number 2675, written by G'day, The Shadow on the USS Hornet. I was in 8th grade with my Boy Scout troop on the USS Hornet. This place was a hotbed for ghosts, and I was a thrill seeker. After a whole day of exploring the ship, admittedly looking for the infamous ghosts haunting every corner, we all finally called it a night. Our troop was in a bunk quarters furthest away from the rest of the troops. It was definitely creepy getting there despite having a big group with us. We had to walk through an empty bunk room to get to ours. While deciding where to sleep, I talked my buddy into choosing the 2 bunks closest to the door of the empty room, about 40 feet from the group. Dumb move. I don't remember falling asleep. I just remember waking up. My heart was pounding very hard. The doorway had a menacing red light above it, lightly illuminating the other empty room. I was terrified until I heard snoring. Until I realized it wasn't snoring. I peeked over the end of my sleeping bag, looking to see if someone was up whispering and sometimes talking. I didn't see anyone leaning up in their bunks, but I did see something. A black shadow, the height of a man, hovering between some empty bunks by my troop. It floated lightly, swaying for about 5 seconds, then stopped as if it noticed me, then flew fast and disappeared a few feet away. Yeah, if anything will, that'll give you nightmares. Case file number 2676, written by Shauna Bear, The Tiny Car versus a Giant Deer. Happened to me back in the late 90s. My mom and I would make road trips up north to see my grandparents about once every month or two. On one trip, we left their place to return home after supper just as the sun was going down. The first hour of the drive was on a smaller, 2-lane country highway, trees lining both sides and very little traffic. About half an hour in, it was now very dark outside. I was driving my mom's Geo Metro, which as you can imagine is a wee little car. This stretch of highway was pretty hilly. We drove to the top of one small hill, only to be greeted by a gigantic deer carcass lying in the middle of our lane. It was too close for me to swerve. My mom and I both gasped because we knew that we had no choice but to drive straight, which would more than likely flip our car. The midsection of the deer had to have been no less than 1.5 feet in circumference. We of course didn't have time to say anything to each other, just hold on. I remember holding onto the steering wheel for dear life, and I closed my eyes, just waiting to die. Then a few seconds went by. Nothing happened. What the fluck? I opened my eyes and looked in the rearview mirror. Sure as crap, that deer carcass was still there. I have no way of explaining how the hell we didn't even graze any part of that deer, not even running over a random hoof. Simple physics states that a large deer carcass would beat the crap out of a wee tiny Geo Metro. My only guess is that the deer appeared larger than it actually was, but I prefer to think that someone or something was watching out for us that night. P.S. I hated that car, but by God, I loved it that night. Yeah, hey, tiny cars have an appeal. What is his name? Is it Eddie Hall or Brian John? It's one of the biggest guys on the planet. He was trying to fit into this tiny, I think, German car or Scandinavian car, I don't know. It's like that scene in Invincible. Forgot his name, but the big guy, the strong guy, he's trying, squeeze into this tiny car and he can barely fit. It's just a funny sight. Anyways, this could be quantum immortality, where in that other universe, you did manage to swerve in time to save yourself. But it's also possible that there was a guardian angel involved. I think they can slow down time to affect changes before anything happens. Case file number 2677, written by Hobo Bong. When the pieces just don't fit. My grandfather was diagnosed with schizophrenia and was admitted to a ward, home, or a treatment center. On May 10th, 1994, he got up and left the place. There were no signs of release from doctors, no sign of abduction, nothing. He simply got up and went away. He did not go home, he disappeared. Soon after the facility realized he was gone, they called my family to tell us he ran away. My family hired an investigator and filed a missing persons report. The police were searching for him. Nothing ever showed up. Nobody ever saw him again. I was only 3 months old when he went missing, but I've seen photos of him, and I recently started looking up his case online. This is what I found on several websites. The photo shown does not look like my grandfather, unless of course it's a younger photo, and it shows a different name. I was led to believe that his name was Eduardo, but this case shows Carlos. It could be one of three things. Either my family lied to me, and this isn't my grandfather, or the person who filed the report and the people at the hospital messed it up, which is why they could never find him. Though I don't know how my family would overlook small details like that. Or maybe I'm just overthinking it, and there were two men of the same age with the same condition and the same last name in El Paso, Texas, who went missing around the same time. It's all very strange to me, and I don't feel comfortable asking my family because the last time I did, my mom snapped back at me with, "Why do you care? You never ask about him anyway." See, that's a weird defensive reflex. Why would she say that? I mean, why would you care about anomalies that don't make sense, pieces that don't fit? I mean, we are innately, I think, wired to solve mysteries or want to explain things. So, very natural to question. Case file number 2678, written by Noctua Noctis, Firewood, Forks, and Fools. So this one time, I was with my immediate family on a trip to a cabin in a state park we'd never visited before. We got off late, so when we finally arrived via the twisty mountain roads, it was well after dark. It was springtime in Pennsylvania, so the temperature was dropping, and we decided that firewood would be a good idea. It wasn't terribly late, so my dad and I decided to drive to a little town nearby where there were supposed to be a couple of different stores that hadn't closed yet and might have firewood. And when I say little town, I mean literally just a few stores and a singular streetlight. There's no cell service, so we had to figure out which way to go before we left. We set out, and at the first fork we reached, we realized that we weren't sure which way was correct. The town wasn't more than a couple of miles away, so we figured trial and error was a better plan than driving all the way back to our cabin to recheck. When we left, we drove for almost 15 minutes, much farther than we would have needed to drive to hit the town. At that point, we decided we must have chosen the wrong path, and we turned around to go back. We went right. The same thing happened. We thought it was odd that we hadn't noticed driving through the town, but we figured we would pay attention on our way back. There was no town. There were no other roads we could have turned off onto, and the town was right on the main road. We should have passed it. My mom thought we were just being crazy, so the next day we all piled into the car and headed out. We went right, and literally 2 miles later, we hit the town. Mom proudly asserted that we were both fools, and decided the matter was settled. The weirdest part? The main road runs into the town, and then hits a T intersection. Had we driven through the town the night before, we would have had to turn one way or the other. We definitely didn't turn off either road we were on the night before. Town that shouldn't exist, and now a town that just didn't exist, until your mom came. These stories are so cool. Case file number 2679, written by Pomsey, from Liverpool with a Whisper. I never knew my granddad, but he was from Liverpool and spoke with a very strong Liverpudlian accent. One day, I was home alone when the phone rang. I answered, and a Liverpudlian man at the end of the phone said, "Hello," and I said it back. He breathed down the line for a few seconds and then hung up. The number was blocked when I tried to dial back. My family, who are into this paranormal stuff, think it was my granddad trying to get in touch. Another time when I was home alone, I was just wandering around my living room when I started to look at my reflection in a glass cabinet we had. In true scary story fashion, I looked behind myself and saw the face of an old woman right behind my head. Up until this point, my mom had denied that anyone had ever died in my house. I'd ask all the time because of the creepy stuff that would happen, and she denied it again after I told her about seeing this old lady. When I was a couple years older, about 18 or 19, and had moved out, she told me that an old lady did die in the house. She had fallen down the stairs and was left there immobile for days until she passed away. I believe her son found her when he came to visit some days after the fall. This old lady died in the kitchen, and I think the majority of the creepy stuff happened around there. I had a cat that would stare into the kitchen and hiss or make growling sounds. Sometimes he would even cry. One time he was sat on my staircase overlooking the kitchen, and he began crying super loudly, louder and more scared than I'd ever heard before. Again, I was home alone. Anyway, all of a sudden, the kitchen light, it was one of those long tube-shaped strip lights, exploded, and all of the lights in the house blew out. I composed myself for long enough to turn the lights back on, clean up the glass, and leave some food for the cat. Then I noped out of there and stayed with my grandma overnight. Finally, the most common thing that would happen. There have been countless occasions where my mom and I would wake up and come into the kitchen to find the back door or all of the cupboard doors wide open. One time, we had just gone to bed, and about 5 minutes later, there was a huge crash downstairs. We went down to find all the kitchen cupboard doors wide open, and we both knew that they were closed, as we had only just come upstairs to bed. That one freaked me out quite a bit. Also, when my mom was dying in the hospital, I stayed with my grandma. Next to the bed was a single plug socket that I had my phone charger plugged into. I had unplugged an old vinyl player to put my phone charger into the socket. We got a call about 3 a.m. that my mom was unlikely to survive for much longer, so I unplugged my phone, packed my charger into a bag with some other stuff, and we rushed to the hospital. Neither myself nor my grandma came back for at least 24 hours, but when I arrived back at the bedroom and tried to plug my phone in, I found the vinyl player had been plugged back in. This one freaked me out a bit because absolutely no one had stepped foot into that bedroom since I had left. And even if someone had, they would have no reason to plug in an old vinyl player. Case file number 2680, written by William at VSA, The Phantom Quarter Pounder. This story involves me and 2 friends. I'll call them Luke and Ned. We were all on a night out. Ned drinks, but Luke doesn't. I only drink very rarely, and tonight I had 2 drinks over 6 hours. So I am sober, and was so when this happened. This night out was not a drunken pub crawl. We simply went out to view the city. When we were heading back to our hotel, Ned says he wants a burger, he'll see us tomorrow, and walks into a fast food place. Luke and I decide we'll wait for him because we do not want to make Ned walk alone. We walk to a convenience store across the street, then go back to standing outside the fast food place waiting for Ned. Very important, we see him there waiting for his food. We make a joke that he'll not even notice us when he comes out. He grabs his food and walks towards the door. That was the last I saw of him. The fast food place was on the corner of the street, and each direction when you exit is a long, open street. We were on the left corner. After a few seconds of waiting for him to pass us, we walked to the corner to look down the right side of the building. Nothing. We turn around and look back down the left side, thinking he'd passed us without us seeing. Nothing. He was gone. We thought he went to the restroom, but when we looked, there was no open restroom inside the shop. So we just decided to walk back to the hotel. It's important to note that from the time we saw him walk towards the door and us deciding to walk back to the hotel was maybe 20-30 seconds, not long at all. It was easily a half-mile walk from there to the hotel. It was a single open street. We could see anyone walking the street. Ned is a very noticeable person, so we couldn't have missed him at all. So there we are, Luke and I are discussing how weird this is. We wonder if Ned is going somewhere else before the hotel. We then decide to call Ned. Luke speaks to Ned very casually saying, "What's up? Where are you?" Ned says he's near the hotel, but we aren't even halfway back at that point. He would have had to have sprinted to the hotel to make it in that time. We hang up on Ned because I'm actually freaking out at this point. He starts texting us, asking us what's going on. A minute or so later, he says he's in his room already. We were still 5 minutes away. Ned then starts automatically defending himself, saying he's got long legs and walks fast, which I found odd because we hadn't outright questioned him getting to the hotel before us at that point. I'm very confused by this. The timeline is extremely off, and there's no way we wouldn't have seen him on that street. He is also not the type to sprint down a street. Well, you mentioned it was odd that he was defensive, and I agree. Perhaps he's one of those types that, if a glitch happens to them, they don't want to talk about it, or even believe it themselves, so maybe he encountered a space-time portal inside of the restaurant. He just appeared near or inside the hotel, and he just couldn't process that. Case file number 2681, written by Diraccio. Clickbait for the simulation. 5 minutes ago, I was thinking about quantum entanglement and tried to figure it out by myself, how this phenomenon could be true, and how strange it is, just like the observer effect. At that moment, I came into my room and sat in front of my PC. The mouse wasn't there. After I noticed that, I checked underneath, in case it had fallen down and gotten stuck in the wires. That happens sometimes. Then after 7 seconds or so, I saw it reappearing. It might not sound that strange as it was, but it was actually impossible for my brain to ignore the mouse for a while. By the way, one fact makes this story twice as strange. I remember reading a comment yesterday, before I went to sleep, that item disappearance glitches are the most common and it's always fun to read about. True. After I read that comment, I wish the universe would send me one of those glitches so that I would stop procrastinating and would continue working on my projects, knowing for sure this is a simulation. So I can truly say yesterday I was 99% sure it was, but now I'm at 100%. Yeah, I'm probably still in that 99% range, but yeah, all true. To this story, all I can say is facts. Case file number 2682, written by Frequent Still 2333. Lime green, dark blue, and something new. While hiking Mount Morrison in Denver, I reached the saddle and turned right to continue up the trail. At the next opening and first set of trees, I came across an older couple descending the trail and looking tired. I noticed them more acutely because she stepped off the trail, assuming to use the restroom. She was in a lime green shirt and he was in a dark blue shirt with a grossly oversized backpack for the type of trail it was. I nodded to the man, made eye contact, and kept on my way. On my descent from the summit, at the same exact spot of trees, I encountered the couple again. About an hour and 10 minutes had passed since the first seeing. This time they were heading up the trail. Same age, same color shirts, same oversized backpack. They acknowledged my presence, but not in a way where they seemed to recognize we had passed each other before. I was baffled, and I'm pretty sure my face expressed that. I considered that they might have taken an extremely long break at the trees, but why would they be going up the trail again when they had already come down it? Also, my afternoon and evening were completely different and unexpected, with many text messages and rover job offers that I would never have predicted to come in before starting that hike. Yeah, perhaps quantum immortality does lean that way. Case file number 2683, written by Tony Ann. Siri, are you in another dimension? I was at a lake with my phone in my lap, mapped the way home. Took a wrong turn. My phone was connected to my car via Wi-Fi, but I wanted to see the map. The phone was completely gone, and I had not left my car. I hadn't even opened the door. I was frantic because I didn't even know how to get back home. I have a second phone, which wasn't even charged, but I charged it and called my primary phone. I could hear it ringing, but it was muffled, so I thought it was under my seat with something on it. I made it to a gas station, pulled over, and looked. No phone. But I knew it had to be in my car because it was still connected to my car, until it wasn't. I thought, great, I've dropped it when I pulled over to look for it. As soon as I thought that, I swear it reconnected. I pulled over a total of 3 times, looked under the floor mats and everything. No phone, but I could hear a muffled ring when I called it. I finally decided it somehow got into the center console, and I just needed to get home. As soon as I pulled up and parked at my home, there was my phone at my feet. There is no way I did not see it. I even pulled up the floor mat, and to top it all off, my phone ringer was on mute, but it definitely had a muffled ring, and I called it probably 20 times. The only possible explanation is it teleported or something. Case file number 2684, written by Raving Rookie. Post-credit poultry. I just finished watching an animated movie called Migration. This is the second time I've seen it. The first time was around when it first came to streaming services. I can't recall which one exactly, as it was at someone else's house, but I don't think it was Netflix, where I just watched it now. Maybe Amazon Prime? Anyways, at the start of the movie, the dad, an anthropomorphic duck, is telling his kids a made-up story about how they decided to leave the pond they live in, and then a bunch of predators come and eat them. There's an emphasis on herons being especially dangerous, and later in the movie, but still close to the beginning, they do end up meeting a heron during a storm, and she brings them to her home for shelter. She's really creepy, and the scene is meant to make you question her intentions, but ultimately, she ends up saving the kids from a carnivorous fish. The next morning, once the storm has cleared, she tells them to come back to her when they fly back, and I could have sworn there was a post-credit scene that showed this. I can't remember the exact details, I just remember thinking about the post-credit scene during that time, and towards the end of the movie, I was waiting for it to happen, but it never did. Everything I searched says that this movie has no post-credit scene. The people I watched the movie with don't remember this, so it seems to just be me. I know most people would think that this could just be explained as a dream, but my dreams aren't very vivid, and I remember this scene being in the exact style of the movie. The scene actually made sense. My dreams go all over the place. From what I can recall, the scene took place during the day, and the heron was still being nice, but creepy, and the parents still felt nervous around her. Well, I've never seen this movie, so I can't comment on that, but I know I've experienced a similar glitch where, well, it's kind of the opposite, where an episode of Stargate, and also one of TNG, that I had never seen, and keep in mind, I've rewatched these shows countless times, just those 2 episodes that they don't exist to me. I never saw them until I saw them once, but after rewatching the show countless times, that doesn't make sense. Now maybe it's somehow selective memory. My brain just didn't store that information in long-term memory for some reason, but the episodes weren't boring or bad, so I don't know. And this is the reverse of it. You have a post-credit scene that apparently never happened. I don't know which one is more disturbing. Case file number 2685, written by Aphrodite 4120. Episode 3 was a lie. So, this morning, I made breakfast and wrangled my homeschool teen up at 6:30 a.m. to come downstairs and eat. I put my food on a TV tray in the living room and turned on Haven Season 1, Episode 4. My teen joined me and kept asking questions about the show. So I said, "I've only watched 3 so far. Why don't you just watch them instead of me explaining?" I restarted them from the beginning. Since I've already seen them, I finished a book that I was reading and was almost done with. I was sitting on the far left of the couch, and she was on the far right when I finished my book. I popped on Amazon and ordered the next one to Kindle, but my phone was almost dead. So I asked for the phone charger on her end. I sat and read until the 3 episodes were up, approximately an hour and a half, then turned it off and sent the kid off to start schoolwork, and I got up to clean the house. After sweeping and all that jazz, I sat down on the couch in the same spot to read some more. But the cord for the charger didn't reach the far seat that I was in before. I went upstairs to follow up on the schoolwork and asked why she switched the charger cords in the living room, and when, since I didn't see her. She advised that she didn't, and it's never reached that far to the left of the couch. I could tell she was telling the truth about not taking it. I sat in the far right and read. As lunchtime approached, I got up and cooked lunch. She came down for a lunch break to eat, and once again, we decided to eat with the TV tray in the living room. My teen picked up the remote and went to the show. It was showing that it ended on episode 2 and started episode 3. I said, "It's not this one. You just watched this one." And she argued that she's never seen it. I replied, "This will be the 3rd time I watch it. You just watched this while I was sitting here with the long cord in my phone that's now mysteriously a short cord to read my 2nd book. I'm having vivid memories of her laughing at the scenes, comments about a taser, thinking someone was cute. I'm dizzy typing this. I feel like I'm losing my mind. The cord is different, and I watched a show with her that she didn't watch." Yeah, definitely an alternate universe going on here. Perhaps quantum immortality or something else. I mean, why would you have died in that moment? I don't know, but sudden death does happen, unfortunately. Case file number 2686, written by Fickle Requirement 4, Napping in the Wrong Universe. It was midday, and I was about to lay down for a bit, not ready to nap, just to relax. So I let my dog come lay down with me on the bed. She shakes when she sleeps, so I knew I couldn't fall asleep even if I really wanted to. So I ended up getting tired, and my dog started shaking because she started sleeping. That's when I realized I'd have to kick her out and put her in the kennel if I wanted to take a nap, so I did. I put her up and took a nap. So like an hour and a half later, I'm awakened by the bed shaking. You know how when you wake up, but you don't open your eyes? I did that. I woke up and just kept my eyes closed, trying to process how the heck the bed was shaking if I put my dog up. It felt like when your dog is scratching their ear and laying right by you. So I'm scared at this point and just pre-planned to jump sitting up and hurry up to see what's in the bed. I jump up and see my dog, or what looked like a blurry black figure, curled up right next to me. I got so incredibly scared that I jumped back down and closed my eyes. I almost instantly peeked again to make sure I wasn't tripping, and it wasn't there. Nothing in the room, and my dog was in her kennel. But I felt the room shaking. I saw the figure. I sat like 20 minutes outside, just had a strong feeling there was a timeline somewhere I was in bed with her. Just really weird, because I know I was awake and felt what I felt. Case file number 2687, written by Capricorn Experience, from Germany with Carbs. Work's been a bit rough lately, due to some hour shortages last month. Things are picking back up, thankfully. Because of that, things have been a bit tight, and currently I'm low on a lot of things, including groceries, until I get paid in a couple weeks. So today, I went to make something to eat. I knew I had ground beef in the fridge, so I figured I'd throw something together. Maybe taco pasta or whatever. I make my own taco seasoning. Got the beef going in the pan, set a pot on the stove, reached into the cupboard for some pasta, and pulled out something I've never seen in my life. A pack of Burkel macaroni, labeled completely in German, with zero English anywhere on it. I live in Canada. I've never bought this. I've never even seen this brand in my life. It's not sold at any store I've ever been to. So there I am, just standing there, holding this foreign, obscure egg noodle like it's some kind of cursed object dropped from another dimension. I live alone. Nobody's been in my house for about a month, and the last time someone was here, it was for one reason, and it definitely wasn't to sneak German pantry goods into my cupboard. I order all my groceries online through a delivery service because I hate grocery shopping. So I went into the app to check. No record of it, not in any past order. I even searched the entire store's inventory. Burkel doesn't even exist on the platform. I've never been to Germany. And to make it weirder, a few months ago, I rearranged my kitchen. I moved all the pasta into a new cupboard. This pack wasn't there then. Hell, I was in that cupboard yesterday, it wasn't there. I just searched it online, and you can't even buy it in Canada. Only a few websites come up, and they're all German websites I've never heard of. This shouldn't be here. No logical explanation fits here, so I've fallen back to magic. I've had some experiences with the universe and a bit of manifestation weirdness. Maybe I manifested it without realizing. Maybe an alternate dimension version of me visited Germany and thought, you know what I need? A noodly souvenir. And that timeline crossed over this one. Or maybe two timelines crossed. One where German is a default language here because, I don't know, Germany won? I don't know, man. Or maybe there's a German god of pasta who looked down and said, he must eat today. Whatever the case, I'm shaken. Don't have an explanation. I just cooked the glitch, and it tasted alright, but since I couldn't read the label, I'm a bit concerned about whether there were terms of use for this magic pasta. Yeah, they get you on those terms of services, don't they? You wind up growing a magic beanstalk in your stomach. Well, a magic pasta pod? I don't know. Just grows out of your stomach like bursting from aliens. Hopefully it's not that bad. Case file number 2688, written by guest star. I drove smarter, not faster. One time, I was driving towards a service station for a cup of coffee. The usual route is first straight ahead, then left through traffic lights, then right from the next lights. Drive through another set of lights, then left from the next ones, right through a roundabout. Left through the next roundabout, straight, a left, and finally a right, and you'll be at the station parking lot finally. When driving towards the first set of lights, there was this annoying Audi tailgating me, trying to make me go faster. Nope. I drive for a living, and I'm not going to be fined because someone else is in a hurry. About 200 meters before the first set of lights, the road widens to 4 lanes, and the Audi whizzes by towards the first set of lights to turn left, the light being red. That's when I realized they were probably heading to the same place. So I took a left before the lights, took a shortcut, not actually a shorter way, just no lights, and was again in front of the Audi after they passed the lights, and the street is a 2-lane once again. At the next lights, they were turning right. I saw the indicator blinking. I decided to mess with them a bit, so instead of taking a right turn, I drove through the green light. They had to wait for some pedestrians to pass. At the next crossing, I took a right turn, no lights, then drove ahead, took a left turn, no lights, and I was close to the first roundabout, right before them. Their face was worth seeing when we got to the parking lot. They were exceeding the speed limit at all times. I wasn't in front of them, but I didn't have to be. I just skipped 3 sets of lights. Those shortcuts are not obvious, and they're not any shorter, just quicker in certain circumstances. Well, this isn't a glitch, I just found it a funny story and, kind of a life lesson. You don't have to rush. Instead, think smarter, work smarter. Don't overburden yourself. Case file number 2689, written by Antique Sugar 9627, 3 friends, 2 bobas, and 1 glitch. So I was at a restaurant with my 2 friends, let's call them friend 1 and friend 2. Friend 1 ordered a boba. I swear that friend 2 said they also wanted boba, and the waiter looked right at him and confirmed she could get the boba for him. Anyway, my friends and I were talking afterwards, and I genuinely forgot how I got brought up, but somehow friend 2 and I got into an argument, well, really, no one was really mad or anything, about whether he ordered boba or not. I said that he did, and he said he didn't. So I had the waiter come over. I asked her how many bobas were ordered, and she said 2. I asked her who she remembered ordering the second boba, because we all knew for sure that friend 1 ordered boba, and she said that friend 2 ordered boba. However, friend 1 said that I was the one who ordered boba, even though I know 100% I didn't, and I don't even like boba. After the waiter left, friend 2 and I still continued arguing about who ordered the boba, and he was adamant that he didn't order it. A cute little glitch, but just saying boba 20 times is funny. You know, when you say a word so many times, it doesn't have any meaning. It doesn't seem like real. It doesn't seem real. Case file number 2690. Written by Changing Channels. Foul play after dark. I am currently caring for a home farm. The chickens are free range, and there are 2 coops. In the morning they go free, and at night they climb in, and I lock the doors to protect them from predators. Yesterday I let them out of both coops in the morning, and when I went to close the doors last night, only 1 coop was full. The other only had 3 hens which had spent the day roosting. The rooster and all the other hens were nowhere to be found, not under the coop, not in the shelter inside, not all around the property or inside in any direction. I freaked out a little, worried if the thunderstorm yesterday had disoriented them too badly. But sometimes a rooster will stray for a night, so I thought maybe those hens just stuck by him and they'd show up today. I gave up searching, as it got seriously dark near 9 p.m. Well, they did come back. I went out at 7:15 a.m. They were all in the coop, all accounted for, waiting for me to come and get them food and explore the property as per usual. Either a neighbor somehow saw them and guided them back for me in the dark without alerting the dogs, or I'm losing my mind. Case file number 2691, written by Jedi1215. The Unbreakable Mystery. It was a broken piece of thick glass, like Pyrex, but it wasn't sharp and couldn't cut anyone. I found nothing in my house that would explain where it came from. I wish I had taken a picture, but when I showed my husband when he got home, he shrugged and tossed it. Something weird happened right before this. You know how when you go to pick something up and it's lighter than you think? Well, I was bringing a pan to my sink to wash it. I lifted the pan, and it hit the top of the fan above the stove. I said, "Whoops," and turned to take it towards the sink, and that piece of glass was on the floor. I immediately looked to see if there was any broken glass in that kitchen fan, and there was 0 glass there. I looked all around where it would have come from, and nothing. It was kind of like a mouse. I feel like I would have seen the pieces on the floor had it been there this whole time, because I was cleaning my kitchen and was almost done. Case file number 2692, written by Ghost in Pattern. I logged a glitch in time itself. Something I've experienced twice, once in 2009 and again in 2021. In both cases, it was bright daylight, in the middle of the day, and then suddenly a flicker. Not like a power surge inside, but as if the environment itself dropped a frame. In 2021, it happened again. I was working on a solar inverter in my garage. Sunlight through the window just cut for maybe 1/10 of a second, like someone flipped a bouillon. No noise, no cloud, just a full ambient drop. My instruments didn't register any voltage dip. I keep a local timesync script running on a secondary machine as part of a home monitoring setup. The interesting part is, during that window, the NTP offset jumped by 1.4 seconds and then self-corrected. Logs show it, but the main OS didn't register anything. I've worked in embedded systems and hardware QA for 20 years. I've seen rare conditions, loopbacks, and rare edge cases, but this felt like something upstream stuttered, like the master clock faltered, not my gear. I've never been able to explain it. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe there's more to photonic coherence in our atmosphere than we understand, or maybe time isn't as smooth as we like to pretend it is. Well, space-time, all part of the same fundamental layer of the simulation. And yeah, having this glitch happen where you can actually register, you have evidence via this time anomaly on your gear exactly when this happened, that is so fascinating to me. And I think these glitches they grip me the most, although they kind of terrify me, where the simulation isn't perfect. In our everyday lives, it kind of feels that way. If this is a computer simulation, it really doesn't have many glitches, or it has great error-correcting systems. But, man, when you get to this point where the entire system freezes and hangs, like a computer crashing in the real world, I just hate that. I don't want the idea of the simulation to be unstable, like the fundamental layer. Whew, that's terrifying. What happens if it crashes and we're all still connected to it? Do we just go away? Our consciousness fades into oblivion? I hope not. Case file number 2693, written by OKVegetable7799. Daylight dims, birds swirl, and time feels off. Today, I'm sitting in my living room, and all of our blinds are open. It's a sunny day around 3 p.m. All of a sudden, for a split second, it was like the power went off and back on. I started to say something to my husband, and then I stopped myself because I realized none of our lights were on in the house, as it was daylight and sunny. Instead, I said, "Never mind," because I wasn't about to try and explain it and thought it was just me, that I had blinked or imagined it. My husband says, "What? Were you about to ask about the light flickering outside?" He saw it too. It was like someone turned the light off outside for a split second. It happened way too quickly for it to be a cloud blocking the sun. And wouldn't a plane be too far away to completely make it look like it's pitch black outside for a quick second? Also, my husband in the other room looked outside and said shortly after that he saw some birds in the neighborhood flying around in a circle. Not sure if that was a coincidence or not. Well, I don't know about the birds. Maybe if this is a fundamental error in the simulation itself, and birds are active players, or even if they're not, they could be programmed, so any input that is deviated from normal will still send them panicking. If the entire simulation buckles, that would apply even to the magnetic field of the planet, right? So they would be momentarily confused because they couldn't see anything and they couldn't navigate how they normally do. Birds use magnetic fields. They have molecules in their brain that align to the orientation of the field so they can know basically if they're going south or north, which is pretty cool. That would be so weird, even for the birds. The birds might actually be the biggest clue that this is really happening. Not just in your minds, but the whole simulation. At least for that local area. I think it's grid-based, personally. Maybe it's grid-based, maybe it's circle-based, but basically, there's different layers. There's a layout to the simulation on the planet. Maybe in the whole universe, I don't know, but different servers are responsible for different areas or blocks. And, where more people are, there's probably a greater level of server intensity there. This is how they work in EVE Online, where if they have a big battle going, they assign more server space to that local cluster. I think it would work the same way if this is a simulation. So yeah, that particular server failed and then was taken over by a different one very quickly, but not so quickly that you don't notice. Case file number 2694, written by Tat Sand, Massaging the Fabric of Reality. It was approximately 5:30 p.m. AEST, Australia. I work in an exotic massage parlor, so it was exactly 5:25 p.m. when I began the exotic part of a massage. Trust me, I know exactly what time I started because the guy booked an hour, and that's what I was getting paid for. We watched the clock religiously. Started the massage at 4:55 p.m. I know this because he was booked for 5 p.m. and arrived a tad early. I started the exotic part at 5:25 p.m. again, and he had paid until 5:55 p.m. Now, I know exactly what he paid for, trust me. I'm not going to do anything for free, so I know what it was. However, after he was done, I walked him out, reset my room and massage table, and checked the clock again, and it was 5:30 p.m.? First, it's literally not possible for me to have given him all his services in 5 minutes. Not to mention, he also had to get dressed, be walked out, and me clean and reset the room. It's simply not possible for all this to happen in 5 minutes. It's also not possible for me to get the time wrong, as I gave him his massage first. We do half an hour of massage, half an hour of extras, and I had done my complete standard half-hour massage. And trust me when I say we really watched the clock. I talked to my boss and she told me she was also confused why the guy was leaving after only half an hour, but she said she figured he was happy as he made no complaints at all. He also seemed to think he had had the full time he had paid for. It's like it was 1 hour for us, but when we left the room, we were exposed to the reality where only 35 minutes had passed. I returned to the room in that reality and saw the clock. It might just be a localized time glitch, and is it even a glitch? This is a fundamental fact of reality baked into space-time where if you move fast enough, time for you slows down relative to everyone else. You don't feel any different in the moment where you're at, but outside in the universe, time is just not moving as quickly. Now, obviously, you weren't in some spaceship in the massage parlor, but clearly something was warping time. Gravity can do that too, but there was no black hole nearby, so this is a real effect, but I don't know what the cause would be. So maybe it is a glitch, maybe some code was in that area that was programming it to have the effect of the Lorentz transformation. Maybe. Case file number 2695, written by Chesh Cat Russ. Through a shorter glass, darkly. Our family used to live in an apartment. Inside in the hallway, next to the entrance door, we had this big wardrobe with a mirror. It had been bought decades ago. On the wall facing that wardrobe, there was a second, very big, rectangular mirror. Don't judge my parents' decor decisions. I don't know why they needed to. It was also a pretty narrow corridor, so I remember always being kind of spooked looking into the wardrobe mirror. I always feared I would see someone or something reflected in the big mirror behind my back, and vice versa. Then when I went to college, returned back, changed places and again went to live in another city. Then COVID hit, and I returned to live in my hometown. At that point, my parents had bought themselves a new flat for retirement. My siblings had long moved out, and my parents were thinking about selling that apartment to pay off their new mortgage. So the place was vacant, and I went to stay there. To my surprise, now the big rectangular mirror was shorter by about 10 inches, almost a perfect square now. There was no way you could be reflected in both mirrors at once. I was kind of weirded out. I asked my parents whether they had moved the mirror. They looked at me funny, saying something like, "Who would move a giant heavy thing? I think they even left it in that home when they sold it." I remember sending a video message to my sister where I showed her that, "Look, now you can't be reflected in both mirrors at once, and I don't remember this large mirror being this short." She replied along the lines of, "LOL, it's always been like that." And yet, I remember being spooked by the mere idea of being reflected in those two mirrors at once for years. I remember them always being one facing the other, the large one being this long rectangular shape, and not square. How could I remember always being reflected in both mirrors, if that was impossible? Case file number 2696, written by Momom Mommy. Your balance has shifted. About a month ago, I had a doctor's appointment and planned to go to the grocery store on my way home. The night before, my husband had used my debit card to fill the car with gas, so I had to grab it out of his wallet. No big deal. I put it in my wallet right away, kissed him goodbye, and hopped in the car. He saw me take the card and put it in my wallet. He even mentioned he was going to remind me to do that. When I go to my doctor's office, I took my wallet off my keychain and dropped it in the center console. I didn't have pockets, and I don't carry a purse, so I just wanted my key. This is my usual routine, not weird, not new, not unique. I get out and lock my car, like normal. The car beeps because my husband's key is in the car, and you can't do the touch to lock with the key still inside. So, I use my fob and lock it. I know I locked it. I go in and do my appointment. It's a quick one, like 10 minutes, which was odd but not anything I even thought about twice at first. It was a follow-up on results and just had to be in person. I go out to my car and get in. It was an oddly hot day, so before I even shut the door, I start the car. As soon as I shut the door, something fell from above me to my lap. It was blue as it passed my face. I assumed it was a little note. My husband likes to leave me little notes I'll find at random. Maybe it was a post-it note that I hadn't seen in the visor, and my messy bun snagged it enough to knock it down when I got in. Nope. There on my lap was my debit card, the one I put in my wallet earlier. I only have one. I sat there for a moment trying to figure out where it came from. I checked my wallet thinking maybe I grabbed my husband's debit card earlier, but there was no debit card in my wallet. My visor was down from driving earlier, so it wasn't like I weirdly stuck it there and forgot. I've never stuck anything in my visor in this car anyway, so that would be way off. I know it came from above me because I watched it fall. My wallet was where it tossed it, and nothing was disturbed in my car, like my glove box wasn't rummaged in as if someone broke in. I hadn't done anything different than normal that day, and I've done the same thing multiple times since, like moving a card from my husband's wallet to mine, disconnecting my keys and wallet, tossing the wallet in the middle, starting the car with the door open. It hasn't happened again. Think about it every time I get in the car now. How did it get out of my wallet and above me? Why did it do that? Where was it hiding before I got in? Or did it just poof into the air and fall into my lap? I really don't like not knowing how it happened. Case file number 2697, written by KHN 87. 180 degrees of nope. I was waiting for a tram in a part of the city I'm hugely familiar with. I even used to live a few blocks from there for several years, and very regularly visited during the years since. The tram arrived. I found a seat and pulled out my phone instantly. I wasn't really paying attention to my surroundings for a short while, but everything felt totally normal. Until I heard an announcement of the next stop. It was in the exact opposite direction of where I intended to travel. Also, when I looked up, the tram was arriving at that stop in a normal way, nose first. But the time it took to get there was only achievable if it had reversed there, which was not a normal thing and something that I would have definitely noticed if it had happened from the start. Plus, it would also have had to have made a 180-degree turn, which is obviously not doable on the rails. The only other way to get there would be a huge detour taking much longer, which it definitely didn't take. Again, there was no reason for that. At that moment, I was really confused, but all the other passengers seemed just fine. I left the tram, switched to the opposite direction stop, and then the rest of the way was completely normal. There's no chance I mistook the platform at the beginning, as they are quite far from one another. Case file number 2698, written by Alfalfa Choice 8275, Future Funk. I live in a townhouse with neighbors on both sides. I'm very sensitive to fragrances and scents of any kind. Woo, sensory sensitivities. Which means something as regular as a person washing their hair or doing laundry can affect me greatly. Headache, nausea, etc. New people just moved in next door. The other day, I suddenly caught a whiff of strong chemical fumes. My best guess was paint. Makes sense, right? New neighbors, they're probably painting. The smell became overpowering, spreading throughout the house in every room that has a vent. I covered all the vents, put fans in the windows to blow out the smell, and knocked on all the neighbors' doors to ask if they were painting. Nobody answered. All of their windows were closed. Who paints with their windows closed? I knocked again. Nothing. It looked like nobody was home. I continued sealing up any spots where I could detect the smell. After about an hour or two, the smell was no longer detectable. Fast forward a few days, and I'm outside and the neighbors have friends over helping them paint. They weren't painting the other day. The neighbor on the other side didn't smell anything, and wasn't doing anything that could have caused such a strong scent of chemical fumes. Lucky for me, though, I had already covered up all the places where the actual paint smell could have come through, so I didn't have to deal with their paint smell. But where the fuck did the smell come from? It's like I smelled it from the future. It wasn't coming from outside, I checked. My partner could smell it too, but they don't have the sensitivity that I do to things like that. Case file number 2699, written by Icy Crystal, stuck in a smelly loop. Well, I think it just happened to me. I was coming back home from a picnic with my friends. I hadn't slept much the night before and was planning to cancel, honestly. But I always do that, and this time I just wanted to show up. In the end, I did have fun. But the lack of sleep started to hit me hard by around 5 p.m. I took the metro back, and instead of catching an auto home like I usually do, I decided to walk. I thought it might help me beat the sleepiness. The road from the junction has restaurants and grocery stores on both sides, a very familiar path. At one point, I have to take a turn to the right. There's a chicken shop right there, and next to it is this grocery store called Farm Face. So I'm walking, scrolling through cat reels on my phone, when I catch the exact smell of hens. That nasty, specific smell that always comes from that chicken place. I instinctively look up and yep, there it is. The cages of chickens out front, and Farm Face right beside them, glowing with its bright signage. I remember staring at the sign for a second, trying to remember if I had to grab anything for home. I was so tempted to get a coffee, but I knew if I gave in, I'd just stay up even longer. I needed a shower and sleep. That was the plan. So I take the turn. A little ahead is a flower shop. I noticed they were unloading a bunch of plants from a truck. That caught my attention because they don't always do that. I made a quick mental note to remind my dad about getting new plants for the house. The smell in that spot is usually like mud and leaves, earthy and kind of comforting. I kept walking, still on my phone. And then out of nowhere, I get the chicken smell again. The flower shop usually smells like wet, cold mud and green stuff, not hens. So I look up. Farm Face? Again. Chickens, same glowing sign, same smell, same spot. My heart dropped. I had already passed this. I know this stretch of road by heart. I didn't turn back, I didn't loop around. I just kept walking straight, and yet there I was again, at the exact same place. I was panicking inside at this point. My heartbeat was so loud that I could literally hear it in my ears. I was trying to think of a logical explanation, but nothing made sense. To test if I was losing it, I took the same right turn again, and sure enough, the same flower shop was unloading the same plants from the same truck, same moment. I have no idea what happened. Maybe I was just too sleep deprived, but I swear on everything I did not walk back. I didn't turn around. I kept walking straight. I've walked that road 100 times. This has never happened before. Hoping it doesn't happen again. Yeah. Fair enough on that one. I think it's important to never forget that space and time are entwined. So we have space portals, but it's space-time portals. They're always connected. So yeah, a time loop, back to the past. Case file number 2700, written by Nexus of the Universe, Gin, Rummy, and the Glitch in the Game. Had an experience, not at a casino, but while playing cards at a board game bar. I go every Wednesday with an old coworker of mine, and we'll play a variety of games. Our favorites are Rummy, Gin, King's Corners, and Crazy Eights. But there was one time we played 31. I'm going to forget the actual cards in my hand since it was so long ago, but I will never forget my feeling when it happened. So, in 31, you're dealt 3 cards, and the object is to get closest to or hit 31 with the same suit. Face cards are 10, aces are 11, and everything else is at face value. So, for a perfect hand, you're wanting 2 face cards and 1 ace. But you can also knock when you think your hand is closer to 31 than your opponent's. At that point, everyone else gets 1 more turn, and then there's the reveal. So I barely had anything at this point. It was early on in the game. Let's say I had 7 of clubs, 4 of hearts, and 3 of spades. I swear, I blinked, and when I looked at my cards, I was 1 card away. Let's say ace of hearts, king of hearts, 5 of clubs. And it freaked me the heck out. No way in hell did I have an ace before. You definitely know when you have an ace. To this day, it's the only time that's ever happened. Maybe the white aliens like to mess with people at game bars too. I would prank another species too. I would prank anyone, so why not? Case file number 2701, written by Significant Good 5159. Bang, flash, repeat. It was a cloudy weekend in southeastern Europe, and I was on a regular bus with my girlfriend. Suddenly, a very loud bang rocked the bus, and an intense flash filled the interior. The noise reminded me of trolley buses, like the sound of their metal rods falling off or not connecting properly. This happened in the late afternoon, around 5 or 6 p.m. local time. Needless to say, we were scared crapless. The absurd part, however, was what followed. The flash only lasted for a second or two, but when it ended, the bus continued as if nothing had happened. The other passengers seemed unfazed, as if they hadn't noticed. In fact, I know they didn't, because my girlfriend and I were commenting, "What the fuck happened? Is everyone okay?" And people looked at us as if we had gone mad. It was almost like something glitched in the Matrix and we had a reality reboot. I don't think any time was lost, we were too dumbfounded to check though, but the rest of the ride was normal. This occurred in broad daylight, and both of us were sober, without any drugs or other intoxicants. We weren't tired, dehydrated, or suffering from any other disorder one might consider. We do not have epilepsy or anything similar. It was literally a case for the X-Files, I guess. There's one other story I remember. People were at home, I think it was a family, it's been so long, years, but there was like a flashbang grenade that exploded. Of course, there was no flashbang, but the appearance, the sound, the flash was all there, and this family had no idea what the source was. So is this reality glitching in a different way? Like you have the sun blipping out, all of reality blipping out for a couple seconds, or a second. Maybe there's an overload? A failure to render, and then just an overload. Case file number 2702, Condition to Confuse. I don't live in the best environment. There's a pretty bad mice problem, and I've been struggling to deal with them. Today, I carefully cleaned my shelf that had all my books and old birthday cards in it. There was a lot of droppings. Needless to say, it smelled pretty awful. While cleaning the shelf, I was looking through the old cards, and out of nowhere, I got the whiff of something. It smelled almost fruity, yet like cologne, but I couldn't place where it was coming from. Whatever, right? So I finished cleaning everything and went into the bathroom to wash my hands real quick with the first available soap, which was a conditioner for the shower, because I was out of hand soap for the moment. Not the most sanitary, I know, but I got some hand soap after. And lo and behold, it was the exact same smell. So I went back to the cards and I couldn't find the smell again. Pretty weird occurrence. For context, I don't use that conditioner. I have my own, and no one was around when I smelled it. Case file number 2703, written by Remarkable Paint 7242. One paw in this world, one paw in the next. This is happening to our very old dog. She is 16, and at this point, we're pretty sure she's losing her sight and her hearing. We were actually sure her end was last year in May, but instead of scheduling her end, we figured we would just make a vet appointment for advice. The vet said she still has a good year left. Side note, she is still alive. Just so you know our situation, we sold our main house to our oldest daughter with her family, and we moved into a mother-in-law wing. It's a simple and fairly small, 1 bedroom, 1 full bath, and 1 half bath, a living room and a kitchen. She is old and has about 3 spots she favors, and sometimes she's just gone. The first time it happened, I freaked out and was sure that I would find her in the yard, dead. I looked all over our house, went outside, looked under the deck, walked every inch of the fenced backyard, and no dog. I didn't think it could be possible, but I thought I'd check anyway, and went into my daughter's house and looked there. No dog. I texted my husband, he works nights, and told him that I couldn't find her anywhere, and that I assumed she died somewhere, and when he got home we had to find her. I went to the bathroom, and when I came out, she was lying under the coffee table? Like what? A couple weeks later, my husband was getting ready to leave for work, and he always tells the dog, "Bye," and couldn't find her. A couple hours later, she was lying in her bed, which she has to go by to leave the house. This has been going on for about 6 months now. Everyone in our family, including my granddaughter, my daughters, and my son-in-law, we all experience it. At first, it was maybe every 2 to 3 weeks. Now it's about once a week. I know what it sounds like, but like we all know now, what we see isn't all there is. We all joke about it and say, she's probably checking out the other side here and there. But it low-key freaks me out. So when she is gone, we know we just have to leave the apartment for a couple of minutes, and when we come back, she will be there, and she always is. So strange. You know, I unironically like the idea of her just checking out the other side, whatever it may be. Case file number 2704, written by Nashap, The Green Mile Marker. Approximately 3 to 4 years ago, I was working as a subcontracted installation technician for DirecTV. For those familiar with this line of work, you understand the routine. Some days are simply awful, requiring you to be out from dawn until early midnight. On one particularly challenging day, I was training a rookie. Our route took us all around the mountains of northeast Georgia, and we didn't finish until around 8:30 or 9 p.m. As we were driving home, a green light in the sky shot towards us, its path following the road. This light was so intensely bright that the entire road, from shoulder to shoulder, and the trees on each side, were bathed in green light. All the cars on the road slowed to a stop, and we could see the other people leaning out of their windows, staring upwards. I asked my partner, "You saw that, right?" He responded, "Yep." "Okay, good," I replied. He spent the rest of the night researching meteorological and astronomical news, but found nothing. A few days later, I went on an ice cream run for my wife. As I was heading back home, I saw the same light, further off in the distance, travel in an arc over the horizon within what seemed like only 10 seconds. I've never been able to find any news articles or anything else related to those incidents. It was very unnerving. Yeah, green lights are often reported with alien sightings, or at least UFOs. We don't know if they're aliens. My guess is they are, but it could always be just government experiments. I mean, they say that government or military technology is decades ahead of what the civilian population has access to, so who knows. Case file number 2705, written by A Ghost 0800. What happens in Vegas? I was in Las Vegas, Nevada. I don't want to say which casino I was in, and there's a reason for that. This is the second time I've experienced a glitch with this particular dealer. If he somehow possesses an unusual power, I don't want him to know I've noticed. I was holding Jack and Queen. The flop came, 10-10-9. Since I had an open-ended straight draw, I was hopeful to improve my hand. The turn card came, was a 7. Great! We both checked, and the river was a 9. At this point, I believed I had 2 pairs with the queen high kicker. The dealer tabled pocket aces for aces and 10s. I tabled my hand, saying, "I got nothing, I missed," and flashed my jack and queen. Without missing a beat, one of the players exclaimed, "You have a straight!" I was certain I'd missed, as I'd been watching the cards. I glanced back at the board, and the river was, in fact, an 8. I enjoy poker, and I know what I saw. The card changed. Nobody else seemed to realize it. I had double-checked the hand before my action and confirmed my belief on the river. I had missed. It changed, not while I was looking at it, but when I looked back, it had literally changed. Do you think there are people out there with some kind of power? Is it just a coincidence? I was not drunk or high. The first time I noticed the same dealer's glitch was in a tournament when 2 players were all in. A player made a straight, and everyone saw it and commented on it. But by the river, one of the player's whole cards had shifted a value down, destroying the straight. This seems to happen when people's eyes move away from the cards in question. Even the dealer initially thought the player had made a straight before double-checking. That time, I had been influenced by alcohol or marijuana, so I chalked it up to just being high and not seeing the card right. But this time, I was completely sober. I did not win the tournament. However, I did win an unnatural amount of hands in the 30 minutes this dealer was at the table. Well, I don't know if it's the dealer doing it, or maybe he's subconsciously guiding the error. As we know, when reality is not being observed, it isn't being rendered, or at least it doesn't have to be. So maybe sometimes it is. There are still processes involved that have to happen, but they don't have to render the whole simulation. We know if no one is observing some kind of biological matter out in the wilderness, it'll still degrade. Bacteria will consume it. So there's still processes happening even if no one is directly observing it. Probably more at a muted, limited level, only the things that have to happen, not the whole visual gamut. So given that, maybe there's errors in when this subdued processing happens, and that's when you can have effects like this. Case file number 2706, written by Mixmaster Floppy. When the house takes sides. My significant other and I lived together in an older house for a few years. It was a nice place for the price. We weren't in the best place in our relationship, so we fought a couple times a week, but nothing like screaming matches. Over the first couple of months, we started to notice some odd things. The bedroom was constantly cold and depressing, which I attributed to being at a rough patch in the relationship. However, I couldn't really explain the cold, since we didn't have central AC, and would hit over 100 degrees in the summer, with the rest of the house being a sauna. The animals stopped going in there, and we both stopped sleeping in there. Some of the things we use daily, keys, wallets, etc., would end up in odd places, like on dressers or in the closet. The TV would turn on in my room when nobody was there, and doors would close, not slam, but like a draft. She had mentioned that her glasses of water wouldn't be where she left them. She had a bit of a compulsion that she couldn't drink out of a cup after she put it down, so she would end up with 15 cups or glasses around the house. Well, on the night that it happened, we were getting into a pretty bad fight, and it was turning into a screaming match. The dog started barking, and we turned to tell him to be quiet. Except, he wasn't barking at us, he was barking down the hallway towards the bedroom. He backed up towards us, barking. The cat came running out of the second bedroom and into the pantry. I grabbed a bat near the door and told her to grab a knife and get ready to run out of the door. The glass that was on top of the TV whipped across the room and broke on the wall. I grabbed the dog, she grabbed the cat, and we spent the next few days at my mom's. When we went back, everything looked the same, except the bedroom door was closed. We took our stuff out of that room, put it in the spare bedroom, and understood that that was no longer a room we were going to go into. Fair enough, and the thing that's funny is, the idea of having free AC in a room that is just always cool even when it's boiling hot outside is extremely appealing. But I think it's not that the room is cold. Like if you took a thermometer, it would show a normal temperature. I think the spirit is siphoning energy from you directly. And I guess it's coming out as thermal energy. In that process, you feel depressed because it's almost like a Dementor in Harry Potter. Not to that extreme, but a similar wavelength. Case file number 2707, written by Yam Collector. A clean break from reality. I was up super early in the morning for a meeting. It was the middle of winter, brutally cold, and the shower felt amazing because it was a perfect temperature. I washed my body with my bar of soap, then leaned against the shower wall for maybe 10 minutes while the water rinsed the soap off. I was still so sleepy that I was deeply relaxed by the warm water, and I almost dozed off, but I was obviously not completely asleep because I was standing. Then I suddenly realized the bar of soap that I was literally holding was simply gone, vanished right out of my hand. No one has been able to offer a satisfactory explanation as to what happened to it. People say, well, you dropped it, and it landed in such a way that it shot out of the tub and under the furniture. But that can't be because my bathtub is metal, and it was a relatively new bar. It would have made a very loud clang in that tiny bathroom. But even if I somehow didn't hear it, it's still a bathroom. There's nothing in it but a toilet, a sink, and the tub and shower combo I was in. What furniture did it go under? The bathroom door was closed, and the toilet lid was down. Both drains, the shower and the sink, are too narrow to fit a bar of soap, and also, they have crossbars in them to catch dropped items. Other people say, okay, well, if you didn't drop it, then you fell asleep standing up and the water melted it. But that can't be what happened to it either, because again, it's an almost full bar of soap. Dissolving that would take hours, and I didn't have hours, I had a meeting, and I made it to the meeting on time. Other people say, well, then you simply hallucinated the soap, and you never washed with it at all. But again, I never found the soap, so even if I suffered a 30-minute-long hallucinatory episode, despite not doing drugs, drinking, or taking any medication, and I never picked it up, then it still had to disappear from the soap tray. I couldn't have just imagined it was in my hand when it was really still in the soap tray because it stayed gone forever. I had to open a new bar. I truly believe that it clipped through the map of reality and is now floating somewhere outside time and space. Yeah, it could be, or just in a different universe where another you has two soaps. Reality is so weird. Case file number 2708, written by Rosalind the Rogue. The Birthday Song from Beyond. I was having a rough day, and my thoughts kept turning to the past. The phone started ringing, and my mom and I looked over at the caller ID. It was the number my grandma and grandpa used to use before my grandpa died and she moved out, a number no longer in service. We were too stunned to answer, and just stared at the phone until it started saying we had a message. The message was from several years ago that we had saved from my grandma singing "Happy Birthday." It was really weird, but I have to wonder if my grandpa knew I was having a bad day and wanted to cheer me up. I would have been happier if it was his voice, but we don't have any recordings of his voice. When I lived in Las Cruces, New Mexico, my mom and I were always hearing whistling and footsteps throughout the house. Sometimes electronics would turn on and off, buttons on toys would be pressed, or a robotic toy dog with motion sensors would bark when no one seemed to be moving around. In particular, a toy carousel would have its buttons pressed to play music or make the horses whiny. The night before we moved away, I had a friend over, and we were just settling into our sleeping bags in the back room when we heard the whistling start up between us. It started off fairly quiet and became louder and louder. There was enough light in the room to see each other and know it wasn't either of us. We later found out that a man named Robert Garcia had committed an ending on the property before we moved there. I have only seen it a couple of times, and I could just be as loony as a tune, but I've seen a strange humanoid in my current home. It looks like a pale human with lots of burns, but the most shocking feature to me is that there's nothing from about the waist down except torn flesh and stuff. The first time I saw it was when I was leaving the bathroom. It was dragging itself down the hallway into my room. I followed it in, but couldn't find it anywhere. I dismissed it as my eyes playing tricks on me or something, though I'd seen it quite clearly. The second time was a while later when I fell asleep in my room with my TV on and woke up to the feeling of being watched. It was holding itself up on the edge of the bed and was just staring at me. The funny thing is, I didn't feel scared. I was mostly just confused and stared back for a bit before I fell back to sleep or something. It could have been a hallucination or a dream, I don't know. Even though I wasn't scared at the time, it's somewhat disturbing to think that I didn't even try to get away or anything. Yeah, your mind was still processing what the hell was going on, and it's almost so unbelievable that your mind doesn't panic. You don't enter fight or flight. You're just like, you enter confusion, WTF. Case file number 2709, written by White Mist. Therapists don't work the graveyard shift. I work as an overnight nurse in a hospital. Our unit has a rehab gym with 2 doors, one connecting directly to the unit, leading to a small middle area, and another door that provides direct access to the gym. This setup allows patients to move around freely, preventing them from feeling confined. They can wander as they please within reason, without getting stuck or locked in or out of places. I've worked here for 6 years. About 6 months ago, around 11 or 12 a.m., I was in a patient's room when a fellow nurse casually asked me why there were still therapists in the hospital at midnight. I looked at her blankly, thinking she was joking. She told me she heard the passcode on the door going off, as if someone was literally typing it in to enter. It then occurred to me that I had heard it too, but I hadn't registered because I was so focused on administering medications. She then asked who she saw, as she apparently hadn't just heard it, she saw someone in a tiny window between the gym and our unit as well. I calmly went down to the doors and looked around. All patients were asleep and accounted for. Upon opening the doors, I verified they were indeed locked. However, I swore I saw a tallish shape in the rehab gym itself out of the corner of my eye, which vanished as I turned the lights on. I can't quite recall if it was my mind playing tricks on me or if I indeed saw something. We spent an inordinate amount of time looking around because nothing like that had ever happened on my watch, although others had claimed to see things. Her paranoia about it projected onto me too. Ever since then, I keep my ears open for the alarm door and for odd shadows I never really paid attention to while working the graveyard shift. The thing is, I've never really believed in that stuff and used to mock anyone who brought it up. Now, I'm not too sure. Oh, and that nurse? She hasn't worked on my unit since. Lucky butt. Case file number 2710, written by The Odd Whale Out, haunted by Huggies. I'm going to admit right off the bat that I have been a little stressed, but not much more than normal. I got out of the Navy in 2023, and since then have had 4 deaths in the family, including my mother-in-law-to-be, my sister-in-law's wedding, my wedding, 2 cross-country moves, a house renovation and sale, and a honeymoon baby. My husband is still in the military, so he got orders across the country, which was a second move. The house we were supposed to rent turned out to be technically legal, but definitely unsafe, and we had to get out of our lease. It was missing entire windows with winter coming, had exposed wiring, and was very unsanitary. I didn't feel safe staying there while pregnant. Our stuff was already packed in the moving truck and on the way, so we redirected it to storage, and I moved in with my parents while we shifted gears to buying a house instead of renting. They lived in state, but 4.5 hours away from the base. My husband couch surfed with a coworker at this time. Then my parents left for an Australian cruise they'd been planning for a few years. So I house and dog sat for them while they were gone, because what else could I really do? My brother still lives at home, which is really fortunate because I suddenly had eclamptic seizures and delivered at 28 weeks. Military medical missed my pre-eclampsia, and I had to get a medevac. My son was born at 2 pounds 3.6 ounces. He's happy and healthy now, don't worry. 3 months later, we closed on a nice little house and our son came home from the NICU. My parents helped us set up the house and settle in. My husband went back to work and my parents went home. So here's where things get weird. I hear phantom crying all the time. It's distant and vague. I ignore it because I'm sleep deprived, and it's my first baby. I figure it's one of those many mental and physical changes people forget to tell you about when you have a baby. The baby monitor motion detector goes off when nothing is in the room. It has a camera, and the screen shows nothing has changed. Maybe the curtains moved? I don't know. Have bigger fish to fry. The baby monitor starts reporting crying when the baby is asleep in my arms downstairs. I check the settings to make sure the microphone isn't too sensitive, and it's not picking up a lawnmower or something. The baby monitor starts crying on its own. I hear the crying through the microphone. It sounds just like my son when he's gassy. When I check the screen, he's dead asleep or he's in the room with me. It's a Wi-Fi monitor, so I changed our password in case somehow our neighbors had a baby without me knowing, and they've hooked up their baby monitor to our Wi-Fi by mistake, resulting in some kind of interference. I have been dealing with a lovely mental health cocktail of general anxiety and depression of a 20-something-year-old postpartum military-related PTSD, some kind of neurodivergence and new mother jitters, amplified by the NICU experience. During this time, the baby was still eating every 2 or 3 hours, and he had an NG tube, so I just chalked it up to the very rational explanation that I was just crazy now. The baby is healthy, but I don't think I can take on ghosts or phantom babies until the next financial quarter. So I scheduled an appointment with a psychiatrist and went about my life. The other day, my husband came home early, and my baby and I were trying to start a garden in the backyard. My husband came out and asked why I was leaving the baby upstairs alone and crying. But then he looked over and saw the baby right next to me. He's really confused because he definitely hears crying from upstairs and from the baby monitor. I'm like, "Oh, you hear it too. I just assumed I was nuts." He went out and bought a new fancy monitor, twice. We still get interdimensional baby crying. It stops if I stick my head in the nursery and says something like, "You okay, sweetheart? Mama loves you." It's weird, but it's happening less frequently. Yeah, that's all very weird, but makes me think about having a family, having kids, having a baby. I think raising someone to be a good, decent person it's doable, but it's that first 2 or 3 years where the baby is so dependent and the lack of sleep would just kill me. If I don't get good sleep, I get migraines and I don't know how people do it, even if they don't get migraines. It's crazy. Case file number 2711, written by Reflection Wavy. The French Coast with a Twist. This happened to me and a friend at a beach in southern France some years ago. We were sitting on a bench close to the beach. This place is quite busy during the daytime, but very calm and deserted at night, with almost nobody around. As we love to do on weekends or holidays, my friend and I were just chilling, staring at the beach with just a few city lights still up, not far from the shore. It was around midnight when we saw 2 people who looked like a father around 40 years old and his daughter about 10 years old. To this day, we both clearly remember what they said when they walked past us. The girl, who seemed joyful, told her dad she wanted churros, and her dad replied that she had already eaten something not long ago. We thought, okay, weird. It's very rare to see people here at this time, and even weirder that the kid is still up and wanting churros at midnight, when everything is obviously closed. But hey, nothing that strange. So we just minded our business and kept smoking and chilling. 1 hour later, at around 1 a.m., the exact same dad and daughter were walking in front of us again. What creeped us out a little was that they were saying the exact same thing as earlier. The daughter wanting churros and the dad telling her that she already ate something not long ago, with the exact same words and inflection. At least, that's how my friend and I both remember it. We were a bit creeped out, but just told ourselves that they might be tourists who love night walks. Weird for a kid this age, but hey, okay. The thing is, the exact same thing happened an hour later, at around 2 a.m., and the exact same conversation, the same words, the same tone. The little girl wanting churros and her dad saying, "No, you already ate not long ago." By then, my friend and I were absolutely creeped out. We hesitated for a second and discussed whether or not we should try following them and talking to them. But my friend was very, very scared. He started to think that they were ghosts and that we should not disturb them, so we just went back home. Funnily enough, we never chilled at that spot again since that day. Well, that night. Unlike my friend, I don't really believe in ghosts. Maybe this was totally normal, but the exact same use of words and the fact that the dad was walking with his daughter this late still feels weird to me. It does sound weird, and maybe they were caught in a temporal loop. They probably weren't aware of anything. It was only you seeing the copy rerun, like a localized replay. Case file number 2712, written by The Lurker X. Version update, Earth 1.02. I was driving down the interstate a couple summers ago, listening to the radio and passing the airport. I saw the sky glitch, and for a second, a rainbow suddenly appeared in front of me, to the left side of my windshield. In the time it took to look directly at it, it disappeared, and a passenger jet suddenly appeared in the sky in front of me, coming in over the road for a landing, as if it had been copy-pasted. Several years ago, I had a vape pen and laid it on a table next to my recliner. When I reached over to get it again, it was gone. I tore the living room apart, flipped the furniture upside down, checked the other rooms, and even pulled out appliances, even though I rationally knew it couldn't be in any of those places. The floor was tile. I would have heard it hit the floor if it had rolled off. It just disappeared, off the table between puffs. I moved out of state, boxed up, gave away or sold everything, and never did find it again. Once, I saw one of our cats walk into my bedroom door, I thought I must have left it open, and just looked like it walked into my door and disappeared, but the door was securely closed. Last spring, my ex and I saw a bird just stuck in the air, a little bit off the ground. A few months ago, I was sitting at work, drinking coffee, and looking out the window at the scene across the street. The tree they had planted near the road looked like static for a split second, changed into a different type of tree with different leaves, and then quickly changed back again. Within a couple of weeks, I also saw this happen to a drink cup on my coffee table. The static, anyway. It lasted for a split second, then went back to normal. Just the drink cup, nothing else. And a random spot in the living room did it one night, just above and to the left of my television. And one thing I didn't see happen, but was impossible. A whole business popped up and started doing business over a weekend. I was driving to work and I passed a place that hadn't been there Friday. It was a big barn-type home improvement place, selling lawn and landscaping stuff, with a big double gate and fence, newly opened from the look of it. But there's no way they dozed, put in a pad, parking lot, plumbed, wired, built that building, finished, and stocked it in a couple of days. It's literally impossible. It messed with me badly enough that I turned around, went back, and took another look at it. I had driven that route to work for a couple of years. I had a house I drove by all the time change colors. I thought they must have painted it. I stopped, looked at it, and the paint was peeling. I asked the guy in the yard about it anyway. I asked when they painted it, and he looked at me like I was nuts. I went home and asked my roommate about it and what color it was. He said the same thing, red, and I told him it wasn't, it was blue. He asked me when they painted it. I told him they hadn't. The paint was old and peeling, and the guy who lived there said it had always been blue. Yeah, this is cool. This is a whole ensemble of glitches that happen to you specifically. I don't know what's going on with your life, but your code has errors in it, drawing in glitches. The coolest one for me is just the building or the business that popped up. Even the Amish couldn't have built it that fast. Case file number 2713, written by Jimmy Jam's Disciple, Snacrifice. I was just eating a piece of pizza, a pre-bed snack, nothing irregular. I was standing in front of my desk, chopping away, when I went to bite and a loose piece went tumbling toward the floor. Right before it hit the ground, it was just gone. I don't know how else to describe it. It blinked or was deleted, or however you want to imagine it. The crap was just there, and the split second it was going to hit the carpet, it just phased out of existence. Yes, my floor is clean. Yes, I searched the entire room, not just the desk. There wasn't even a drop of oil or a stain on the carpet where it would have landed. It would have been very noticeable if there were. The weird part was like I noticed a shock in my body or just a weird uncomfortable feeling the moment it happened. I could easily write it off as a reaction to what I saw. It probably was. But I swear it felt like the feeling came on at the exact same time as the piece disappeared, not as a reaction to it. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's what my brain was able to put together in the few moments since it happened. I'm going to go to sleep now. Maybe I'm just dumb and the piece will appear somewhere on the carpet and I'll simply have overlooked it. I don't think it will, though. This also occurred in the final minutes of Friday the 13th in my time zone. Spooky. Yes, it is spooky, although I think the Friday the 13th connection is just a random coincidence. But this sensation you felt, like a jolt or a shock, that's never been reported in DOP cases. So I don't know if that's an addition. Maybe it is a reaction to this event. The somatic response was just too extraordinary. But maybe this glitch is on another level. The shock itself revealing a deeper level of disappearance, a total deletion. But why totally delete your pizza? I don't know. Maybe it was poisoned. Case file number 2714, written by RabbitZon12, Silent Playmates. I remember one day my aunt came over for a visit, and she brought these two little boys with her. My dad said I should go play in my room, so I asked the two little boys if they wanted to come and play with me. They smiled and nodded, so we all three went to my room to play. I don't remember everything we did, but I remember my mom passed the room and saw me playing. Shortly after, I got a great idea and asked them if they could help me move my bed against the closet door. I swear on my life, I really wanted to try and lock myself in the closet. No idea why I wanted to, but I did. They looked really nervous about it, but they helped me. I don't remember if the boys spoke at all. No matter how many times I think of this memory, I can't remember if they spoke. Anyway, I went into the closet, and they pushed the bed against the closet doorknob just as I had asked. I distinctly remember hearing them laugh and run out of the room as I was saying, "Okay, I'm scared, let me out." I'm not sure they heard me, but after a few minutes, I just squatted down and started to cry. I was really scared I would be trapped in the closet and no one would find me. It wasn't even 5 minutes had passed before the closet door flew open, and there was my mom. She picked me up and comforted me, asking if my aunt had locked me in the closet, but I said no. Once I calmed down, I asked her about the 2 little boys. What she said chilled me to the bone. What 2 little boys? Oh. Well, it was your aunt that brought them, so I wonder what she said to this. Were they figments of your imagination the entire time, even in your interaction with your aunt? Oh, I don't know what to make of this one. Damn. Case file number 2715. Written by No Detail 4832. Parallel Girls. Back in high school, I had 3 friends, R, T, and S. After school, we'd often meet at the local shops near school or at T's house. Her single mom worked late, so we usually had the house to ourselves. One day, R and I were walking together and couldn't find T and S at the shops. We decided to go straight to T's house, figuring they'd be there. T lived in a terraced house with a closed backyard, high fences, and no way in and out except the front door. The garden was enclosed by the neighbors' gardens on each side. As R and I walked up the street, T's house came into sight. We saw T and S at the door, trying to insert the key. R and I looked at each other, then shouted their names and waved. T and S turned to each other, quickly fumbled the key into the lock, and ran inside. R and I looked at each other in disbelief. We thought it was rude. What were they playing at? So we ran up the street and knocked on the door, trying to get them to answer. About 2 minutes later, we saw T and S casually walking up the street. When they reached us, we started berating them, thinking they were playing some kind of trick. They were both so confused, so we had to explain what we saw. They were adamant it wasn't them. Then T started getting super freaked out and crying, thinking someone was in her house. She called her mom, who said she was being silly. So we decided to go inside together. We went into the kitchen and grabbed some knives, super stupid, and searched the house thoroughly. There was no one there. We were all so freaked out. It was absolutely T and S that we saw, no mistake about it. 2 high school girls, same uniform. T is black and S is ginger. There was no mistaking them. There was no way they could have gotten out of the house once they were inside without coming back through the front door, which we would have seen. All we could talk about afterwards was how weird it was. I have no doubt in my mind that their reactions were genuine, and they weren't playing a trick on us. It's like we saw their doppelgangers, and they just disappeared. Gives me chills to this day. Case file number 2716, written by Divine Silver Dingo. The Copy-Paste Commuter. A few months ago, I went to Japan. It was a trip of a lifetime for me, with a lot to see and do. One thing I did every day, especially in Tokyo, was take the trains. I was riding the Tokyo Metro one day. I forget exactly where I was going, but at one station I watched a man get on the train. He was Caucasian, shorter than I was, wearing a maroon polo shirt, and slightly balding. He looked sort of like my high school piano teacher, which is why I remembered his appearance. He entered the train, made a left turn from the door, and made his way behind me. Around 2 stops later, the doors opened, and passengers got on and off. There was one particular passenger who got on, a white male, shorter than me, slightly balding, looking like my high school piano teacher. He was wearing the same maroon polo shirt. He came through the door at exactly the same angle, made the same turn, and this time he looked at me, and his eyes looked like he had seen a ghost. It was the same exact passenger at 2 different stops, 5 minutes apart on the Tokyo Metro, entering the same train car at the same angle. This is notable because you both glitched out. The way he looked at you means that he also repeated the same thing. So a shared space-time portal that somehow reset both of you, but no one else noticed anything? Weird. Case file number 2717, written by Where's the Pizza? Now you white it, now you read it. A couple years ago, I was bartending at a busy brunch spot. We had everything on tap, including red and white sangria. In the middle of a rush, I ran out of red sangria and had no idea how to change the keg since I was new. I asked a coworker for help, and after opening the keg, we realized that it was white wine instead of red. Confused, he checked the other 2 kegs, and they were all white wine. We called over a manager. He shined a flashlight into the keg and confirmed what we were seeing, white wine. He poured some into a cup, and it was white, no doubt about it. Then, he called over a second manager just to let him know that someone had placed all white wine instead of white and red. He looked inside the exact same keg, paused, and said, "That's red wine." We all looked again, and somehow, it was red wine. My 2 coworkers and I stood there stunned. We were all 100% sure we had seen white wine just a minute ago. It felt like reality literally changed in front of us. We all looked at each other like we'd just seen a ghost. No one could explain it, and we never talked about it again. I only worked there for 2 months, but that moment has stuck with me. This was making me think of Jesus changing water into red wine. It is red wine, right? I think not. Is it just wine or red wine in the story? Well, anyways, as far as I know, it's red wine. So, some guardian angel changed white to red? Back again? I don't know. Curious. Case file number 2718, written by Oreo, a friend in the snow. I was driving on my way to work, just like I do every morning. It's about a 30-minute drive, almost entirely highway. It had snowed the night before, and while there was still some snow on the ground, the highway was mostly clear, except for the shoulders. I am an absolute stickler for having my seatbelt on and ensuring everyone else in the car does too. However, on this particular day, about 15 minutes into my drive, I noticed that mine wasn't on. I buckled myself up, and then felt the most weird feeling of dread and doom throughout my whole body. I told myself, "You're fine, nothing to be worried about." But then 30 seconds later, I looked to my right and saw snow flying everywhere. A white work van started spinning. So much snow was flying that I couldn't see anything at all. In that moment, time slowed down and I told myself, just drive straight. Do not try to correct, because you can make this worse. Keep in mind that I was driving a 2000 Mercury Cougar stick shift, so there was a huge size difference between the vehicles. I was in the left lane, and at this point of the highway, there were only 2 lanes. We were also coming down an overpass portion of the highway, so to my left was a large drop to a lower road, and to my right was a lane the van was in. As I kept driving straight, the van appeared right in front of me and hit my passenger side toward the nose of my car, sending me straight to the left, through the median, and toward the other side of the highway with oncoming traffic. I had just passed the bridge portion where the middle of the highway was a grass median. All kinds of smoke poured through my car, and I couldn't really see anything. My airbag had deployed, but luckily, I didn't hit it. As I looked through the smoke, I saw what I was heading straight for, the other side of the highway, and I started to turn the wheel as hard as I could to go back the other way. The median had an embankment on both sides. As I reached the top of it, towards the southbound side, I slowly started heading back to the middle and barely missed going into the road on the other side. I had to pretty much put all my weight into the door to even get it cracked enough to get out. I escaped the crash with some real bad whiplash and bone bruises, but nothing serious at all. What's really crazy is that I lost my best friend almost exactly a year before that day to a substance overdose, and for some reason, I wanted to wear a white shirt with his picture on it and in memory of his name under my work clothes. Had I not been wearing my seatbelt, I would have either gone through the windshield or hit the windshield and been knocked unconscious, which would have sent me into oncoming traffic, possibly leading to a head-on collision with another car. Turns out the driver was texting and driving on the highway, drove onto the shoulder, hit some ice, and started spinning out of control. I honestly can't explain the feeling I had, and I honestly think my best friend was looking out for me that day. To this day, I'm very thankful I made it out alive. Yeah, your friend is a guardian angel, who knows? That's a beautiful thought, though. Case file number 2719, written by Winkleberry1. License, registration, and cake. My best friend and I shared the same birthday. On our 18th birthday, we both had the day off from work, so we headed to the beach in the afternoon. We were on a one-lane road, and I let myself get distracted, accidentally rear-ending the car in front of me. We were going maybe 5-10 miles per hour when we hit, if that, as it was a stop-and-go traffic situation. A motorcycle cop heading the opposite direction on this road passed by just as our bumpers touched. He made a U-turn, and we all pulled into what I later found out was my voting precinct. They were having local elections that day, in fact. The officer spoke to the other driver first, and we walked closer to them. He was already looking at the other driver's information. He then took my license, registration, and insurance, and walked back over to his motorcycle, where the other driver was standing. I turned to talk to my friend and heard the officer say, "Well, happy birthday." In unison, the other driver and I replied, "Thank you." That is pretty cool. Same birthday accident, huh? Probably just a coincidence, but you never know. Case file number 2720, written by Burnt Out IT Guy. That one night in the desert. I was driving home from Vegas after conducting some business. It was the middle of the night, around 3 a.m., and I was somewhere in the New Mexico-Arizona desert. It was pitch black, and every star was visible in the sky. As I cruised along at about 70 miles per hour, I saw a light hovering above the highway. It was about the size of my hand and was blinking. It was probably a good 3/4 to a mile away. As I approached it, it continued to blink periodically, with no discernible pattern, and just hovered there above the highway. But it didn't appear to get bigger as I got closer. I drove under the strange, hovering, blinking light and looked back, but I could not see the light at all after passing beneath it. I don't know if it simply vanished or if it was somehow not visible from the other side. Adding to the mystery is the fact that I had been awake for close to 20 hours at that point and was hopped up on caffeine, trying to stay awake. So my brain may not have been processing things clearly. I'm a skeptic, but to this day I don't know what that light was. Aliens! Woo! What'd you think, Dave? Is it aliens? He agrees. Case file number 2721, written by Res30Stupid. Too late to blame the cat. My mom always believed in banshees, or more specifically, that there's one watching over her family, though clan would be a more appropriate term. She insists on never opening the windows or doors, convinced that bad things will happen if she does. Normally I consider the banshee's cry to be nothing more than our neighbor's cat locked outside, and I get annoyed when they start hissing. Most times that's exactly what it is, and I yell at the cats to leave, then talk to the neighbor the next day. However, there are 3 times I have never done so, and that was due to a spine-chilling wind suddenly enveloping me. Each time, a relative on my mother's side of the family or someone who had married into the family died either the night of the sound or the next day. This includes my Uncle James, who was killed in a car accident on the way to work, my Uncle Seamus, who was dying of lung cancer, and my Uncle Owen, who died of, I can't remember, but I think it was a heart attack. And the weird thing is, I'm not the only person to experience this in my family. As I said, my mom believes in the banshee and says it follows her entire family. When my aunt's husband died way back in the early 90s, she heard the banshee. When James died, at least 5 other people, not counting my mom but including his wife and 2 of my cousins, heard her wailing. When Seamus died, about 6 people heard it. It's really freaky. Especially since I only recently found out the cat had been dead since shortly after the first time I heard the banshee. Ah, yes. Can't blame the cat. Case file number 2722, written by Cool Ghoul, The Grandpa Anomaly. My dad has recounted this story for years. Every day after work, my dad made it a habit of walking over to my grandparents' room to tell my grandpa he was home. My grandpa would usually be found standing in front of his TV, watching old westerns. He's legally blind, so he has to stand fairly close to make out the images on screen. But he would always turn to say hello. One day, my dad came home and found him at his usual spot. He said, "I'm home." Except this time, my grandfather didn't turn around. So my dad, assuming he didn't hear him or was too engrossed in the show, knocked on the doorway and announced it louder, "I'm home." My grandfather still didn't move. My dad chalked it up to bad hearing and gave up. He went to the living room and sat down, not thinking much of it until the phone rang. My grandfather had a habit of answering the phone within the first 2 rings, but this time it kept ringing. My grandma turned to my dad and said, "Aren't you going to get that?" My dad answered confidently, "Dad'll get it. He's in his room." My grandma, confused as hell, said, "Your dad left this morning to run some errands. He hasn't been home since." My dad argued still. "Oh no, he's home now. I just saw him in his room watching TV." My grandma shook her head and said, "I'm telling you, he's not home." My dad got up to check, hoping to prove my grandma wrong, but found the room empty with the TV off. My grandpa came home later that evening and said he hadn't been home all day. I think the weirdest part is that the TV was on in your father's, not imagination, but visual experience. So, was it seeing into a different universe? Maybe. Case file number 2723, written by Representative Pool, 35. One lid, last seen near boiling water. Last week I was cooking rice for dinner and making it with pork. I realized the rice would take about 20 minutes to cook and the pork about 45 minutes. Since the water was already boiling for the rice, I put the pork in the oven, took the heat off the stove, and removed the lid from the rice pot. I then played the crossword on my phone for about 10 minutes to pass the time so that both dishes would be ready simultaneously. I distinctly remember placing the perfect fitting lid right next to the pot. After 10 minutes, I looked at the stove and the lid was much larger. It wasn't the one I was using before. It looked identical to a lid for a larger pot that I already own. The lid to the smaller pot was nowhere to be found. I initially dismissed it as perhaps not thinking clearly about the lid when I started boiling the water, but I know the lid was smaller. Now I have 2 identical lids for a larger pot and no lid for the smaller pot, and I've never had these 2 larger lids before. It's been a week, and I've conducted a deep and thorough search through my kitchen, with no sign of the smaller lid. I told my family about it, and they also find it strange because they don't recall our household ever having 2 identical larger lids either. Case file number 2724, written by Jenny V. 753, 2 Sons and a Storm. Starting when my son was about 4 months old, he would sleep in a rocker chair next to my bed. He would wake up between 5 and 6 a.m., and I would put him next to me and breastfeed him. We would both fall back to sleep. I know some people think this is dangerous, but I don't move in my sleep and never had problems laying with my nephew in the past. I think this happened when he was 4 or 5 months old. I woke up and everything was blurry and strangely bright. I kept hearing a noise and everything, including my TV, was very loud. The noise that woke me up was what I thought was the sound of my father blowing raspberries at my son, making a farting noise with his mouth. He did this a lot. I remember wondering what my father was doing in my bedroom. I couldn't move my body, only my eyes at first. It was also like a tornado was in my room, like this crazy wind blowing. I rolled my eyes to the right where my son's rocker was set up next to the bed, and I saw his feet kicking like crazy, but he wasn't making a sound. He was kicking so much that the chair was rocking frantically. I couldn't see anything but his legs. But then I started freaking out because I remember putting him in bed with me so he could feed. So I rolled my eyes to my left, and my son was there, sleeping soundly. I rolled my eyes to the right, and I saw his legs kicking in the chair. I was so confused and started freaking out. Everything seemed to be getting louder. I put my eyes straight ahead and slowly started trying to make my body parts move. I started with my toes, then legs, then waist, and then I finally just bolted into a sitting position. Everything stopped, dead quiet except my TV quietly playing what was on. I looked over at my son on my bed and he was still asleep. I looked at his rocker and nothing was there. Well, this sounds like sleep paralysis, though not with a demon or anything nefarious like that. It's a strange sleep paralysis episode, but I guess if you have sleep paralysis, why does it have to be a demon or something evil, right? Couldn't you have sleep paralysis and imagine bubblegum and fairies and, happiness? Why does it have to be a nightmare illusion when you're trying to wake up, but your brain hasn't unlocked your body yet? Case file number 2725, written by Gil PR. Everyone hated that room. I grew up in an old Tudor-style house built around the turn of the century. I inherited the giant attic bedroom when my older brother got in trouble one too many times. The room had a sloped ceiling and short walls on the sides, with small doors that provided access to the eaves. The doors were old, plain, and thick, with quarter-turn gate-style latches that would take all my weight to unlatch. One night, within the first year of moving up there, I was woken up by the loud crack of the latch opening. Then the door slammed open and closed violently 4 or 5 times, before closing again, and the latch creaked shut slowly. I ran downstairs screaming, and my parents checked it out. They thought I dreamt it because they didn't find anything out of place. There was a dent in the drywall from the latch where the door opened, but they swore it was there before. I spent the next afternoon piling as many boxes from our storage area against that door as would fit. I didn't have any other really strange experiences during my younger years. I eventually graduated from high school, joined the Army Reserves, and went to live on my own. When I was about 20, my parents bought their own house on the other side of town. The Tudor house was owned by my grandpa, though he hadn't lived there since I was 3 or 4. Because the Tudor house was now unoccupied, I moved back in for about a year to save my grandpa some insurance money. While I was living there, I stayed in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. After a while, I got familiar with most of the weird sounds and had effective rituals, checking doors, windows, alarms, etc., that kept me from getting too freaked out. I was mainly worried about intruders as there had been some break-ins nearby. I had a couple of different groups of friends over a lot that year for game nights or parties, and they would regularly talk about hearing things or feeling like someone else was in the room with them when they were definitely alone. The thing that made me go, what the fluck, more than anything else, was talking to my friends from different circles over the years since living there, who described identical experiences as other friends of mine that they'd never met. I've heard more than a dozen different people who visited me during that year talk about the hair standing up on the neck every time they stood on the landing in the main staircase, and feeling their stomach get queasy by the back door. My grandpa's study was the first door at the top of the stairs, also my little brother's bedroom when my family was there. And more than a few of my friends told me with the same words that they hated that room and completely avoided it, often running past it when they were there by themselves. Yeah, having different friends that don't know each other corroborate the same exact events with the same kind of words and description, well, that is very strong evidence. My wife was sick in bed, so I took the sheets off of her and then put them back on. Confused, she looked at me as I said, "There, you are now recovered." Why did Karen press Ctrl-Alt and Delete? She wanted to see the task manager. I just asked my 9-year-old son what he learned in school today. He said, "Apparently not enough because I have to go back tomorrow." I'm so proud of him. Never pay for a gym trainer, guys. It's a complete waste of money. He just sits around while I do all the heavy lifting. Only 2 years ago, my wife's gynecologist delivered pizza. Still to this day, they both think it's a terrible name. Yeah. Imagine naming your kid pizza or any kind of food that's delicious. You'd always be thinking of that every time they're around. Be bad for dieting. Today I learned that in order to open a zoo, you must have at least 4 pandas, 2 grizzlies, 3 black, 4 brown, and 1 polar. Apparently, that's the bare minimum. I was on a train and this woman opposite looked at me and said, "Every time you smile, I feel like inviting you to my place." I asked, "Are you single?" She replied, "No, I'm a dentist." Damn. Tinder is completely useless, and I don't have a single match. If I don't find another way to start a campfire tonight, I'll freeze to death. You know how in some sports, they toss the ball to the fans after a victory? You're not supposed to do that in bowling. I know that now. Damn, someone's skull got crushed. Oh boy, hard lesson to learn. What kind of music should you play when you're fishing? Something catchy, of course. My son was just born, and another dad at the nursery congratulated me and said his daughter was born yesterday. Said maybe they'll marry each other. Sure, like my son is going to marry someone twice his age. My daughter was upset that it was raining and said, "I wish I had a weapon that could shoot the rain and make it go away." Obviously, I told her that would never work. For that, you need a rainbow. My 16-year-old son wanted to know what it was like to be a parent, so I woke him at 2 a.m. to tell him my sock had come off. I was in the bar last night when the waitress yells, "Does anyone know CPR?" I yelled back, "I know all those letters." Everyone laughed, well, except this one guy. The longest drum solo in history was 6 hours and 28 minutes, performed by a child sitting behind me on the flight to Toronto. That would be annoying. A comma in a sentence can make a huge difference. For instance, "Let's eat, Frank," has a completely different meaning from "Frank is in a coma." I got in a casual argument with a grizzly bear once, made him so angry he started to turn white. I stopped immediately, as it was clear he found the issue polarizing. God, stupid word puns are amazing. If my name was David and I had a boy, I would have to name him Harley. That way he could introduce himself. "I'm Harley, David's son." What's heavier, a liter of water or a liter of butane? Water. In fact, no matter how much water you have, butane will always be a lighter fluid. How's a beer sound, Norm? I don't know, I usually finish them before they get a word in. Rest in peace to George Wendt, aka Norm. He was in Cheers, which I never saw, but I just saw that he passed away and, that's always sad. Immediately after the birth of our son, I gave my exhausted wife strawberries, apples, and bananas. She deserves to enjoy the fruits of her labor. I checked my phone and had like 50 texts from my wife. "Call me ASAP." I text back, "I'd rather keep calling you babe, but sure." Apple filled 20 jumbo jets with iPhones and flew them to the US to avoid tariffs. Imagine how long it took to put them all in airplane mode. I am Buzz Aldrin, second man to step on the moon. Kneel before me. A photon checks into a hotel. Clerk asks, "Can I take your baggage?" Photon says, "No, I'm traveling light." An infinite number of mathematicians walk into a bar. The first says, "I'll have a beer." The second says, "I'll have half a beer." The third says, "I'll have a quarter of a beer," etc. The bartender interrupts them, says, "I know your limit," and pours them 2 beers. They'll never get to 2. If they attempt Mission Impossible 8 times in a row and succeed every single time, shouldn't it be called Mission Very Very Likely by now? Facts. Still entertaining though. A raisin, a peanut, and a note sit down and order a drink. Bartender says, "What do you think this is? A granola bar?" That's good. Some people think that the shovel was a groundbreaking invention, but I think that the whiteboard was remarkable. I asked my girlfriend what book she was reading. She said, "The Invisible Man." I said, "I can't see myself reading that." Beyoncé is refusing to hire roofing companies that aren't woman-owned. She hires only shingle ladies, only shingle ladies, only shingle ladies, only shingle ladies. I was at the grocery store and the kid bagging my stuff asked if I wanted paper or plastic. I told him I didn't care and he could decide for me. He told me that I had to pick because baggers can't be choosers. Did you know Vin Diesel only eats 2 meals a day? Breakfast and break furious. And he always eats with family. Woke up holding a wooden spoon and mixing bowl. My wife said, "Rough night?" I'm like, "Yeah, how'd you know?" "You were stirring in your sleep." I asked my wife why she hadn't wanted to drive her new car around for the first 90 days. She said it was part of the finance agreement. 0% interest for the first 3 months. My wife and I were cuddling last night when she said, "Show me a good time." So I stepped outside and ran an 11-second 100-meter sprint. Nice. A truck full of Vicks Vapor Rub crashed in the middle of the highway during rush hour. Amazingly, no congestion at all. Every day, I tell my wife I'm going jogging, then don't do it. It's a running joke. My uncle retired this week after being a lumberjack for 40 years. At his retirement party, he said he knew that in his career, he cut down exactly 27,419 trees. I asked him how he knew, and he said, "Every time I cut down a tree, I keep a log." Sadly, the inventor of the throat lozenge has died. There will be no coffin at his funeral. I was cuddling with my wife when she said, "Treat me like I'm a queen." So I married her off to our neighbor to strengthen our political alliance. Nice. My wife really hates it when my 20-year-old neighbor sunbathes topless. Me, I'm on the fence. I just got fired from my job at the ice cream factory. I refuse to work on Sundays. I just eat them all. My wife asked me why I never buy her flowers. I didn't even know she sold flowers. I called the tinnitus hotline. It just kept ringing. Like the video, subscribe, hit the bell. Kinetic Symphony, signing off.